Hello, everybody. My name is Drake, and I'm joined by Zapdos. We're here with Season 6 of CWL's Grand Finals for Division 2. It's going to be a hype match. We're going to be watching OLI and the Van take on INT Basilisk in a best-of-5 series. I think I just said that. But Zapdos, how are we feeling about this series ahead of us?
I'm super excited for this series. I'm super excited to be back on the CWL. It's been a little while for me, been casting a few other places, but I just feel like CWL is the comfortable home. And to be brought back for the finals, how can we not be excited, especially with the two teams we have today of OLI and the Fam versus Int Basilisk. Both teams kind of dominating their series so far, being 6-2 in the regular season, kind of being the same as each other. It's both finished 6-2, and they didn't actually have the best time against each other, only going 1-1. So I really think this series is going to be super close, Drake.
Yeah, and that makes for an exciting dynamic for sure. I mean, from everything that we've seen between these two teams, the parallels are everywhere. Everywhere I look, in the jungle, you have some weird players picking some very bizarre champions. When you look towards the top side, you have two players that lean more towards GP or Camille, just like hyper carry top lane champions that aren't necessarily super prevalent in the meta at the moment. And then you look towards the bot lane, you see hyper carries everywhere. I mean, that's pretty standard to say the least. But either way, the parallels are there, and it's definitely making for some interesting stuff going on in my mind. I'm sure the viewers are super excited to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, Drake, I'm just so curious about this top lane matchup of having both players enjoying their GP. So we've usually seen the Renekton, seen maybe the Ornns in top lane, just bruisery, tanky-esque champions. But this time, we might actually see a lot of engage, a lot of damage, and maybe even playing towards the top side. Something in the recent meta we haven't seen much about. So I'd love to see how both teams will be playing around that. But to be honest, I still think it's going to be all about this bot lane in this series.
I mean, I hope it is. You never actually know. And when we say stuff like that in the CWL, you're talking about it being like a home. Every time that we say stuff like that, it just goes terribly awry. We said we're going to see some carry stuff as we get into draft. We're probably going to see Cassante Ornn locked in first pick because we said that. But, you know, as we get into draft, I'm excited to see how it develops. Hopefully, we see some stuff that we've been asking for. I can't see what that ban was. I heard it. I can't remember just from the audio cues. Looks like it's Rise and Maokai. Okay, that's some interesting stuff going on. I called the Rise pick, actually, from OLI and the Vim when we were in pre-production. So it's interesting that it's banned away. That guy hasn't played it in 3 seasons, but there it goes.
Well, Warlock, if his name is Warlock on the BSL, you can't really blame him for banning it away. Rise Warlock might be a little bit busted if they do get that combination, as we are going to be getting some more bans coming through. The infamous Folly Bear for the jungle of Olifam has been taken away, so we're going to see a little bit of a different playstyle, as the first pick is going to be Syndra, as we are on 30.16. A few bits of the meta have changed where the Kai'Sa isn't going to be as prevalent, and it seems like both teams are hard picking their champions. They've done their research, as it is going to be counteracted with the Amumu and the Victor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how the opposite side develops, how OLI and the VAM develop, but like you said, a little bit of comfort going on from INT Basilisk, picking stuff that we've seen already. Misfortune would be an interesting one. I haven't seen much of that recently. You know, we were talking about in pre-production how these two teams have lost their first games in quite a few of the series that they've played. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're both trying something crazy, a little bit testing the waters type of situation going on, and makes a little bit of sense. You pick Misfortune, you say, okay, maybe this works, and we're going to try it out in the first game because, I mean, ultimately you need to win 3 to be able to win the entire series. You have so many more games to play. We can afford to make a few test runs, you know?
Yeah, completely, as there seems to be a few issues coming with the actual server, so we're going to have a quick reset to get ourselves back into the Champion Select. But we saw that the MF got taken away from the Amumu MF combo, so it seems like OLI have understood what BSL want to do, which is these heavy big team fights. And that feels like what both teams love. We talked about the Gangplank in the top lane, and loves those team fights as well, while being super safe. So I really feel like this whole entire, series is going to be coming down to the team fights that both of these teams can do.
And I think that something to highlight when we're talking about everything's going to come down to the team fights is that when everything comes down to the team fights, the one that shines the most, the player on either team that needs to perform for one team to win, is the ADC. I mean, ultimately, the other players will be doing their things, right? They'll be orchestrating the fights, making sure that the ADC is getting peeled, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, where all eyes are turned is towards Fenriri in the bot lane or Ghosty in the bot lane, right? Which ADC is performing better in these situations? And under the pressure, Carrie Wang is going to be put onto that MF like we were talking about, but Jinx is still open. A lot of these champs that the opposite side, Fenriri, is really comfortable on is still open. So we'll have to see how he navigates this draft and what he picks. Ezreal is definitely an interesting one.
Now, because they picked Ezreal in the AD carry position, most likely they are going to be focusing around bot lane on the side of BSL. Most prefer to maybe focus around top side because they still haven't picked their top laner. While on the opposite side of OLI, they have a lot of burst damage. The only issue I do have is with this MF, where's their lockdown coming from? Now that they have got ourselves to the second ban phase, expecting a lot of support bans as we can see the Nautilus taken away. However, Leona is still open, so there's plenty of opportunities from the side of OLI to find that big engage they truly need. Compared to BSL, where I'd maybe enjoy having something like a Braum coming out. But now this is interesting if the Zeri gets picked in, but instead they are going to go for the Enchanter bot. I was ready for some like double AD, Zeri mid lane, absolute shenanigans. We never know what's going to happen in the CWL.
That's 100% true, and it looks like Silverback might be opting for the Braum. That's a pretty good pairing with MF. It's been standard in former seasons, but Emilio is going to be the one that ends up getting locked in. Makes a little bit more sense, especially into stuff like that Amumu. You want to be able to cleanse all of, basically negate all of Amumu's kit with one ability is pretty nice. Ornn, like we were talking about, we talked about picking bruises in the top lane. They're going to lock in tanks because that's just how it goes. Aatrox in response. So pretty standard, honestly, coming from the side of INT Basilisk. A lot of stuff that we've seen them play. Sense of Me plays Enchanters, played Soraka in the last time that these two teams even faced. Ezreal, another thing we've seen a lot from Fenriri. Flex, picking that Victor. Like, literally every single champion I see on the right side of my screen is something that I know that these players can play and have played. I think the onus is going to be on Ollie and the Vam to see if they can surprise us with what they've got going on over there.
I'm super interested on the Basilisk comp, mostly because you have the Amumu for great engage, but then you have great disengage as well with the Ezreal and the Soraka, so it's a little bit... I feel disjointed with the way they want to play because half want to go in, half want to go out, compared to the opposite side of Ollie and the Vam, where it's a lot more of we go in now, we try and burst someone out, and this game really comes down to the resets from this Viego. Is he going to be able to find them? I think he should have a good opportunity, especially in this early game when he does have a mid laner of the Syndra.
Yeah, 100%. And another thing to look at is the fact that INT Basilisk, the team on the right side of our screens right now, is lacking a lot in, I would say, damage, consistent damage. I mean, you have Victor for that. That's one champion that you can lean towards, but other than that, like keeping up with the damage coming from the opposite side is going to be a little bit of a struggle for them if I'm just like looking at it from face value.
And one thing I want to talk about, Drake, is I don't think either of these teams really want to play for bot lane this game, especially when you do have the double enchanter who are just going to be kind of staying safe, maybe poking each other out a bit, but it's really all going to come down to this jungle matchup of the Amumu versus Viego, because they are going to be so potent in this early game, especially that Amumu with having two bandage tosses that can get a lot of ganks going. And when I see the side of Ollie and the Vam, they don't have a lot of disengage tools except for the Melio ultimate that isn't even up to level 6. So there's plenty of opportunities for him to find the leads compared to this Viego, which does just want to farm up to level 6. It's a very interesting team comps, at least in the early game for me.
Yeah, and when we're talking about the early game and where the junglers are going to be making an impact, especially if we're looking away from that bot lane, all eyes immediately turn towards that mid lane, especially just with the standard style of play with junglers and supports facilitating their mid laner and getting them to roam. And especially the champions that we're seeing, Victor and Syndra, either of these champions gets a lead in the early game, gets a lead moving into the mid game, they become absolute monsters in team fights. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's where the focus ends up being for both of these teams. Obviously, we wanted it to be towards that bottom side because of just the standard and the way that we expected it to play out, but nothing is going to be as expected in the CWL, is it?
Yeah, well, Drake, you also have to remember in the mid lane that it actually does favour Ollie and the Vam the whole entire time through the game, because Victor is a very hard scaling champion, like to try and get to those 2 items before he has that sustainable damage that you talked about they needed on the side of Basilisk, compared to Ollie and the Vam, where they have that burst damage. Viego and Syndra, using both ultimates together, will be able to burst out this Victor in the early game. You talked about leads. If you get a couple kills on either of those champions, they will be able to run away with this game. So Really good opportunity for Ollie and the fam to be finding those early engages around this mid lane. While on the opposite side, Amumu needs to make sure that he has that support, has that way to protect his team.
Yeah, 100%. Both teams will be looking for their win conditions, and we've identified a couple of them, but they'll have to identify them and show them off when we get onto the Rift. We're going to go to a short break so that we can line everything up, and we'll see you guys when we finally get onto the Rift between these two teams for the first game of this Best of 5 series. Okay, everybody, welcome back to the CWL. We're here finally onto the Rift. We're looking at the red team for now. On the right will be sorry, I just totally lost my mind. On the left will be Ollie and the VAM. On the right will be INT, Basilisk, and I am joined by Zapdos here. There might be a little bit of a scuffle.
Well, it could be a scuffle. But this is the CWL. If you don't make mistakes, you probably shouldn't be here. As the red team has gone for a little bit of an invade. Isn't able to get too much of it. Something that the blue team could have done near the top side was actually place down a ward into the Raptor camp to get some more vision. And we could see exactly that Silverback is going to be doing that. So a little bit of information gained for them. So for a small win going over to Ollie and the van.
So do you see anything on your screen at the moment that, like, when it comes to... Oh, Silverback? He should just be out of this one, surely. Yeah, okay, he's out. But either way, when it comes to summoners, when it comes to runes, do you see anything interesting or stuff that maybe you weren't expecting on either of the teams?
Well, everybody's ideas for what they've been going for has been mostly normal, except for maybe the first strike coming onto the AD carry of MF, meaning that she actually just wants to try and poke you out and then get himself out as much as possible, which most likely is going to mean they're going to go for the lethality build, trying to deal a lot of huge burst damage, which does kind of work with how a team comp wants to go, especially when you are against such a squishy bot lane of an Ezreal and a Soroka that you can try and burst out when you get closer to them being lower. It's not a bad idea there. And on top of that, probably the Amumu going for the Conqueror, just going for a little bit more extra healing and going for that real bruisery type in that early game, which pairs so amazingly well, especially when he is into something like this jungler of Viego.
Yeah, I think it's obviously a little bit different if Amumu's picked in the support role. Sometimes you pick that Aftershock or even the Guardian if you're playing really safe. But I think opting for the Conqueror in the jungle is definitely the way to go. Fenrir playing really aggressive here, eating forward. It doesn't look like he's going to get too punished for it. A little bit of damage, but Soraka will heal that up in no time. And I mean, nothing super crazy so far in the early game, but as the junglers path opposite of each other, we have to expect that something will happen. Viego looking into enemy jungle. Might be a little bit of a scuffle.
I mean, I think he's just completely read where this Amumu is going to go. Actually hiding in this bush, coming around. Could be the first scuffle of the game. Both have smite.
They do, and Aminaj does end up securing his wolves, but will he be safe enough? OLI them did end up walking out with actually one of the small wolves. So a small win, I guess, but often coaches and other players will see this as kind of wasted time. Looks like OLI them is committing, though.
A little bit of overconfidence, I have to say, for Oli and the Vam, trying to go for this. Ezreal is here as well. Bot side, it's going to take a while to come up.
No. OLI them had to flash out. It looks like the Milio does end up getting stunned twice and caught in the crossfire. Carry Wang has to flash away. He does end up getting out for now, but he ends up falling. First blood over to Fenrir, and it's just coming out all for the side of INT Basilisk. OLI them is on the run. He doesn't have flash anymore. Soraka doesn't quite land the Q, but a lot of follow-up from Aminaj does mean another kill will go over to INT Basilisk in this early game, and what a wasted TP from Ornn.
Overconfidence is the name of the game from the side of Oni and the Van, because the first idea was really good, but Ghosty in a little bit of danger. I don't think he can 2v1 here.
Yeah, but surely he gets out with Ghost and Flash still available. But his support burns both summoners. His jungler burns Flash as well. And, I mean, a lot of summoners burnt from INT Basilisk, but you always see that as a win if you end up coming out with 2 kills.
Yeah, definitely on top of that. But remember, because the Flash and Summoners are not going to be up for this Ezreal, there is a possibility to maybe even look for a gank. And even if you don't want to go there, this mid lane, we talked about how dangerous Viego and Syndra can be nearby each other. Now it's going to be a lot better, especially when there is no Flash available for this Victor to try and get out.
Yeah, that is 100% true. And, I mean, both all lanes, bot, mid, and top, all trying to push in for INT Basilisk, trying to get their resets in, coordinated with each other. And for now, they'll be a little bit weaker on the map, but if they can survive this, honestly, they're looking really, really good in this early game. Single Tracks is really low, but he's fighting in a huge minion wave. He will be able to walk away and get his wave crash. The wave crashes in the bot lane as well. No, not quite. A little bit of a freeze. But overall, I mean, I think it's definitely a huge win for INT Basilisk in this early game.
Yeah, completely agreed with you there, because we can take a look at everybody getting their resets, getting their items, and we see Amumu with 1 kill on him has been able to complete that Barmy Cinder, and then also we see the Sheen onto that Ezreal going to be doing a lot of poke damage in this bot lane. It feels like he's picking up all the way from the side of Basilisk, but we have to remember, both of these teams in their last series won the first game, but lost the rest, and maybe this is a tactic coming out from Oli and Van.
Yeah, maybe it's just throw the first game. We'll get the jitters out and be able to walk away. Speaking of walking away, Warlock able to get his way out of that one. And something that we didn't really touch on as much as maybe we could have. Whoa, Fenrir, that's really aggressive, but he's able to do so, looks like. Carry Wang.
Just walk up.
Yeah,
he's
just
care.
just going to tank the entire minion wave and annoy the heck out of the enemy team. But what I was trying to mention is the fact that, you know, INT Basilisk are ahead in 2 kills, but only 300 gold. And on top of that, when you're looking at mid, when you're looking at bot, this Call of the Forge God should just be to help him shove the wave. But when you're looking at mid, when you're looking at bot, the CS gap between the two teams is nowhere near in correspondence with how you would expect based on the kills.
Well, it makes sense to be in this mid lane, mostly because of the Victor roaming down first. It does allow Syndra to have constant push in this mid lane, able to have a little bit of a CS lead. But the bot lane, a little bit different. Being able to hold that freeze for a little while will be the significant change, as we do see Amumu in the mid lane. It doesn't have flash available, so Syndra can just walk out. And because it's towards this bot lane, it just allows this Viego just to be opened up to do this dragon. So this does mean that it should be first Drake over to the side of OLI and the Van.
Yeah, it looks like they'll be able to secure it, which is huge, honestly, when you're already behind in the early game. I mean, it's what you'd expect from a Viego into an Amumu matchup. It is only a Cloud Dragon as well, like it's the stigma around that, right? But overall, a huge win and kind of a steal. Silverback, really good cancel on his on the Aatrox pullback. Does mean he's able to walk his way out of that one. And I mean, only 2 kills in 7 minutes. That's kind of on track with what we wanted, on pace with what these two teams wanted, since both of them do scale more into the later stages. And I think it's definitely going to be one of those games where the early game will affect the late game, obviously, just like it always does, but it won't necessarily fully affect the outcome until we see how the mid-game team fights play out.
Yeah, a lot of bursts coming out from both mid laners, neither having TP up, so going to be a little bit dangerous towards there. Maybe a gank can come through from one of the junglers. Is the Shark not able to hit that stun, getting poked out even more, so most likely going to have to go for that reset. We also have the Rift Herald spawning in the next 15 seconds. That's going to be the next major objectives for both of these teams, but how these laning phases are going, it should be pretty favourable from the side of Basilisk to try and go for this.
Yeah, but they already gave away one neutral objective, and the way you see some teams play, they give away all neutral objectives in the early game, and then they start contesting once it gets towards that second dragon, third dragon. Viego shouldn't be able to find anything here. You'd have to hope. He's looking for something, though. The flash doesn't land the W, and Warlock is able to walk his way out of that one. He did have to burn his own flash. Flash for flash, jungler will usually say, oh, worth, because of the pressure that it earned him. But either way, it looked a little bit unfortunate for all of them.
Yeah, but Drake, take a look into the jungle. Because he's already used flash, it allows an opportunity for them to go for him.
Yeah, but he has ultimate. He can use the Heartbreaker over the wall. Amenage looks like he found enough CC to follow up, but not enough to get the kill. And another wasted flash coming out. Era single tracks did have to burn his to try and follow up, but I mean, a lot of aggression coming out from Basilisk. Like you mentioned, it does earn them the Rift Herald. They are able to secure one of the neutral objectives in the early game, and that's absolutely massive for keeping them on track in this game.
Yeah, completely. Even though they weren't able to pick up the kill, you're going to be very happy again as Rift Herald, and with how your laning phases have been going, maybe popping this towards the mid lane wouldn't be such a bad choice. We talked about how there is going to be a better 2v2 in the mid lane from the side of OLI and the Van.
Miscalculation.
It's called Syndra. That's called Syndra.
A little bit of a miscalculation. It was a missed input from Warlock, but another missed input looks like it's happening on our screen right now. Olivam ends up falling, and a kill goes over to the Aatrox.
Yeah, both teams being a little bit sloppy with the fights they're trying to take. The jungle getting picked off, and then even in the mid lane, thinking he could win that 1v1, but I tell you, that Syndra ultimate, when they start flying at you, there is nothing you can do. But at least on the blue team, they're going to be very happy with how bot lane has been going, because even though they get the Stroker, that is able to heal up a lot, having something like this MF that can get you that constant wave clear, that can have that big ultimate to push out the waves whenever you want, they have been able to pick up a few tower plates to their names, get themselves a small gold lead in the bot lane, even though that we see this Ezreal, as we take a quick look at what Syndra did in this mid lane.
And it looks like it does start with the wave clear in the bot, but yeah, Warlock really didn't need to shove this wave in, did he?
No, he could have easily reset. You see his TP being up in just a second. Amumu's happily farming up. He just needed to stay safe. But in just a second, we're going to see the outplay coming out. Just take a look. One stun, flash forward, making sure that ultimate lands. If he did get stunned there was a chance those minions were able to take the kill. However, not going to be it. So incredible play coming out from Azibak.
Yeah, 100%. And he will end up falling, though. So 1 for 1 in the grand scheme of things.
We should just not
getting one back for himself. Yeah, we shouldn't commend people. Caster did a little bit, but 1-4 is the scoreline now. 1,500 gold lead ish for the side of INT Basilisk, and they're starting to prove that maybe they deserved to get a lead in the early game. They're scaling it even further into the mid game as we finally start moving towards that double-digit mark in the timer for the game right now. And I mean, Next Dragon realistically shouldn't go over to the side of Ollie and the Vam again, but it really is the third one that I think fully matters, because then you're denying Soul Point, and then the enemy team isn't able to rush the game down. So I think that's the important one for the side of INT Basilisk as we move forward, but we'll have to see what they decide to do.
Yeah, a lot of chip damage actually happened towards the top lane. Amumu near bot. They need to be careful. I don't think they know he's here.
No, surely they don't. But the wave will shove in. It's kind of an awkward situation. Aminoj might just end up walking into his river or resetting, but you can already see Olivam moving as well. So there's like, it might just end up being a 3v3 full on.
Yeah, no vision on top of him. Amumu just hiding away as long as possible. We're going to have to see if they're able to find it. Viego's so close.
Okay. Barely lands it. Just pixel perfect. Hi, Ghosty does end up flashing away and getting out with Kerry Wang expending his ultimate. And Olivam looking for a target. Will not be able to find any sort of follow-up. The Soraka healing way too much. And ends up just being an exchange of abilities as well as summoners. But no actual deaths going over.
Yeah, Rift Tower finally getting placed down already, getting used. And no tower plates have been taken from the side of the red team towards the bot lane. So it's going to be quite a few tower plates going over towards them. But quite a lot of damage coming out from Ghosty. I'm not even sure if they are going to be able to get this in. They need to get behind this Rift Tower to hit it. But using the ult, they should be able to do it.
Yeah, it is barely enough, and Riri had to actually burn his flash to get away, and the Heartbreaker comes down, the Soraka survives, and Olivam's actually the one who's the target of the INT Basilisk. Hayam Ghosty does end up picking up Soraka on the opposite side of the fight, and it is just a 1-for-1 in the grand scheme of things, but it is another win for INT Basilisk as we look towards this top side. This Aatrox is absolutely taking over.
Yeah, I was actually going to say about this Aatrox not being able to do much in this match phase. However, after getting himself that dirt, his damage has absolutely skyrocketed, allowing him to get these freezes, able to get himself a few tower plates to his name. But really well played from them as a teleport towards the mid lane. I'm not sure why. Silverback?
I mean, that's the second time. That's the second time he's immediately TP'd to mid lane. Maybe it's to get pressure down. That Hextech Dragon has spawned. It is the second dragon of the game, and INT Basilisk don't look like they're too keen on fighting for it, but as Aatrox moves towards this bottom side, it makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, well,
waddling.
Yeah, waddling up towards the top lane, but Dragon will be started from the side of Ollie and the Vam. But the teleport getting excused by Silverback and having Amumu down here should be a 4v5.
Oh, the Curse of the Sun Mummy. Ultimate is almost available. Kerry Wang doesn't quite fall. A really good knockback from the Syndra does mean that Aatrox won't secure it, but Victor will. Ollie Vam will end up falling, and Ollie and the Vam end up losing 2 members. No Vam in sight. Amumu finds a huge engage, a stun onto Azbrak. He can't find enough damage. The Aatrox is walking away, and it's 3 kills in total going over to the side of INT Basilisk.
INT Basilisk playing perfectly around the teleport getting used by Silverback, just allowing this Aatrox to walk down. And you just saw how much he was able to do, as I think we should be getting a replay pretty soon of what truly happened, because it just didn't feel like Silverback was able to do much. Tried to use the on-horn later on, but it was just too little too late. And on the back of this, they are going to be able to pick up the dragon at least, so at least Ollie and the Vam were able to get something.
Yeah, and I mean, the dragon ended up going over, like you said, but the fight was very one-sided.
Yeah, just take a look. We just see Aatrox in the back line, just getting stunned up just in a second of time. The only benefit, like I said before, was Viego being able to pick up this dragon. But it's just too little too late. Already fooling 2 of your members. Third one coming in just a second. Great re-engage coming out from the Amumu. And it's a big win from the side of INT Basilisks.
And as we get back into live, it does look like there's a little bit of shenanigans going on in the top side for Ollie and the Vam. They're fighting tooth and nail for it. Warlock is also fighting Ghosty in this bot lane. Just a little bit of a scuffle. No full-on commitments going on from either side. I am Ghosty, just happy to get Warlock off of his face. And I mean, generally, I feel like the game will go into a little bit of a lull for now. It's going to be sights turned towards turrets, sights turned towards this Rift Herald in that top side. But if Ollie and the Vam have their wits about them, I don't think that they can be contesting any of these objectives anytime soon. But what should they be looking for if they want to be able to contest them?
Well, if they want to try and contest them, I still think it's a terrible decision. They need to play on the opposite side of the map from wherever Imp Basilisks are, especially when you have a 0-4 jungler, Olivam, not finding those plays that we wanted him into this early game. And exactly what this MF and this Melio are doing to the bot lane should be happening is trying to get these towers. Talking about towers in this top lane, Aatrox just doesn't care. Just walking this one down.
Yeah, and it might be a result of Ornn not having this Thornmail, but so much healing! The Soraka ult comes out, and Silverback is actually the one who's on the run. Singletracks might be able to chase him down, but won't quite be able to follow him under the turret. Olivem is in this bot side, like we can see now. And it looks like Basilisk, sorry, not Basilisk, Oli and the Vem might have heard you, and so they're trying to apply pressure where Basilisk are not. As you see, Warlock maybe getting dove. He does get CC'd. He won't quite be able to be taken down, and it looks like he's just able to walk his way out of that one for now. A little bit of follow-up from Ghosty won't be quite enough damage, but he will be able to juggle the turret aggro in order for Viego to secure that kill. But they're losing so much on the opposite side.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy coming out from the side of Oli and the Fan, but in the end of this, are going to be able to pick up the tower, are going to be able to pick up the kill onto Warlock. But look at the rest of the map. Look at this mid lane. Already losing mid lane tower again. A big chunk onto the mid lane itself. St. Basilisk still coming out with a big win on the back of this, as we can take a look at the real big difference between both of these teams. 4,000 gold is going to be the differential at 17 minutes. Even all the items, 1.5 items on everyone on the side of Imp Basilisk, and this is mostly important on this Aatrox, who has been bullying this on all game, and now that he's finally finished a little bit of armor pen, having himself the Blade of Dragfar, those side lanes are going to be a huge issue from the side of Oli and the Fan to deal with.
100%. And I mean, when we were talking about the draft in the draft phase, in fact, we talked about the priority maybe going towards the bot lane before we actually saw the full draft. And then we talked about it actually being a situation where junglers are focusing on the mid, junglers are focusing on the top side. And that has entirely shown for Basilisk in where their gold discrepancies are. They are 2,000 gold ahead in almost every lane other than bot and support. So oh, Singletracks, what are you doing? 1v3 in the river. It didn't work out for him. That's interesting.
Not enough healing coming out from his team.
Yeah, not enough, and the bullet time won't quite find a kill, but it does find a disengage for the Viego. And just as I was commending them, they make an interesting play, but a huge flash in from Amumu finds a stun onto the Melio, but he's able to get his way out of that one. Warlock is left in the front line. Can he survive the damage? He's actually able to kill the Viego with help from his Ezreal, and Ornn will fall shortly afterwards. It looks like the Melio will be the next one on the chopping block in this river, and the MF has to flash over the wall to be able to get out of that one. The third dragon will go over to the side of the INT Basilisk.
Yes, Singletracks may have hinted a little bit before the fight even started, but his team coming out with the clutch, able to win themselves that fight. And it's all down to that Amumi finding that great engage, then play front to back the Stroker healing, as we will take a look at the replay to see exactly how this went down. Yeah, just take a look at this Amumu. The flash engage is absolutely beautiful. Making sure to go onto the spot of Melio isn't able to use his ultimate to heal them up. And then the great re-engage. If Viego was able to find a reset here, they would have been able to find that fight. But just too much healing coming out from the Soraka does mean they aren't able to find it. And another banish toss gets them a big kill into this Melio. And from here, able to pick up the dragon on the back of this. And it just feels like the team fights are going all the way of Basilisk. They just feel really clean today.
Yeah, it's not only micro, though. It's also the reality of the wallet, right? They are smacking the Oli and the Vam with their wallets at the moment. The items coming out for Aatrox nearly finishing his second item. Amumu very, very close to finishing his mythic as well. So as these items finally come into completion, Victor getting very, very close as well. I can only imagine that when this Baron fight ends up transpiring, or maybe this next Dragon fight, or whatever fight ends up happening in the next 3 minutes, power spikes for the side of Basilisk are going to be absolutely massive.
You talk about power spikes. Take a look at this as you already hit it. Got himself the Mirror Mana, got himself the Trinity Force to bat, and this is exactly where he wants to be. So it's going to be a huge force in the next team fight if he's able to get that poke to land. The way it's been playing, being 4-0 by himself, most likely will be able to do so. Baron is going to be the only objective up. So like you talked about that low state, we are going to be in that. But great vision coming out from the red team are able to secure most of it around this objective. So they don't don't have too much vision on the side of Ollie and the fam, as a maybe looking for top lane here.
Yeah, he might be, and he should definitely be able to find it if Syndra stays anywhere near where she is, but good vision is on the side of Ollie and the Vam. They're able to spot out that Amumu and diffuse the situation, but it just goes to show how little Ollie and the Vam can actually walk on the map at the moment with their two tier 1 turrets being gone on the top and middle side. It's so hard to move around the map when enemy team still has all of their turrets. It's something that we obviously have talked about so many times in in the existence of League of Legends, right? In the existence of competitive play. It has been so overstated, but Ollie and the Vam looking for something on this top side. Aatrox, no way they can find this kill, right? Single Tracks does end up burning his ultimate, but will it be enough? It is nearly enough. It is enough to kill the Syndra, and it looks like the healing from Soraka will be enough to back him up as well. A 1v2 essentially in this top side. And you know what? Why don't we just use 2 global ults to kind of help out?
That is ridiculous how he's able to win that fight, but now they're finally going to be able to get with the healer themselves.
No, Soraka will end up falling, won't be able to make her way out of that one. But either way, I mean, that's a massive win for your team. Ezreal should be able to E over the wall. He's able to walk away. But massive coming out from Single Tracks in this top side. It looks like the replay will be coming out, but I never would have expected the Dustblade build to be this powerful.
I don't think it's just him by himself. It's the whole entire team with him. The Soraka ultimate coming in clutch. And it really comes down to the damage isn't on the side of Ollie Fam and Azure Berserk. They need to try and burst him out. But how are you meant to do anything? Take a look. Blade of Dragonfire plus the Soraka Hill. He's almost full HP on the back of this.
Wait, hold that. We're on live. It looks like Basilisk were trying for a Baron. They nearly got it, but had to turn away. And 2 members of their team have already fallen. Looks like another one will be soon to follow up as well. Warlock will end up going down to Asbraj in the river, and sights turned towards the Baron for Ollie and the Vam. I'm not sure what happened while we were watching that replay, but it looks like the tables have completely turned.
Basilisk has been a little bit disconnected. Soraka being nowhere near that fight. Remember, used the big ultimate. Same with Single Tracks. So wasn't as strong as they can be. And because of this, weren't able to win the fight. And the Baron will be going over to Ollie and the Vam. And this is going to be huge for them. Because their team fighting near the end is going to be super strong. In the sense of me, in a bit of danger, but having just a little bit too much movement speed means that Ollie and the Vam will not be able to find that stun. Close game.
Out of nowhere, honestly. Like, we were talking about how the fights were going entirely towards the side of Basilisk. We were talking about how they had the game in the bag. They were in the driver's seat. But for some reason, they decided, you know what? We actually called shotgun. We were the ones driving the car, but we did call shotgun. So actually, we're going to flip the game entirely on this Baron. We're going to lose a random team fight. And we didn't even have to, but you know what? Why not? So the game has gotten a lot closer than it needed to be. And these 2 teams, honestly, this team fight is probably as close as the game will get for a long time. If if this fight ends up transpiring, one team will take a huge lead. So it looks like Basilisk are the ones to get here first.
But look at Aatrox on the side lanes trying to
move. Big flash forward, finds a triple stun. And it looks like Milio and MF are finally able to get their way out of that one. But on the opposite side, Syndra was trying to cause some sort of mayhem, but Fenriri is doing so much damage. The Syndra ultimate is enough to actually secure the kill. A 1-for-1 on that side, but on this side, it looks like an Aatrox is dead and in the ground. Mumu soon to follow up, trying to get his way out. Actually finds the kill back onto Orin in the sense of me trying to heal as much as he can. Oh my jeez, Warlock! Absolutely popping off, triple kill. And I'm not sure he'll be able to find this one. So much healing coming out from the sense of me! And it looks like Viego finally realized where that healing was coming from, does secure the kill onto Soraka, will be able to follow up, get a double kill, and secure the fight for the side of Ollie and the Vam.
What a scrappy fight coming out from both teams. There's a reason they were 6-2. There's a reason both of these teams are in the grand finals. No matter how far behind they are, no matter how bad it looks, one of the teams will be able to find the re-engage, will be able to find the win. And the only reason it was so close is because of this Soraka being able to heal so much, but Ollie Van being able to finally get on top of her, because you can just see how close it was. Soraka just a little bit too close. able to pick it up. And on the back of that, that's the third dragon to the side of Ollie and the Vam. And now they're finally going to be in the driver's seat. I would have to say the first time in this game, even though they are still going to be 2k down.
Yeah, they're still 2-1, 2.5. What? They're still down in gold.
2-1. Yeah, they're down.
And they're down in kills as well. But it does look like, well,
they're up in players at least.
We did say that we have a tendency to say things and then the opposite happens, and I think that might have been what just occurred.
Okay, we need to try side then. So you say a team will win, I'll say the other team will win, so we can't curse them, right?
Wait, but then it's just going to be like a 58-minute game and never end. There's no winning. There's no winning.
Maybe you'll get a world record.
But either way, Soul Point, I mean, that's massive for the side of Ollie and the Vam. They are nearly at Infernal Dragon Soul, which is such an impactful Dragon Soul to have. And I feel like at that point, you can't possibly lose the team fights that we're talking about, especially if they're in a situation where they are leading, right? When they're in a situation where they are the ones pushing the tempo of the game, which is what we expected to be happening right now. But obviously a death from Syndra did kind of put that in the back seat for now. But as objectives end up spawning in about 2-3 minutes time, I think sights turn towards this Baron, then they turn back towards that Dragon, and that Dragon could honestly be kind of a game decider.
I definitely agree with you. I think in 3 minutes time is going to be the major fight for both of these teams, and it's really going to come down to who has the items, who has the strength of these fights. As Honor will finally hit that level 15 mark, will be able to start upgrading people's items. And it feels like the side of Basilisk, even though they have a good team fight, they just don't have the amount of damage they kind of need just yet. This this Jungle of Warlock has actually got himself to those 3 items. So it is going to be a little bit stronger. Ollie Vam in a bit of danger. Will be able to get him out to safety.
Sense of me? Surely he's able to get out of this one. But there's so much pressure coming out from the side of Ollie and the Vam. Warlock is the target, and he will be taken. Not? All right, he does end up falling finally. And it looks like Ollie Vam trying to find something else won't quite be able to sniff it out. But a kill onto the enemy mid laner is definitely enough to alleviate quite a bit of pressure.
No Baron, no Dragon up and available before he resets, so nothing will be coming of this.
And single tracks, you have to walk out of this one, surely, but Amumu is looking for a re-engage. So many members of Ollie and the Vam on the run, and Viego won't be able to run from that one. So much damage coming out. Amumu is able to find the CC. Ornn ends up falling. Ezreal eating forward. Sense of me getting dove by MF, and it looks like a flash over the wall. Fenriri won't be able to find enough follow-up damage just yet. He does end up killing the Syndra for a triple kill. He shouldn't possibly be able to find the Penta, but he does end up getting out of that one with a 3-for-3. A 4-for-3 in the end. Never mind. We actually decided to stick around, and the ace does end up getting picked up by Ollie and the Vam.
Yeah, teleports coming out from Warlock. We'll be able to clear this wave, so no tower from this. As you could just see how close both of these teams truly are. Inch for inch, player by player. Everybody is fighting to get these wins, as we can see exactly what happened in this last team fight. It all really comes down to the re-engage from this Amumu. Able to hit 4. Melio ulted the way back out. You think, okay, blue side, they've won this, they've got this, but Ezreal getting himself over this wall, exhausted the Syndra instantly, and then flashing over yet again. And because Melio and the AD carry are just a little bit too far behind, he is going to be able to pick up a triple kill and save his team from a devastating loss in that fight. Yeah,
and it's actually really funny to state that Ezreal was the one who did so much damage in that team fight when we were talking about how maybe INT Basilisk were going to be lacking damage, how maybe Victor being the sole damage dealer... Oh, surely Ollie Vam just walks out of this one, but we were talking about how Victor being dead and also being kind of the sole damage dealer for the side of INT Basilisk was going to impact maybe the team fight, but Fenriri making sure that we were shut up immediately and saying, you know what, guys, I am the damage dealer, and he's definitely earning his spot in this team. But we'll have to see how this next team fight plays out, because Warlock is a monster if he's able to be kept alive for at least the beginning of the team fight.
Yeah, last major fight coming out, as this is going to be the last dragon of the game. If the side of Ollie and the Vam are going to be able to pick this up. This is the first time this whole entire game they have got themselves a gold lead. Good vision on the side of the Basilisk, going to be in a great position. Having to walk into an Amumu is something you do not want, so Ollie and the Vam have decided instead.
He gets flashed on by Olivam, but Olivam has to ultimate and flash out of that one. And it looks like he's actually going to be the target. Goes into stasis. The Ornn ultimate does come out, but it's not enough. Diego ends up falling, and Ornn is next. The bullet time does do quite a bit of damage, but a re-engage from Amumu once again. Fenrir is finding the damage over the wall. It looks like Silver will end up falling just right before the objectives are up. Ghosty is on the run. Singletrax is getting healed, but he does end up falling. The Syndra in the bush doing so much damage. The double kill for the MF. The flash out for a little bit of pizzazz. Ghosty looking for a re-engage. So much movement speed, but Ezreal's able to kite out. Amumu's here getting so much CC down, but will Ezreal be able to take this fight? It's AD versus AD, and it looks like Fenrir will come out on top. It's a 3-for-3 in the end. 2 people on either team running away, and with their tails tucked between their legs, it does look like the Basilisk will end up losing out on that objective fight. And Ollie and the Vam moving towards that Infernal Dragon.
I don't think they're losing. I think they are getting dominated by the bot side of Ollie and the Fam, being able to clean up a 4 versus 5, as we will be having a replay coming through of what exactly happened, but we do need to be careful. We do also have Dragon coming up very shortly, as teleports are going to be coming out from both of those teams. As yeah, you could just take a look at I'm Ghosty going in, being able to try and flash forward to get onto Fenrir, but it's just too little too late. Too much healing from Soroka, as we do have a fight for this Dragon.
Yeah, we get into live, and Aatrox is already dead. Silverback does bring down the call of the Ornn Horn. Amun is knocked up. Amumu is CC'd to oblivion, but he does end up finding some of his own, as is going to be able to secure that kill with the Ornn. And it looks like Ollie and the Vam able to secure the Infernal Dragon's soul.
Yeah, this is going to be really big for them. Remember those fights we closed before?
Okay.
Oh, we're fine. It's okay. It's an intense game. Ezreal stealing that would have made it even more intense. But this does mean Ollie and the Vam are going to be in a very strong position. Remember, Amumu's down. Singletrax is down as well. So 3 versus 5. No smite available. Should mean Ollie and the Vam have this ban for free. Have the Dragon, the the Infernal Soul to their name. So going to be super powerful, as high on Ghosty's burst damage is going to be absolutely astronomical in these next fights. When he hammered 4.5 items to his name, probably complete his 5th now. Yeah, take a look. That is a 4 build AD carry in only 33 minutes.
Yeah, and something we didn't even know earlier on, when I look at the side of Ollie and the Vam, I see a wall of level 17s. The XP lead is absolutely enormous for the side of Ollie and the Vam. The jungle has a 2 level lead. The ADC role has a 3-level lead. I don't know what's going on my screen. The support even has a 2-level lead. I don't know what's happening, but Ollie and the Vam, like, that is an insurmountable amount of XP. I don't know how INT Basilisk have been able to hold up for as long as they have, honestly, with an XP lead this big. We'll have to see, obviously, how the next team fight plays out, but that's something that, especially towards these stages of the game, in the team fights, it makes such a difference.
Yeah, completely, because they don't have those level 16 ultimates. As a meme, you do not want to be there.
Well, he got deleted. I didn't even get to see how the damage came through, but Amu did end up falling in his own jungle. And, I mean, the pressure is just, it's being shown to us on our screens right now. It's now a 5v4. All members of Ollie and the Vam grouped in this mid lane. They want to be able to secure this turret. They want to knock on the base of the Basilisks, and it looks like they'll be able to do so for free. Ollie Vam looking for something, and once again, Warlock gets taken so low in the front lines of these fights. It just doesn't look like there's enough frontline and peel in these team fights for Warlock when he's walking up, but maybe it's just a couple of missteps from him. But every single time, I swear, I've just found Ollie Vam getting a CC ability onto Warlock. Warlock has to flash away or loses half his HP, and then the team fight just goes so disjointed.
Yeah, because when you take a look at what the Bastards really want to do, they want to try and play this front to back as...
Singletrax is really low. He does end up just dropping. I don't know where you can go if you can't go between your own 2 turrets. He's so sad that he ended up falling there, but it does look like Fenrir won't be able to find any follow-up, and not a 1-for-1, a 1-for-none yet again. And it's just kind of been the story of the last few minutes.
Yeah, completely agreed with you there. And it just feels like the side of the Bastards, they want to play this front to back. They want to give space for their Victor and their Ezreal to really start being able to deal damage and having Soroka help heal their front line. But now that the side of Ollie and the Vam are just so far ahead, they're able to burst you out. Even something like this Amumu can't tank for too much longer. I mean, that Warlock and this Ezreal just aren't able to do the damage. Feels like Soroka hasn't been able to do as much healing as she truly wants to, as they are just running away with this game. Still had Baron to their name, trying to hit farm up just a little bit more. I feel like the only opportunity for the Bastards to get back into this game is maybe by getting themselves an Elder.
Yeah, it's honestly just such a tough position to be in. It's even hard to keep up hope when you're in these positions, even especially when you're the one playing the game. Like if I'm in solo queue, half of my teammates have already given up. If I'm in a 5v5 competitive situation, sometimes three
damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage.
It's just not fair.
Oh, MF actually just gonna be able to take that turret for free, and it looks like Ollie and the Vam knocking on the base once more. We'll be looking for this inhibitor. I'm not sure they'll be able to find it quite yet, but so much damage from these auto attacks does mean that they secure it, and they only have one inhibitor left standing in their base. Like you were mentioning, neutral objectives do become kind of the target. Hail Mary Elder Dragon fights, but when your teammates are dead, when your inhibitors are dead, I'm not sure how you fight them.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to do, especially when your top lane, who was one of your strongest suits, has already been taken out. As they are going to be looking for a little bit of an engage. Ornhorn, at least not getting used to it, gives a little bit of time from the side of the Bastards to try and clear their wave as much as possible. But it's just only a matter of time before this inhibitor gets taken.
And we were talking about the draft, and we were talking about the ADC picks going out between these two teams, and how MF might be an interesting one. Obviously, it's to take it away from the Amumu MF synergy, but it's absolutely been a monster pick in this game. 12, 2, and 9 is Ghosty. I mean, absolutely insane. 100 CS up on his mid laner, on the enemy ADC. I don't know if it's just him making MF look good or if Ghosty's just popping off, but there's another fight in the base of the Basilisk. Amumu has to flash out. The bullet time comes down. Tons of damage onto Amumu. He ends up falling. MF picks up 2 kills, a double in the base of the Basilisk. He will take down a turret, maybe secure a double kill onto the turrets as well. And as sights turn towards this Nexus, it does look like Ollie and the Vam will be securing Game 1 of the Best of 5 series in the grand finals of Season 6 of CWL.
What a comeback coming out from the side of Ollie and the Fam. 25 minutes in, it was all the Basilisk, but one big team fight around this bag completely changed everything. So they were able to get enough damage on Hayam Ghost to being able to carry just a few fights near the end, able to come in absolutely clutch. And with how this game went, and I think this series is going to be so close, I feel there's a chance we might even go to Game 5 with how both these teams have been playing that first game.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be surprised. I mean, just the sheer length of that game. I've seen so many 20-minute games lately, so many 23, 24, just early ending games because one team was super dominant, and that was far from it. I believe it was at least a 40-minute game, right? It was 37 minutes and 49 seconds. That is definitely just a telltale sign right then and there that this game was close. But even if you're not looking at the time, looking at just how long it took one team to close out, we talked about it so much in the game. Basilisk taking over in the early game, absolutely, like, the game was theirs. The game was theirs. They 100%. Just had to walk out of the store. They already purchased the bag. They just had to walk out of the bag or walk out with the bag, but they proceeded to fumble it. And really well played stuff from Ollie and the Vam towards the later stages. It just meant that it doesn't matter how the early game plays out between these two teams. They are so close that these team fights can be flipped on their head just from pure skill expression alone.
Yeah, well, remember, both of these teams did go 2-1 in their last series. So a comeback is kind of common for both of these teams to go through, as they usually lose their first game to win the whole entire series. However, this is a best of 5, so it will be maybe slightly different, as the rest of them have only been best of 3s.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to wait and see. Hopefully, it doesn't work out that way. Hopefully, it's not a 1 win for the side of Ollie and the Vam, and then just 3 wins in a row for Basilisk. At least for the narrative's sake, but obviously, we'll have to see how that plays out after we come back from a short break, and we'll see you guys all in Game 2. Hello, everybody. I am Drake. I'm joined once again by Zapdos. We're here with Game 2 of this Best of 5 series. That was an absolute banger. It was really sick. Honestly, I couldn't have told you at any stage of the game who was going to win. And you know what? That's exactly what we want to see when we see peak League of Legends.
Peak Clan Fiesta, CWL. Somewhere in between is where I would class that game. But what a grand finals it is. What enjoyment. Who wants to watch the LEC? Who wants to watch the NLC when you can watch OLI in the Van versus Int Basilisk, where both teams have had interesting drafts, interesting gameplays, but most importantly, interesting games. As we will be caring ourselves. Well, do you know what's more interesting? Probably their teleports. As we quickly take a look back in our minds to Ornn. It's okay. Silverback. Hopefully we'll have some better teleports here today. But all jokes aside, super excited to get ourselves into next game, into next draft pretty shortly. Because I feel like both teams need to change a little bit up their kind of game styles. Because the way that OLI and the BAM have been playing, been very early game focused. Loving that Syndra getting paired up with the Viego to try and burst people out. Compared to the Basilisk, which do want to go for that more enchantery, stay defensive look. And I feel like some optimizations that maybe they could do is putting in a Braum instead of Soroka to allow themselves to have that big unstoppable will, having that big shield to keep themselves a little bit safer. And OLI and the VAM maybe replacing that Syndra with something like Lissandra, which can get paired up a little bit easier with their Viegos. Then they can have that heavy CC and they can much easier try and find that first engage.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be some developments. And I mean, when we're speaking about developments, obviously it does matter a little bit, especially when we're watching the CWL champion pool. And I think that maybe an issue that Basilisk might find themselves in throughout this draft and just throughout the series in general would definitely be the sense of me being more of an enchanter-based player. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they don't end up going to pick up that Braum and we've seen them lean more towards Recon, more towards Rel, so maybe we see some of that stuff coming out. But ideal drafts aren't necessarily going to happen in CWL all the time because some players just can't play certain things, and that's just the reality of the games that we're watching, the quality of League of Legends, which honestly I love because it creates a very different atmosphere from what you're expecting. But speaking of changes and speaking of developments between these two teams throughout the series, something that isn't changing, something that isn't developing, is that Basilisk will be on red side once again.
Yeah, deciding to actually get themselves instead of the first pick, getting the second pick, meaning that they have quite a few art into what the enemy team does, because what they picked last time was the Amumu getting themselves the Aatrox as well, which is going to be a lot of damage on their side and a lot of healing. And it feels like the side of the Basilisk absolutely love having a champion that is able to heal up and be able to play together. But I feel like the biggest issue for both these teams are the amount of mistakes that were made in this first game, the amount of picks that both teams were able to make. So we're going to have to see. They are going to be able to show it up a little bit, because even if I was in the grand finals, I would be a little bit nervous myself.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, most people are. It doesn't matter whether you're on the grand finals of LEC, whether you're in the grand finals of, like what we're talking about, CWL. I mean, you're going to be nervous because of just the stakes that you're dealing with. The reality of, if you lose 3 games, just 3 League of Legends games, if you play 60 minutes worth of League and you just don't do well, your entire season is worth nothing, or at least a significant amount less. And so it's definitely a very important day for both these two teams, and a lot riding on their shoulders as we see Maokai and Rise banned once again. So far, exactly the same as we've seen. I'm curious if Basilisk will bring out some respect bans, stuff like maybe that MF, or some other things that maybe they don't want to deal with when they get towards that third ban.
Well, it seems like a salty run back for both of the teams, as it feels like everything that both the Basilisk and OLI and the Van picked up weren't actually going to be too difficult, but we do actually see the MF ban away. Means OLI and the Van do need to get a new AD carry coming out, as they are going to be picking up the Rel, a very big flex pick from their side, going to be able to go towards the jungle or the bot lane whenever they want to, while on the opposite side of Basilisk have gone for a big disengaged comp yet again, going for the Syndra to get themselves a little bit of burst damage, but most importantly having that scatter of the weak, which will allow this area to open up a little bit more. Remember, support still haven't been picked up for both teams just yet, so most likely going to be a Lulu, which allows maybe something like this Cobalt to survive just a little bit longer. But knowing OLI in the Van and knowing how much they'd like to have this big damage, they have decided to go for the Kai'Sa instead.
And Azir is hovered. It's a pretty standard pick at the moment, and it looks like it will end up getting locked in by Asbreak. And I mean, huge pivots. We see the Braum as well, something that you mentioned specifically. They are in our columns. They were like, okay, you said Braum, we're going to pick Braum. Like, I was doubting champion pool. I guess I'm just being silenced immediately. Sensimi does pick up that Braum in the bot lane, and already we see so much development and so much difference between this draft and the last one. Syndra taken away, Zeri picked up, Kai'Sa, like you said. Looks like the same focus will be coming out of both teams in the second phase of bans. Taking out that Ornn is the side of Basilisk. I think that's a good shout. I think Ornn was kind of a problem in that game, besides obviously for his team when he burned those TPs. But definitely in the team fights causing quite a bit of mischief. So Akali being hovered, I don't know what we're going to see, honestly.
Yeah, I think Akali is just trying to hide what they're actually going to pick. And you talked about the Ornn ban. They do have something like this Braum that does have the shield to stop the Ornn Horn from being big and strong. So, bit of a weird ban, at least personally for me, as OLI and the Van have picked up their last 2 champions, going to actually steal away the Aatrox and pick up the Melio for themselves, which does mean that this Rel will be slotted in towards the jungle pick, as we finally see the Gangplank in the top lane, going to be picked up for single tracks, as both top laners absolutely love this pick. So we're going to have to see if he is going to be able to compete against this Aatrox, who should have a little bit of fun in this early game. But Jake, out of both team comps, very interesting.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. We see a lot of confidence coming out from either side, and I love to see it. I mean, we picked the Amumu. We doubled down with Amunaj in the jungle role for the side of Basilisk, picking that Amumu. It definitely popped off last game. It did its job. I think with champions like Zeri, with champions like Syndra and Gangplank that need a little bit of setup, it's definitely a welcome addition to their roster. And like you said, some developments as well, picking up that Braum. We're definitely going to see a very different Basilisk in the execution of these team fights in comparison to the way that they executed the last ones. So hopefully it ends up playing out well and we see us move on to a 1-1 scoreline. But I mean, looking towards the side of Ollie and the Vam. I definitely see some scary stuff over there. I wouldn't want to count them out anywhere near soon. Rel is an absolute monster in the jungle. People underrated her for so long, and now that she's become meta, it just hasn't changed. She's absolutely broken. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I do have to say that this game feels really difficult for Aatrox to play because we saw how powerful it was in the last game and it was able to get on top of him. But you have Syndra, Scav the Wait, which was so useful to stop him. Now on top of having a Mumu and a Braum, and even having something like a Gangplank that can just eat his orange to get rid of your CC. So it's going to be really difficult. While on the opposite side for Ollie, at least they do have the Azir, do have that Kai'Sa to try and keep the range up. But for overall, I think Basilisk have a much better comp, especially with the amount of burst damage there, especially the amount of team play they can have. The only thing I think would have been better for Basilisk is going to be maybe an MF as the AD carry. Of course, it was banned away, so Zeri will be slotted in instead. But still, I think their team fight is going to be absolutely insane, which means Ollie and the band do need to try and play around these side lanes if possible, because I don't think they're ever going to be winning these team fights.
It's hard to say, because there's a lot of factors to keep in mind, right? I mean, the reality is neither of these teams have played perfectly in the games that we watched. So there's the reality of if a small misstep comes out from the side of Basilisk, if they group up unintentionally to an extent that's obviously going to hurt them, you have a situation where Azir is able to scoop them all up. Rel's able to follow up onto that. Aatrox is able to press Q once and it hits 5 members. Like there's a reality where this team fight goes absolutely awry for the side of Basilisk, and Ollie and the Vam are able to capitalize upon each other and really synergize well. But it is going to be a little bit hard. The execution is not going to be easy, and that's something that we look at a lot when it comes to drafts between teams in the CWL and in lower divisions than obviously LEC level. Its ease of execution is king, so obviously we'll have to see how it all plays out. We will be going to a short break in order to get everything aligned up, but do you have any last thoughts before we go into the break, right before we hit the Rift Zapdos?
Well, I think it's going to be majorly important for both of these teams to be looking down towards the spot side. Are we going to be able to see this Milio and Kai'Sa with the Rel in the jungle, be able to find those early engages, find those early ganks that Ollie and the Van truly need to become? Because the longer this game goes, I feel like the Basilisk, like last game, are going to be running away with it.
Yeah, that definitely is going to be the case. If it does end up happening, we'll be seeing how that all plays out in Game 2 in just a short moment. Don't you guys go anywhere. Hello, everybody. My name is Drake, and I'm joined by Zapdos. We're back with the CWL Season 6, Game 2 of this Best of 5 series between Ollie and the Vam, who is on the left side, and the INT Basilisk, who are on the right. Zapdos, do you see anything crazy going on with the runes or summoners before these two teams end up scuffling right in front of our eyes?
Everything seems pretty normal to me. Nothing out and strange just yet. However, knowing both of these teams, something's going to go right. Something is going to be going wrong, as the first game was actually picked up by the Basilisk, coming back from quite a significant gold deficit. So we're going to have to see if there will be a different change in that, as both teams are just going to go for a 5-point. Nothing too strange just yet.
Yeah, nothing quite. And I'm actually more interested to see how the junglers end up playing out this game. I mean, the junglers counter pathed. They pathed away from each other in the game before, and we had a little bit of an invade situation from the Viego from Ollie Vam on the side of Ollie and the Vam. And they also had follow-up from Asbreak. So I'm curious if that's how it's going to play out again, or if there's going to be something different up their sleeves, because it seems like they have a Moo's number when it comes to his early game pathing.
Yeah, it really does feel like they understand where it's going to go, and it's mostly because of the warning that was done by the side of Ollie and the Van being able to figure out exactly where he wants to be. As it does look like Amumi does want to go for a 6-camp clear, wants to try and get as fast as possible towards that level 6. As compared to the Rail, which does want to try and find these early ganks themselves, as she has started towards this bot side, is seeming to go for a 3-camp clear and maybe even looking towards this bot side. However, how this laning phase is going so far in this bot lane, I'm not expecting her to be able to really find these ganks.
Yeah, I mean, double ranged bot lane matchup into ranged melee, you're 100% going to shove, right? And especially at this level of play. So it should have been expected, but maybe there's going to be some sort of invade situation coming out of Olivem, or just really counterintuitive pathing. We'll have to see. Maybe it was actually all right. Here is the big brain plan. Okay, they expected a Mumu to path directly bot lane, gank level 3, and they wanted Rel to be there to counter. So since Amumu didn't go, now he's perfectly fine with, okay, my bot lane's safe. Now we know they're 100% safe. I'm going to go back towards that top side and clear. But overall, a pretty standard game in the early game so far. No crazy fights. No, as I talk about that, some interesting engages coming out from Asbreak in the mid lane. But I assume that's just to try and deny a little bit of XP and CS. But generally, pretty safe stuff coming out from either side.
Yeah, completely. The only benefit they did have is you talked about how Rel in that bot lane tried to go for maybe tried to go for the counter gank. Now, because of that, it's actually going to be a full camp slower than this Amumu, so he's going to have a little bit more of a time and going to have to see if he's able to do anything with this. However, most likely not, as his bot lane will be able to push out quite safely, especially if this Braum is able to negate a lot of the poke damage that this Kai'Sa tries to do.
And just the difference between these two base champions, right? If we're looking at HP on a Mumu, Bro is on less than a third of his health right now. Did just get a little bit more from hitting level 4 as well as killing that Gromp. And Rel's on full health and nearly caught up in the clear time. Like, the two champions are just not matched in the jungle right now. Amumu is such a better support than he is a jungler at the moment. And looks like Aminaj will end up getting punished for that slightly in his clear speed. But both junglers now completing their clear at the exact same time, which is so impressive, considering. We'll have to see how they make an impact as they move forward. Amumu starting to sneak into this lane. It doesn't look like he's been spotted out. No
he hasn't. He's perfectly fine.
Oh, and it looks like he'll be here for a counter. Carry is going to get CC'd, and he will get taken very low. A flash forward from the ADC does mean Fenrir will end up picking up the first blood of the game. The sense of me able to disengage. The wave should be able to get shoved in. And it looks like Amumu will be coming out on top for his team in this early game.
Yeah, great gank coming out from him. Could even maybe relook, as Ghosty's wave is just absolutely dreadful. I've decided to go towards this mid lane. Teleport already been expended by Azabrag, so if they're able to find a gank onto him, it's going to be huge, as I'm Ghosty. Be of danger.
Ghosty? It was definitely a Skylar. I'm not in danger, I am the danger situation, but it looks like that might be happening on the top side as well, as Single Tracks is the target of the side of Ollie and the Vam. Ollie Van did have to flash out of the turret range. He will get taken low. He ends up getting killed by Gangplank, and it ends up being a 1-for-1, 2 flashes expended. And once again, Basilisk coming out on top.
Yeah, take a look. Amumu's trying to look for this. Remember, Zeri's very low. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, difficult enough that he wasn't able to do anything. It looks like he just had to walk away. And it's 2 for 2 across the map. First blood did go towards the side of the Basilisk, but the gold is still in the lead for the side of Ollie and the Vam.
Yeah, really bad from the side of Ollie. Oh, sorry, really good from the side of Ollie and the Fab being able to get quite a bit of a gold lead, especially towards his top lane, being able to hit that dive. It feels like we're seeing the difference between both of these teams as the side of Ollie and the Van want to focus around this top lane compared to the Bastards, which love to play for this bot lane.
And it looks like it's paying off for now. I mean, the CS lead is absolutely massive for the Aatrox in this top lane matchup. And despite obviously 2 flashes being burnt for the cost of 1 and only a 1-for-1 happening in that top side, the CS tells an entirely different story. And we'll have to see if that does end up coming out on with Ollie and the Vam on top. Oh my gosh, flash forward from Azir. It doesn't look like he'll be able to find the follow-up damage. The Streamer Shuffle slightly wide because of the flash from Warlock, but quite a bit of aggression coming out from either of these mid laners.
Yeah, but flash for flash does mean that Syndra's going to be in a lot of danger from this Amumu, who's so close to ticking over towards that level 6 mark. When that's going to be coming through, there is a possibility to try and look for that gang, because Warlock is going to be trying to push this out. Remember, both have already used their teleport, except for Warlock, so it's going to be really good they are able to finish this out. Dragon is also available for both teams, so we do actually see Silverback roaming towards this mid lane, maybe even looking towards the Syndra. However, a good reset time for her does mean that she will be safe.
And it was a good roam from Silver to be able to move towards that mid lane, get the Syndra forced to back away, and that does mean that Asbreak is able to shove in the wave safely, because if Syndra does move a little bit far forward, Aatrox is there to follow up. But speaking of follow-up, Ghosty is CC'd, and a lot of follow-up coming out from Braum and the Amunage does mean that it will be a dead Kaisa on our screens. And the Gangplank ultimate just to boot does mean that a dragon should be secured for the side of INT Basilisks.
And we're seeing the power of this team comp of when they do have all of their ultimates up and available, using a great Gangplank ultimate, their ultimate of the Ganon Barrage, being able to just slow them down enough. And Olifam on this top lane isn't even able to look for a dive, so a big win coming out from them, picking up their first dragon of the game, picking up a little bit of a gold lead of only 300. But when we see where it is, two kills over towards Zeri, this bot lane is in an unfair state.
Yeah, and I mean, a little bit of an ode to game 1 when we're looking at the dragon situation. First dragon last game was also a cloud dragon, but it did end up going towards the side of Ollie and the Vam, so a little bit different this time. Looks like Azir is actually CC'd to Oblivion, and he'll just get deleted. Warlock getting a kill onto the enemy mid laner. Obviously, a little bit of follow-up contributing towards that kill from the Amumu, but really good of Syndra to be able to pick up that kill.
Being able to pick up the kill on the back of that. And then we see the true power of Syndra and Amumu getting paired together, what they can actually do. Even with the Amumu ultimate, not even getting expended into that mid lane, having that amount of damage. And talking about people with damage, even though this Kaisa has only got 1 kill compared to this Zeri, the amount of burst damage she really does have is super strong, especially with the Cozy Campfire coming out from Carry 1, who is able just to push that damage even further.
100%, the range advantage is absolutely massive for Kaisa in this lane, especially considering that Zeri is one of the lower ranged ADCs in the game and can't auto attack through minions. You know, just like include anything when it comes to range, and Zeri is not a winner. But it does look like the mid lane is even, the bot lane relatively even, despite that kill, like you said, being in Zeri's back pocket. Overall, I would say even the map is even for now. And as sights turn towards that Rift Herald, we'll have to see which team ends up securing it. But it does look like Ollie and the Vam will be the ones to turn towards it. And Raw might even pick it up all on her lonesome.
Yeah, going to be completely fine, as Archshark is going to be in the mid lane, trying to just keep that priority that the team needs. However, this Amumu in bot lane yet again does have to flash.
Ooh, barely able to get out of that one. They did have to burn the flash carry wing, but secured his safety, and Amunaj wasn't able to follow up. A little bit of a trade in the top side as well, as re-engaged from Olivam is there. I'm not sure why the Rel ultimate came out, but maybe just to shove in that wave. Mid lane, Azir just dies. Syndra doing Syndra things, and Warlock definitely being a little bit of a warmongerer in this game.
Yeah, big win from the solo laners of the Basilisk. Able to stop the dive in the top lane, even trying to get the kill himself, but getting the ultimate as well. Out from Olivam, so really well played from single tracks. And compared to the mid lane of Warlock, being able to get the solo kill as well. What a great play. However, we do see Amumu though again warded up towards the bot side. So Hiram, Ghost, and Carry One do need to try and be concerned of a dive, especially when Amumu has the ultimate up.
Ultimate coming out from Fenririri, he shouldn't be able to find any sort of follow-up, so maybe a little bit too preemptive, but there is follow-up from Aminaj now, as both members of the side of the enemy bot lane get CC'd. Ghosti tries to find damage, he will find the kill onto 2 members of the enemy team, and it's a double for double, but looking in this top side, it will be another kill going towards the side of Basilisk, but will they fall in the end? Silverback doesn't quite find enough damage to follow up, and the flash out from Single Tracks does mean he's out. What an exchange. It doesn't look like anything happened in the mid lane just yet, but we can't quite close down the tension ever. Like, honestly, these two teams are just fighting left and right, back and forth, punch for punch, blow for blow. I can't close my eyes for a second or else I'll fall behind.
I was about to say, I don't think we need a Color Castle for this game, as it is just constant fighting 24/7. And talking about fighting, top lane Silverback needs to be careful a one or more shot to the face, and he is going to be taken out. It's mid lane.
No way, we're fighting again. Azir, surely you just walk away, yeah? Warlock? Playing with fire is these two teams for the past 11 minutes and 20 seconds, I swear. I haven't had a break. I've just been trying to keep up with what they're doing. I can't keep up with the mind states, much less what they're thinking, but at least I can keep up with the action for now, as the next dragon is spawning in just 50 seconds time. It will be an ocean dragon, and you have to assume that both teams will be looking towards securing it in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, got to be able to pick up at least a few tower plates into the bot lane. I am Ghostly doing super well of how much pressure that they've truly been under. As it feels like both teams, even though they're playing for certain lanes, the other laners are still doing very well. 2-1 on this mid laner, having it onto such a strong champion of the gameplay compared to bot lane. Kaiser, even though they've been constantly getting tower though, still already has 3 kills to their name. Already got their first item complete and really just holding up.
Oh, watch Syndra items. Is it going to ding in? 3, 2. Okay. Syndra's massive. Warlock in this next team fight with that Luden's Tempest is going to be absolutely astronomical. And it looks like they're going to move towards that river immediately as the dragon is spawning. Rel is in the river. She is under a little bit of pressure. Olivem is CC'd. Will he be able to get out? Amumu's trying to get the follow-up. We look towards topside for some reason with the directed camera, but Rel is able to secure her safety in that one. Looking towards the top side, Aatrox will end up getting that kill onto Gangplank, and it looks like Olivem winning in the top side, but losing out a little bit in this bottom side when it comes to pressure.
Yeah, going to actually get a shutdown of themselves, and because of this Aatrox being able to pick up the kill, the only person with teleport, the side of Basilisk, need to be super careful. Oh,
the Shrima Shuffle does secure a little bit of safety in the mid lane, but this power spike for Syndra is not something to be scoffed at. She's full HP now. Azir has to reset, no TP available, and that does probably mean that the neutral objective will just go towards the side of the INT Basilisks. Securing their second dragon in a row, it's looking good for now.
Yeah, looking really good. Second dragon, of course, going to be the Ocean Soul to be really useful on the Amumu and the Braum for the extra healing, for the extra tankiness to try and stop the big engages that the side of Ollie and Ollie and the Van want to try and do. But when we take away the golds actually allocated, it's still looking very good for the Basilisk side. 2-0 onto this Syndra, 4-0 onto this Kai's already got themselves to the 1.5 item marks, even has the boots up and available. There's a big opportunity for this AD carry to try and take over the game.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a scuffle in this top side. However, as Single Tracks is finding himself in a little bit of a situation, Silverback and Olivem going down onto the gangplank. The pirate surely won't be able to find his way out of this one. He has no more oranges left in the tank, and he ends up falling. Silverback does get onto that killing spree. And just as you were talking about mountains of gold, mountains have also risen. And the Mountain Soul is going to be the next target for either of these two teams. 2 dragons off is the side of INT Basilisk. And the gold lead as well, like you were mentioning, is absolutely massive for them. But we'll have to see if it will play out in their favor, or if Ollie and the Vam have actually been focusing on the right lane. Because if they've been focusing on top lane this much, surely they have a plan. And if it does end up paying off, we could see an entirely different situation happen when this next dragon spawns.
Yeah, got to be able to stop that if they're able to, because I feel like now the side of Into the Van have got themselves in a bit of a dire situation, having to 100% contest next fights against the Zeri that should be close to those 2 item marks. This would be super difficult, especially with a mid laner of Azir that does want to scale to those 3 items.
Yeah, the pressure's definitely on, and it does look like Basilisk are the ones willingly pushing the pressure. And as we talk about pressure and pushing the pace of the game, Amumu is onto this Rift Herald, and it doesn't look like Ollie and the Vam are going to be able to contest it whatsoever. So we were just talking about it, but this is just proving our point even further in front of our faces, that Ollie and the Vam are not quite able to contest things for a little while. And we'll have to see, obviously, how long that goes on for, as maybe another misstep coming out from single tracks. It's a 2v1 in the bot lane, but the minions are on his side. Will he be able to play it out? He does end up walking near his turret, and in this top side, Aatrox is actually the one who's under threat, and it ends up being the top laner for Ollie and the Vam who falls, just as you thought that Gangplank was the one in danger.
Gangplank is going to be in danger, is actually not going to be taken out just yet, but is in a whole load of trouble. But Ollie and the Vam taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out onto Ollie Vam. A huge engage from I Am Ghosty does end up saying hi to that pirate, gets the kill secured, but Zeri gets a kill in the mid lane. Shelly is trying to secure 2 turrets in this top side, and it just looks like it's coming out all on top for Basilisk at the moment.
Yeah, it just feels like it's Ghosty against the world being so huge in that last team fight, being pivotal in being able to pick up single tracks, and even in the last game, able to be the main reason that the team was able to pick up the win. And he has to do a lot in this next team fight. That is going to be a 5-0 Zeri to deal with, and of course losing 1 tower, no 2 towers in that last play for them, as the gold lead has ballooned itself to around about 3k to the side of the Basilisks.
Yeah, I definitely hope that Ghosty has been doing a lot of deadlifts in the gym, because he definitely has to put his entire team on his back at the moment. But not only talking about Ghosty and putting his team on his back, we have the Silverback in front of our eyes as well. Aatrox going to be playing a large role in these team fights as well. 3-1, does have the Dustblade completed. Moving on to that second item, it might be an Edge of Night. I'm not sure what he's building into, but this Aatrox definitely going to be a large part of the next team fight as well. And I think that's who we got to keep our eyes on until this year has those 3 items like you were talking about, which is a long while away. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for them to do this. Now, Dragon will be spawning in the next 50 seconds. This should be a major opportunity from the Bastards to push their lead further and further. Like you said before, it is going to be that Mountain Soul, as they are going to be boarding up on the side of In the Van, trying to get themselves a little bit ahead of this pace. And they need to find a big fight. They need to find a big engage to make this happen.
They definitely do, and it looks like Silverback is looking for something in the river. Both mid laners towards that top side, they have TPs available, so they will be able to make it to the fight if they need to. Gangplank also has TP available, so any of the members not in this river are able to move. Olivam is looking for something, has to disengage. An ultimate forward from Silverback does mean a lot of damage is coming down onto this Braum. Amu is in a weird situation in this team fight. He does end up finding the CC back onto the Aatrox, and Olivam is gonna get deleted. The Sense of Me barely ends up falling as well, but it's a 3v4 in this river as finds a huge stream of shuffle, but it's not enough for now. Amu barely gets taken down, but Ghosty is not able to find quite enough damage to delete him instantly, and it will end up being a 2-for-4 in the favor of the INT Basilisk.
And this is huge for them, especially when the kills go over. 2 on the Gangplank, 1 over to the Zeri, and those 2 items, there's just no way that Ollie and the Van were coming anywhere close to winning that fight, as only 1 was able to scurry away. As we will be taking a look at exactly what went wrong for that fight. Just take a look at Zeri being able to just open up in this fight, being able to just be able to deal just so much damage with Amumu just in that front line. Try and find that re-engagement rail, but you're just too little too late. And Hi, I'm Ghosty tried to do enough damage, but what can you really do when you're this far behind? Even able to pick up 1 on the back of that, but just too far ahead, and then the Dragon was secured by the Basilisks.
Yeah, I mean, as we get back on the live, it is just a little bit of a Zeri moment. The items are coming out as well for Fenrir at the moment. Navori Quickblade completed. You have the Static Shift completed. You have a Vampiric Scepter. And I wouldn't be surprised if that Bloodthirster doesn't take too long to come out with, unless that is a Ravenous. I'm not sure what he's building into, to be fair. But it's kind of weird. Ollie and the Vem look like they're owning the map. They look like they're moving around with a lot of control. But the reality is, I think this is entirely, once again, the ball in the park of INT Basilisk. And it might just be another case of them fumbling it. We'll have to see if they're able to hold the bag or if another comeback is on the horizon for Ollie and the Vem.
Yeah, and we were talking about how both the teams have looked so close. This is the first game so far that we have seen a little bit... Wait...
Silverback?
There's just not much you can do. There's actually just not much you can do. The amount of CC coming out from that team. A little bit of a misplay, not being able to hit the instant CC, but doesn't even matter. At Silverback, even though it's had so much attention towards the top side, only 3-3, only with a 10 CS lead. It just felt like they weren't able to find the big lead they truly needed from this top side.
At least for now, that's definitely how it seems, and Silverback not doing any favors for himself when we're talking about that as the case. Face checking that bush that he really just didn't need to. Does end up falling, and it's 9-16 kills, 7 kills lead for the side of the Basilisk. They also have quite a large gold advantage, 5,000 gold. 1 dragon off of Mountain Dragon's Soul. I mean, what do the side of Ollie and the Vem need to be able to do at this stage in the game to be able to fight back?
Well, you can see how much damage they can sometimes do as weight top lane.
Single tracks. Okay,
well,
he's running into enemy jungle. Oh, okay, he ends up flashing forward, getting the kill onto his ear. It is a 1-for-1, but a TP expended from Aatrox does mean that they came out in the on top in the exchange. Aatrox is getting CC'd. Back is just deleted, and it looks like the Rel is in the back line, but he's all on his lonesome. Ollie Vem will get deleted with time, taking so long to die, actually, but does end up falling in the end. No support coming out from him, or for him, sorry. And sights turn towards the Baron for the side of Basilisk.
Yeah, going to be able to pick themselves up at Baron on the back of this. And it was looking so good for them, able to find the kill onto single tracks just before this fight even started. However, because Ghost is the main damage source, was nowhere near, they aren't able to win that. However, Ghosty able to pick up a
is
kill.
Just a monster.
Yeah, he's the shining light from the side of for Ollie and the Vam to try and get themselves back into this game. And again, that kill almost picked up the mid lane tower for themselves. However, no minions does mean they aren't going to be able to, as Baron has been picked up from the side of the Basilisks, and it's just going from bad to worse, especially with the amount of side lane threat, with the amount of Baron push this team can bring out.
I mean, we were talking about it earlier. It hasn't been emphasized any more than what just happened on our screens. It is Ghosty versus the world. In this game, I tried to give him a little bit of support with Silverback, but Silverback did literally bite my tongue with his most recent deaths. So it is just going to be a case of if Ghosty is able to be activated in these team fights, there might be a case for Ollie and the Vam to be able to come back. But the scaling on the side of Basilisk does tell a very daunting story. And as this Mountain Dragon ends up spawning in about a minute's time, it's kind of a game-deciding one for sure.
Yeah, it's a deciding game for sure coming out from both teams. As if you're able to win this one, this is going to get you on a game point where you're only going to be able to pick up one more. However, they still have quite a team to get through with Ghosty. He is still going to be playing the team fights how he has been, ready to those 2.5 items. If they're able to last just a little bit longer, there is a possibility where he could maybe try and carry them through this game.
Yeah, but it's so hard. I mean, items alone, and not only items, you're looking at XP gap, you're looking at just champion gap as well. We were talking about the team fight being so good. Kai'Sa gets caught, and you have no damage. You have no damage. The dragon is gone. GG. I mean, that's what you're saying to your teams in solo queue. This is just an absolute disaster situation. Obviously, Mountain Soul isn't the end. Mountain Soul isn't the end of the game, right? There's so much more to play, but it is a very, very dire situation for the side of Ollie and the Vam, and I'm not sure how they come back. They have to have a miracle. They have to have a massive misstep from Basilisk, and they've done it before. They threw the game before at Baron. We'll have to see what they end up doing in this game, but it's very, very difficult to fight back from this position.
Yeah, but 8,000 gold lead, that's just something that you can't really come back from or really lose without any major mistakes. However, it is going to be a Mountain Soul, which means the burst damage is going to be a lot worse, but long extended fights, the way that we know Ollie and the Van want to play, is not going to be as bad as it could be. And also, this does actually open up the opportunity for the Elder to be coming up. Baron has also fallen off, so they do have a little bit of time to try and seclude themselves, try and get themselves to those big item spikes, especially this Kai'Sa and this Azir that we haven't really seen too much of, as Azir has finally got himself to those 2 items, can finally start to do a little bit of damage. As time goes, you just can't go against Gangplank here.
Oh, the damage. Oh, it's so much damage. Single tracks wasn't really causing that much of a problem in the earlier stages, but at this point, this guy is doing so much damage with his barrels and with his Q. Absolutely terrifying. And that's the reality of all members. No, surely. But either way, it's definitely, it's been the case after I would say the 20-minute mark that these champions, Syndra, Gangplank, Zeri, all of these champions absolutely pop off. They get their scaling, they get their 3 items, and they are monsters. Obviously, there's those type of champions on the opposite side with the Azir, but it's just on a different level for the side of the Basilisks.
Yeah, it completely is on a different level, because this Zeri, Fenrir, the AD character we haven't really talked up much, because we said about Ghostly how he is such a strong AD carry. It's been really the shining light from the side of OLI Fam, but Ven really just showing up this game so far, but could be getting caught out. OLI Fam in a great position to find a engage, however, decides not to go for it.
Yeah, it's a hard one to go for, especially when it comes to this stage of the game, right? You're so behind. And OLI and the Vam, since they're so behind, they have no control over their jungle. They have no control over their line of scrimmage, right? Which is their tier 2 turrets. And past that, they have no vision. So they have absolutely no idea. The entire map is dark. They don't know where any of the members of the enemy team are. And it makes it so hard to fight. It makes it so hard to take fights. And it makes it so hard to have good judgment when it comes to fights that you should be taking. So it's going to be a lot of, I would honestly say, luck and intuition for the side of OLI and the Vam if they're able to pick up a fight, if they're able to pick up a catch from this point. And we'll have to see how it develops as the game does move towards that Elder Dragon spawning in only 3 minutes time and the next Baron spawning in 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Yeah, now with how big the gold lead has come, over 10k almost to their name. But Single Tracks is in a bit of danger. Full team against him.
But the damage. Oh my, the damage! Aatrox just got deleted. Single Tracks is in a 1v3, but is he even the one who's in danger? It looks like he finally is. OLI Vam is so tanky on this rel, but in the mid lane, they lose a mid tier 2. Will they lose an inhibitor turret? It's just so much pressure coming out, and all you did was get 1 kill on the opposite side.
Yeah, it's so good from the side of the Basilisk, able to get just a little bit of gold into their pockets. Remember, Bound still spawning next 40 seconds. So resets coming out from the team. Wards as well coming out from the Brawl, making sure that they have full vision over this. And if they give up this Baron, I don't think they're able to defend their base, especially against the Zeri, especially against something like the Syndra that is going to be looking to push up these waves super fast.
Yeah, the issue is that the wave clear on the side of Basilisk is really strong, but it is another matter entirely that you have to deal with. Obviously, the fact that you have no siege. I mean, it doesn't. There are no champions on the side of Basilisk that do tons of damage to turrets. The range is low on Zeri. The range is low on Gangplank. He's actually melee besides his Q. So all members melee besides Zeri and Syndra. Zeri can't really hit the turret safely. So Syndra's your only option, and she doesn't have tons of turret damage either. So despite obviously being able to clear the waves, being ahead, it's actually hard to hit the physical turrets. So once they pick up this Baron, the Baroned up cannon minions will be able to do a little bit of damage for them. But a lot of stall potential actually on the side of OLI and the Vam that we haven't really touched on as much recently.
Yeah, definitely. You can even see in this top lane, we saw how powerful Gangplank is, but Azir, with the amount of range he has, can actually keep themselves at arm's length. Because OLI and the Vam need to be careful.
This rel is so tanky. It's really surprising, honestly, being a level down on the Amumu, being a couple of levels down on certain members of the side of Basilisk. I'm so astonished every time I see rel just take 0 damage.
It's called being a support. When you start playing Leona, you start understanding that you do not take any damage. But we do see Baron actually getting started up by the side of the Basilisk, wanting to go for this. Teleport is up for Single Tracks, so can make this a 5v5.
OLI Vam looking for some sort of engage, and flash forward from Amumu does end up finding the rel, but it won't be enough to follow up. And the Aatrox does get deleted in the backline. Ghosty has to go on the run. Amumu doesn't have the flash available anymore, so shouldn't be able to follow up any further, but the Baron will surely get secured by the side of the Basilisk. And they got a kill onto the Aatrox. Quite a good trade if you ask me. Oh no, surely. Okay, carry wing. does end up walking out.
it didn't crit.
Surely they know they can't walk in anymore. But this Baron isn't what I'm afraid of. I'm going to be honest. What I'm afraid of is 30 seconds from now.
Yeah, that's going to be the Elder Dragon. As I say in the mid lane, is going to be able to pick up a tower just a little bit to his name. At least they're in a good position. They need to go into Ollie in the van to try and get this. TP is going to be up for Silverback, but still 10 seconds to his name. Dragon in 10 seconds as well, so we'll barely be up for this. This should be the last fight of the game. This is the last chance for the side of Ollie in the van to try and get themselves back into this.
It becomes so hard to defend your base. Oh, okay, carry. Whoa! Damage. You can't cleanse that one. I'm gonna be honest. You can't cleanse that one. But that was so much damage. It looks like they're stalling the Baron, or sorry, the Elder Dragon, just pulling it out a little bit so it can't possibly get stolen. But the resets are always fun to deal with, so it looks like Rel might still have a way in. Olivam needs to pull off something absolutely insane here if he's able to do so. But the Elder Dragon getting taken low. Olivam finds his way in, but there's no more damage going on to the Elder Dragon. And now the Azir's dead. Now the Rel's dead. Now the Elder Dragon's dead. And you have to defend your base 5v3 against Elder, against Baron. It might be the end for Ollie and the Vam in this game too.
Yeah, 30 seconds of both mid and jungle, so only 3 members left on the side of Bonnie and the Fan to try and defend this. But remember, I am Ghostly. The main damage, the main carry for the team is still up and alive, but against Elder, against such a powerful gangplank, let's see if they can do anything.
Oh, Silverback barely dodging that QE. I think it was because of his Edge of Night, so now it's no longer available. I'm not sure how he's going to be able to survive the next instance of CC. No mana on Braum, actually, so he's not able to make that much of an impact. Fenriri doing so much damage to these turrets. It might just be over. The Nexus is nearly going to be under threat, but it doesn't look like the turret's quite under threat. Defending quite a bit is Ollie and the Vam, but their turret will fall. The Nexus is open. The sense of me is still alive. Aatrox gets deleted. It ends up being so many kills from the side of Basilisk onto Ollie and the Vam. Wang will end up falling as well. An ace for the side of the Basilisks, and they will take game 2, evening it out 1-1 in this best of 5 series.
1-1 in this best of 5 series, and what a close match coming out from both of the teams, at least in the early game. But later on the game goes, the stronger that the Basilisk got. It feels like when you kill one head, 2 more spawn, and at some point you just can't deal with it. They are going to be able to pick up the win there. And we talked about a series. We definitely have one on our hands.
Well, and it's exactly what we talked about when we were talking about these two teams and the reality of the way that their series have gone in the past. And Basilisk is a team that loses the first game, and then they come online. They figure out what they were maybe messing up. They figure out how to shore up on what they were doing wrong in game 1. And I mean, Basilisk was a strong team in game 1, right? They showed that they could get ahead of Ollie and the Vam, and then they made a couple of mistakes and lost grip of it. And I think maybe that goes towards their coaching staff or towards whoever's analyzing their games and telling the team what they need to fix, because their analyzation of what they did wrong in game 1 definitely had an impact on the way that game 2 ended up playing out. And that, honestly, really clean game coming out of Basilisk there.
Yeah, really good game coming out from the Basilisks. And it just feels like they're back and ready to go. And into the next game, we need quite a few adaptations, I think, coming out from the side of Oni and the Van. First game looked very strong, but remember, the major comeback was on the opposite side. Basilisk able to finally hold on to their lead on the second game, able to really push it through. So we're going to see what Oni and the Van wants to change it. As I feel this Aatrox in top lane against GP wasn't able to get much done.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't. Obviously, he had his moments. There was a lot of focus coming out onto that top side with the Rel as well. But yeah, nowhere near as impactful as this GP was towards the later stages. And obviously that's going to be coming with the territory of just losing in the early game, of being down in gold. The enemy team will just have more of an impact. But you can't contribute it entirely towards my team was inting, or like we just got behind early. Like, obviously the onus was on this Aatrox to make an impact, and that's not what he did to an extent of what we'd expect. Since so much focus was towards that top side. So yeah, definitely a game plan change coming out from Ollie and the Vam is what I'm expecting, as well as just a draft change maybe some stuff that we haven't seen quite yet. Maybe we see some developments coming out from the bans as well, but we'll have to wait and see until we get into Game 3. Do you have anything else to say, Zapdos, before we move on to a short break before that game ends up getting started?
Not majorly. I think both teams are in a very good position. A lot of confidence coming out from the Basilisk after being able to finally secure their first win of this grand finals. 1-1 apiece. Both teams just keep coming with these unique, interesting picks. And I think we should be able to have some interesting League of Legends.
100%. They're both in their 0-1 comfort zone. They both lost one game so far. So we'll have to see which team will end up winning the next two first as we move into Game 3 of this Best of 5 series. We'll see you guys after a really short break. Don't you guys go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to youtube.com/@CobaltWins. We're back with the CWL Season 6 Division 2 Finals for the whole season. We're in Game 3 of this Best of 5 series. Either team has already taken 1 win, so we're evened up. Everything is exactly as it should be. We're talking about parallels in Game 1. There are parallels in Game 3. There have been parallels all across the board. Basilisk won the most recent one, and honestly, Zapdos, if I'm speaking honestly, if Basilisks play the way they just played every single game from here on, I could see it going to 3-1.
Yeah, I think it should be going to 3-1 as well, but the only problem is how long it took for them to try and get there. Both teams taking just so much time, because it took, I think, about like 35 minutes for both games to complete, as they were able to get themselves there. As we do actually find out who is going to be picking what side. As Logic, which side is Basilisk going to be?
he said purple for all of you that didn't hear, because our production is silent for you guys.
Ridiculous.
But it
Look
does
what this man does to me. I ask a simple
It does
question.
look like Ollie and the Vem have selected blue side, so they'll be blue side for the third time in a row. And that's going to be an interesting one, because Basilisks have been on red side every single game so far. Now, either team has 50% win rate on blue side as well as red side. Yeah, exactly that. So it's going to be an interesting one. We'll have to see how it plays out. As like throughout this entire series so far, the sides have not changed whatsoever. That's the only thing that hasn't changed, in fact.
Yeah, both the sides actually stay the same. Seems like both teams have different priority picks they want to come to. Aatrox seems to be quite a priority pick for both teams. However, I haven't seen the amount of use that's been coming through. I'm also very interested to see if the Amumu is going to be getting banned away from Amnu because of how powerful it seems to be in this early game. Able to find those big teamfight ultimates. And everything that's come so far, it feels like these early game brawls are great and all, but it comes down to these big team fights around these Drakes.
And for that reason, I want to see Amumu gone. I want to see it on the chopping block. I want to see it taken the frick out. I want to see it assassinated, to be honest. I don't want to see that champion in my games anymore. I want to see some crazy stuff out of Aminaj. Like, I know that his champion pool is whack. He's got Silas in his little waiting room. He's got Karthus. He's got Kayn, Nocturne. He's got Lilia. He's got some crazy stuff up in that. So I want to see that. I want to see the Mumu gone. I want to see it banned by Ollie and the Vam. It was a problem, honestly. Like, dealing with it is annoying. The champion has way too quick of a Q reset. Let's just be honest. The CC abilities are way too easily to line up. The ultimate is massive. Just get rid of it. Honestly, get rid of it. And then maybe just don't ban... I can't remember what they were banning, but don't ban one of the ones that you were... Rise? Like, why are we banning Rise? Let's be honest.
Yeah, Raisha doesn't feel too useful, as we are going to be getting ourselves right into champ select in just a second. So we're going to have to see if they are going to agree with the changes that we think both teams are going to go through, or if they're going to keep the same, because I feel like a few champions like the Volibear do need to get banned away, because it just feels like Silverback on their champion looks like a completely different player, as we are going to have a quick reset of the draft. As, you know, it's League of Legends, things have to always try and get themselves a little modeled up.
And something that I'm going to surprise you with, actually. Olivam is the weird Volibear one trick. Just so you know. In the jungle. It's a Volibear jungle one trick. So, there's definitely some weird stuff going on. Like we were talking about the Mumu, not going to be the support. It's going to be in the jungle role. And then Vladimir is like Flex's one trick. There are just some weird things going on between these two teams. And I want to see some of that comfort banned. Like, we're seeing the Rise banned once again, but some of it really just doesn't need to be respected as much as I think that these teams are giving it.
Yeah, definitely don't think that they need to be as respected as much. Yeah, both teams kind of agreeing that Mumu is going to be a little bit too strong. However, the MF is still up and available.
Never mind.
Yeah, it looks like both teams have agreed that MF feels a little bit too strong, especially in this early game, as the first pick again coming out from the side of Ollie and the fam is going to be that Syndra. Instantly counterpicked by the Victor, got a handshake on towards that mid lane, even though Syndra was able to find a few solo bolos, Rel coming through as well, Ezreal as well, and it feels like both teams really know what they want to play.
And I mean, that's good. That's what I want to see. Rel is absolutely broken. I'm glad that they're picking it up again. It did wonders. Obviously, it's on the opposite side now. Ollie and the Vem were the ones playing it last game, but definitely reminded of that is the Basilisks, so they end up getting to pick it up. Ollie Van picking that Viego just like in game 1. It didn't work out for him. Or no, it did work out for them in game 1, so it makes sense that they're leaning back towards it with the Syndra once more. Ezreal's going to go towards the side of Ghosty, however, this time. So a little bit of development, a little bit of going back to what we just did and what worked. We'll have to see whether it will work out for Ollie and the Vem in the end. The Zeri being picked up, I like to see that. That's definitely what I want to see. Sorry, what I want to see Fenrir on. He absolutely popped off. Pick that as much as you can. Looks like Braum is still open, so pick it with Braum again. Like, you know, this is exactly the makings for success. I'm happy with what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and it feels like both teams want to keep their range as much as possible, except for maybe the engage coming out from Vel. And Jumi is going to be getting covered from Ollie and the Fam. If that gets picked in, I am a Basilisk fan. Please do not pick that champion. For all loving God, as a support main, keep out of the meta for as long as possible. Okay, and I will accept Karma. Karma's an okay pick.
It's still annoying. Still so annoying to play against.
We're saved. Sorry, I was so scared. I don't want it back. Casting that thing.
Yeah, Yuumi is not a champion, let's be honest. It's an item.
Yeah.
But Braum does end up getting picked up once more. So it's good to see that the bot lane is going to be the same dynamic for the side of Basilisk. They end up picking up that Gangplank as well. Honestly, I feel like it's an improvement from their last game's draft with the Rel and Victor being picked up. But Syndra Viego going towards the side of Ollie and the Vam, it's definitely a little bit of comfort coming out for them as well. So we'll have to see whether them going back to what worked in game one is really enough, or if game one was kind of maybe a fluke and Basilisks weren't quite awoken yet. Obviously, that will play out on our screens in just a few minutes' time. But I definitely feel like the draft on the right side of my screen is the winning one, in my eyes at least.
No, I completely agree with you. I think Basilisk do have the better team comp when you think logistically on how they played in the last two games, talking about how important these big team fights are. Better team fighting clearly, have the rail to go in, have the cannon barrage to follow it up, and then even having side like the Zeri to be able to support it with huge amount of damage. However, Ollie in the van, not going to win top lane, of course, have that on for that late game carry. But take a look at bot lane. Ezreal and Karma versus Zeri and Braum. Going to have a lot of poke damage out from them. Going to have a lot of early game pressure. Most likely priority. And we know how much the jungler of Ollie and the Vam loves to go in. Loves to try and find those big picks. And we saw how Drake's was so important to find those early pick-offs. If their priority at bot lane can move first, can move into the enemy jungle, allow Ollie Vam to try and find these picks. So I think even though they do have the weaker comp, the playstyle for them does make it an actual great opportunity for them to find these leads.
It definitely does. And I think there's a lot of, obviously, factors there always is when we're considering just draft and considering how the game's going to play out in a vacuum, right? And I just get flashbacks to when I played Graves into Rel. Obviously, it's not Viego, but very similar damage output, I would say. And I went for the invade. I had my team backing me up. They were going to come in like 2 seconds. And I lost the 1v1 to Rel. I lost the 1v1 to Rel as Graves. Viego, I'm pretty sure, actually loses 1v1 to Rel in her own jungle. Rel is a problem champion, but we'll obviously have to see how it plays out. I wouldn't be surprised of the Rel damage if Viego does end up going for those invades. But if he's followed up by the Karma, if he's followed up by the Ezreal Syndra, I think he'll definitely be fine with that one. And the team fights are definitely going to be fun to watch. We're going to see Horns absolutely disappear from Braum's shield blocking it. It's going to be all sorts of a good time.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if this game is going to be as black and white as we are on the screen to see if any team is able to run away with it. Basilisk still in an incredible position from last game. Have a team comp which really suits their styles, so we're going to have to see they're able to lighten themselves up into a position. But there we are, back to the colourful version of us. We're going to see if Basilisk are able to run away with this and get themselves another win on the board.
We definitely will. After this short break, we'll be back with all of the action. You guys don't go anywhere. We won't be going anywhere. And yeah, we'll be right back. What's up, guys? We're back with the CWL. It is game 3 of this best of 5 series. 1-1 is the scoreline between OLI and the VAM and INT Basilisks. I'm Drake. I'm joined by Zapdos. Zapdos, how are we feeling about game 3?
I'm doing all right. I'm just a little bit disjointed after what our producer in the backline said about Oppenheimer, saying that it felt like a Ziggs movie, and the reason Ziggs got buffed afterwards was because Oppenheimer was popular. So give me a second to recalibrate to the usual CWL League of Legends. And if you want to know who the producer is, cough, cough, Logic. If you want to bully him, please put into chat about Ziggs not being buffed because of that. As we finally do get ourselves right in towards the game. As I'm taking a look at everybody's runes and masteries, everything seems to be according to usual. Both teams have gone for quite unique team comps, as Silverback needs to be careful. Doesn't slow him out.
Oh my damage. That is a lot of barrel damage onto Silverback, but Single Tracks is able to walk his way out of that one afterwards and poke for nothing. No Ornn. Did Ornn burn a potion? I think he did. So gonna be gonna be quite disadvantaged, honestly, in the early game, but Ornn's one of those champions that can just build items, which is so broken. Actually, the only champion that can do that. So he won't be as punished as maybe other champions, but definitely already in the red when it comes to the financial advantage.
Yeah, and you talk about not being punished. He definitely got punished towards that top lane, especially because we know the GP loves to poke you on this early game, trying to throw as many buster shots at you as possible, and now you don't have that health pot to heal it up. He might have to go for a reset a little bit earlier than he wants to. However, a deep board from the Gangplank as well is actually going to spot out where the jungler of Silverback, or sorry, the jungler of OLI fan wants to go. Some good poke comes out from Fenrir and sends me.
Carry Wang? He does end up getting CC'd. The heal did have to come out from High Am Ghosty, and already a lead in the bag for the Basilisk in this bot side. The one time they switch sides, I'm going to be so confused and have to like start calling them the opposite teams because I'm so used to Basilisk being on the right side now. But
the right side?
Yeah, well, the red side, yeah, the correct, the right side, yeah.
Seems like you have some confidence in the Basilisk guy to be able to win. I'm more of a blue side type man because it feels like the red side is always the bad team. Always want to be as good as possible. And for a small little fact on you, did you know that whenever you play against a red team, you actually have around about a 51% win rate because of human ingenuity?
Human ingenuity? Is that what they call it? Okay.
Yeah, so basically, it's mostly because when you see something red, you pronounce it with blood, or it's like bad, then you get a little bit more angry towards it. A bit like a bull does whenever they see that. No, it's genuinely truthful. 100%. If you search it up, there's actually a reason why you actually have a little bit of a better win rate on blue side than red side overall.
I was thinking it was because, you know, when you're playing like mid lane, hold that thought. Okay, we're good. But you know when you're playing like mid lane, or actually any lane, I play jungle, so I'm not as used to this. But when you're playing lane and your character's in the bottom left, you can like see more of your top right. You know what I mean?
Sure, I'll nod and agree to that. As a full support main who just roams around the map 24/7.
Oh, okay, so we're both in the same boat. But either way, you can see more of the top right of your screen, I swear. So that might be why the blue advantage is there. In like low, you know what I mean? But like obviously in higher elos, it is corresponding to what picks are good at the time, whether there's
not the colors. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, you know what? We can call it the colors as long as we want. And speaking of colors, we see a lot of colors in this mid lane. A little bit of a rainbow effect, actually, as there are so many people in this area looking for a fight. Looks like the scuttle will end up getting picked up by Rel, however, and Viego will have to just walk away. All of them gonna have to concede that one. And some weird pathing that we didn't even get to note. But it looks like they'll both be moving, both junglers will be moving towards their top side to complete their camps fully. And really just no fighting in the first 5 minutes. That's quite impressive for these two teams, I'd say.
Well, there was a few skirmishes here and there.
Well, no death.
Nothing.
No death.
Yeah, no death coming out for both teams. And to quickly harp onto one point, just 1 second longer. What about red buff?
What do you mean about? Okay, well, scratch that. It looks like there's a little bit of a scuffle in this bot side. Silverback did have to flash away. Flash not available for Rel either. It looks like he did end up burning it there as well. So 1-for-1 flashes, and Ornn's going to be in a little bit of danger for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, it does need to be careful. Dragon is also up and available, but as we have one game of maybe a little bit of peace, think about it. Blue buff is right below him, red buff is right below him, both being red and blue. So maybe that changes the accordance of if you have a 50% win rate or a 51.
It might be, you know. There's a lot of factors, to be fair, and a large one as well is entrance into the Dragon Pit and Baron Pits. You can enter the Baron Pit a little bit easier.
Fine, okay, that makes a bit more sense. Okay, all right, we'll agree to disagree on this. As bot lane is going the way of the blue side, the superior side, of course. They are going to be able to push this out as much as possible and poking out quite considerably. However, they haven't been able to pick up a tower plate yet, so not going as good as they can. And this all really comes down to this Braum being able to just tank up so much in that early game fight.
It definitely does, and as we see a lot of fighting going down, this is a huge tension point for both teams at the moment. Gangplank selflessly using his ultimate in that bottom side, by the way, while getting absolutely decimated in his lane for a bit.
But look at Viego.
Yeah, a lot of pressure in the spot side. Viego's here, all of them trying to find the damage. He won't quite be able to for now. Braum, one more auto attack should do it, and First Blood will go over to Olivam, and he'll be able to get out of that one. The Ornn falls in the top side. Single Track's just kind of walking into him, gets the kill because of the turret. But 1-for-1 across the board. Once again, we're talking about parallels. These two teams don't know how to not be parallel for at least a large portion of these games. And Viego in this bot side will be running into that scuttle area. Maybe find a fight with this Rel. Hopefully, they'll just be able to walk away. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I mean, once again, these two teams evenly matched.
Yeah, being able to actually force out the smite from Oli the Fam, so isn't going to be able to go for the objective just yet because Amu hasn't used him himself. As we could quickly just take a look at how both teams have been doing, because of Olifam was the one to be able to pick up the kill for his team, already got himself that Noon Quiver right into his back pocket, and he needs to find these resets. The more kills he gets, the easier that is truly going to become, as a big wave has been stacked towards his bot lane. Viego's looking again.
Yeah, Viego's here. All of them does find the CC onto Braum. Braum has the shield available, so not taking quite enough damage to be considered a danger. CC coming down on the carry Wang, and he has to walk away from that one. But overall, 2v3, really confident in this bot side is the side of Basilisk's bot lane. With Rel, even towards that top side, they don't care. They're pretty confident in that 2v3. Rightfully so, they have so much HP to work with. And they'll be able to shove in that wave. Dragon is kind of the tension point. Rift Herald coming up very shortly as well. With the refillables being picked up by the bot lane for Basilisks, they have a lot of pressure to be able to push in these waves.
Yeah, a lot of pressure indeed, as we see the pressure again put towards his bot lane, as Oliver maybe even looking for another gank. This control ward just doing so much use for them, isn't actually going to get spotted out as well on the opposite side, being able to just pick up as much CS as possible. But Fen really having to dash over the wall, I don't think they're ever going to be able to get this, and because of the jungler being able to realize this, will be going for the dragon instead. So this should be first Drake over to Oni in the van, compared to the Rift Herald over to the side of the Basilisk.
Yeah, a neutral objective trade going on our screens at the moment. Which one do you think wins? Because I've heard a lot of arguments for Rift Herald because of the XP and gold that you get from it. But I do think that later on, the just base stats that you get from dragons does end up adding up, and maybe the dragons are undervalued in these situations.
Yeah, it feels like both these teams don't actually care too much about these dragons getting used. But now that the Rift Herald has actually been picked up from the side of the Basilisk, we are going to be interested where they want to place it. I would actually like it towards this top lane, especially with how well the Single Tracks has been piloting this champion.
100%, and a lot of pressure coming out in this bot side. Ghosty has to flash away. Sense of Me did get Ignite as well, so a lot of summoners coming out from either side. Carry Wang not going to be able to find the root, but Viego is going to be able to find a little bit of damage. Fenrir flashes forward, does end up trading. Finally gets that kill onto Karma, but ends up sacrificing himself. Ghosty is nearly going to fall to Sense of Me. The auto attack will be enough. It's a 1-for-1, 2-for-2 in total double kill for the Viego. And why don't we look towards the mid lane as well? There's a scuffle there. There's a scuffle on the top side. A flash forward from Ornn will be enough. Silverback will get the kill into Gangplank. And the kills are still even.
Yeah, kills are still even, but a big kill coming out from the on in the top side. Able to find that 1v1, even though we did see single tracks having a full item completed, but most importantly, it's not even this top side. It is actually the spot lanes. We will be having a replay of what exactly happened, because we take a look, we see the re-engage happens from Onivan, able to pick it up, but then Braum realizing that he is dead, so goes for the quick engage, one more auto attack, able to pick it up, Olivan on the back as well. Then compared to the top lane, where they are able to use the on horn, gets a great stun, uses the bellows breath, so close as well, able to use the Q. Just a beautiful execution, using his kit just the way a tank was supposed to be.
And however, instead.
However, you may be able to get a kill in a replay, but in live, it seems like you aren't going to be the victor. The single tracks was able to pick up a kill on the back of it.
No pun intended, Victor is on the enemy team. But overall, it does look like Victor and his team will be the victors for now. Finally, they are ahead in the kills department, 4-5 for now. We'll see how long that lasts, because these teams love being even. And this game definitely seems like it's a lot more tense than the game before.
Yeah, these games really do feel intense. I feel like this is the closest game we've had since game 1.
Yeah.
As nobody's really felt like they've been running away with it. But in the mid lane, we do actually see a little bit of a scuffle happening. Nothing is going to be coming of it. Rifthold still actually not getting used from Ashmar. He did have an opportunity in the spot lane. However, decided that he wanted to actually save it. Still preferred, most likely, to be for this top side. As Aspera in this mid lane, able to actually get quite a bit of damage. Got that ultimate up in a pretty low amount of time. As Orm, that's a tank, by the way.
He does do quite a bit of damage, and he did take Gangplank to the bouncy castle for a bit. But single track's not going to be under that much threat. Able to walk that one off. Bot side, a lot of pressure coming out from the side of Ollie and the Vam as well. I'm Ghosty doing his normal thing, shoving in the lane, and just being a general nuisance, but Ollie Vam does look like he might be able to get caught here. Aminaj can't quite find him. A good engage, a Heartstopper with an Ornn ultimate to boot. Does end up taking down the Gangplank. Ollie Vam turns his sights towards Aminaj, and it looks like another kill will be going over to this Viego. A double kill for him and Ollie and the Vam.
Yeah, great play coming out for them, and now it feels like Ollie and the Vam are running away with this game. 4-0 onto Ollie Vam, being such a huge threat. Even this bot lane, Haim Ghosty and Carry One winning it out, finally having enough poke damage that this Braum can't take us. Mid lane!
Spontaneous combustion. Yeah, that's what I would call that.
That's what we call Oppenheimer. Mutual destruction.
Yeah, it is mutual destruction. It is mutual death. And both mid laners died, but you can say that Ollie and the Vam came out on top because the wave got shoved by Viego, and XP is essentially lost by the side of the Basilisks. And the story has been entirely different. The script has been flipped, and it does look like Ollie and the Vam are in the lead in this early game. We'll have to see how it plays out, because both these teams are notorious for very frequently changing the flow of the game. As we see Silverback moving back towards his top lane turret and taking tons of damage. I literally can't predict anything, but I can with certainty say that the next dragon will spawn in 20 seconds, and that will be a focal point at some point in this game.
Yeah, it feels like this game's an ocean.
A flash forward. Victor, he has no flash. He will end up falling. A kill goes on to Karma, and that's just Karma for this mid laner, as Aminaj is the next target. Ollie Vam doing tons of damage over time. Ollie Vam doing tons of damage onto Aminaj. Is he going to be able to find his way out of that one, though? Fenriri over the wall, finds the damage, finds the shutdown onto the Viego. Aminaj, Rel is left on his own in the river. The sense of me will have to find the sense to be able to get out of that river. Does end up getting towards his Zeri, and it does end up being 2 kills for 1 towards the side of Ollie and the Vam, but they can't quite turn towards the dragon because their jungler's dead.
Yeah, both junglers down. Both teleports were up and available for top laners, but instead deciding to be towards the top lane. It kind of be favouring single tracks, as he's been able to poke out disorders. He is starting to get to the point where you can't really deal with him if you're this on because of the amount of poke. And talking about poke, Haim Ghosty dealing quite a bit in the spot lane, forcing out the reset, using his ultimate to stun off Fenriri yet again. So great plays coming out from them. So we're going to have to see if either team wants to start going towards this dragon, because it should be free from the side of Onivan, mostly because of how Ghosty was able to poke him out on the bot side.
Yeah, really well played from Ghosty to be able to just deny those backs for as long as humanly possible. And the HP department is definitely favoring the side of Ollie and the Vam on their bot side. So this Dragon's secured by them. And it's just the nature of Viego as well. We saw it in Dragon 1, both games that the Viego was picked up. He does just clear the Dragons better than a Mumu and Rel just on his own. So it's just going to be taken easier. 2 Dragons going towards the side of Ollie and the Vam. And it looks like it's going to be a Chemtech Soul. How impactful do you think that would be if they... Oh, never mind. Gangplank's just going to die. Single Tracks has to flash away, but so much follow-up. The Heartbreaker with one more auto is enough for Viego to get that kill once more. And I swear this Gangplank has been black and white for like half the game.
Yeah, I don't think you are wrong about that. As Warlock gets so close to get taken out, and you were talking about how important this Chemtech Drag is going to be, and you talk about Olivan, how he needs to find people bursting down. He needs to try and find those resets. Remember, you're usually low HP by the time those resets come out, and that's exactly what Chemtech Drake is built for, is by being tanky, by being stronger the lower HP you are. So it works incredibly well with that champion, especially when he is the main carry, being 5-1. Also has a Rift held to his name. Should most likely be placed in the mid lane where Dragon is going to be spawning in the next couple of minutes. So they're going to be in a great position for it.
And it's a completely different mood and a completely different setting than the games that we've seen so far. We've seen focus on the mid lane, we've seen focus on the bot lane, we've seen focus on these hyper carries absolutely popping off in these team fights. But the one thing we haven't seen is junglers absolutely popping off, being damage dealers, being hyper carries. And that's exactly what Olivem has showed up to bring to us today in this game 3, because he is an absolute monster and not one to be reckoned with, despite us being usually used to seeing mid and ADC carries.
Yeah, mid and ADC carries are usually the way to go, but it feels very different for a jungler to be able to start running away with this game, because it feels like in this meta, they have been just going for the bruisers, they have just been going for the tanks, such as this Rel, but Olivan playing the meta slightly differently, and that's the one thing that Cobalt Wins League is always known about, is whatever player you are, no matter which lane there is a chance to carry. Another great example is it going to be Single Tracks in this top lane. Top laners usually don't see much being able to just do so much on this Gangplank, as Asper was trying to look for the 1v1. Needs to be careful though.
Yeah, he'll be able to get away from the Chaos Storm for now. And that doesn't mean that Victor burned his ultimate. With Dragon spawning actually in 2 minutes 30 seconds, he should be fine, but the one person who isn't fine is this Gangplank. Single Tracks just getting deleted once more for good measure. 7-11 is the score line. Not a gas station in this game. And next Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. You'd have to hope that the pressure will die down, but it won't, as just gets engaged upon by Aminaj. He's CC'd, then he's CC'd, then he's CC'd. He flashes away, but there's a flash forward to follow up by Warlock, and a kill will end up going towards this mad scientist in the bot lane.
Yeah, but the mid laner of High Van will actually be able to pick up a tower, even in this top side as well.
Yeah, there's so much pressure actually coming out from Ollie and the Vam towards this top side. Really good macro play from them. Silverback should just be able to back out of this one. Ollie Vam trying to save his top laner does end up stalling long enough. I'd have to assume, but Victor's in the area. Warlock is here with the flank, trying to find some sort of damage onto Viego. Somehow Ornn got out of that one. I don't know what's going on. And it looks like Viego might be able to as well. And Warlock just ended up wasting a TP.
And talking about the wasted TP in the mid lane as well, Hyam Frosty and Corey Huang were actually able to pick up another tower towards their name, being just so useful around the side lanes. However, the top lane, Fenrir and Warlock are going to be able to counteract it, going to get their bounty as well. On top of this, we haven't even talked about how different this gold lead has been. So there is going to be a 3,000 gold lead over towards the side of Ori and the Van. I'm surprised there were bounties up for only 3,000.
Yeah, it's actually quite surprising. I do agree. But I mean, like, looking away from the bounties and looking away from maybe just how much the gold lead is, because like this is a rather small gold lead compared to the ones that we've seen in the past few games, I'd have to say. But it's a question that I haven't asked you yet because of just the way that the two games have played out. How do you feel like Basilisks need to find their way back into this game? Because I've asked about if Ollie and the Van were in the position where they were behind, and I've asked about when Basilisks were ahead in the first game, right? And then they just instantly lost somehow. But how on earth are Basilisks able to fight their way back into this game? How are they able to fight these objectives when they are 4,000 gold behind. What do they need to be able to do?
Well, I think the best opportunity for them is trying to find this one bell combo that we've talked about so much, about using the Cannon Barrage, using Amajo's great engage, having the ultimate of Magnet Storm together. We're going to have to see if they're going to do it. This Dragon will get contested. Chemtech Soul going to be Drake Point if the side of Only Van can get this.
Yeah, and they are in the area. It's a 4v5. It's a 5v5 actually, and engage from Ornn does end up getting not quite blocked by the Braum shield, and that means that every member of Basilisk will get deleted, or at least 2 of them for now. It looks like more to follow. Sensami is down. Viego ends up getting that kill. Ezreal picks up a gangplank on the opposite side, and Fenriri pulling the ghosty from game 1 and just having to walk off on his own.
Now it looks like they deserve bounties and got themselves up to that 6,000k gold lead. And on top of this, should be able to pick up the Baron on the back. However, this game really just comes down to Olivan being able to find that reset. With this replay, we should be able to see exactly what happens to Sensami not being able to stop the Ornn engage. As well, on top of this, Rel not being able to find an engage with herself that was that useful. So just take a look at Olivan though. Misses the engage right on top of him. Ornn able to take him straight back up, and now all he has to do is just, one dead, finds the reset, hits another one, instantly able to find a big reset again. It's just all over from there. Double kill, now 4 are down, and a great play coming out from the side of Onivan.
Super well played from all of them. They were just firing on all cylinders. All 5 members very cerebral in that fight, playing around each other's cooldowns, playing around each other's peel necessities, and doing tons of damage output in that one. And definitely showing why they are ahead in this game, and showing why these 2 teams are so evenly matched, because we've seen the team fights go the exact opposite way previously, but definitely it is going to be Ollie and the Vam on top in this one, and it could just be wallet diff. It could be slight draft diff as well, but both these teams being able to do that, being able to play on a knife's edge around each other, it makes me think that it has to just be a result of how the early game plays out, how the mid game plays out, and what the advantages look like with the gold and XP.
Well, Viego having 3 items to his name, even having a Ornn item on his Infinity Force, making it just so much stronger. It's just really difficult to try and kill him because they want to play these slow fights, they want to play these back to fronts, but this just allows Karma to get so much shield, so much healing for his team, where Olivam just has no real opportunity to really die unless he gets massively caught out by the full team. As they do have Baron to their name, they've gone for a 1-3-1 setup, meaning that Viego will be towards his mid side, helping this Ezreal and Karma to try and push out, as they are going to be the main forces against this, having it all in the bot side, Syndra up top, and as these waves are pushing in, good damage top. I'm kind of scared that could have been a kill.
It definitely is a scary one, and I mean, that's just the nature of the game. Everything is scary when the enemy team is this far ahead, and it looks like Ollie and the Vam are trying to pressure that lead as much as humanly possible, pushing this bot lane pretty comfortably. King playing, just kind of taking tons of damage under his own turret, vice versa happening in the mid lane as well, and it's just the side of Ollie and the Vam knocking on the doors, knocking on the base of the Basilisk. Their inhibitor turret in the mid lane will fall. I'm sure the other turrets will follow shortly afterwards. A reset coming out of Gangplank, but this pressure moving towards the mid lane, I have to assume that it's just a matter of time until a majority of the base ends up falling.
Yeah, Sensami actually taking so much damage, not having that shield up, does mean that all the damage is just going to be true as ever. Now they're going to be scaling towards this top lane after catching this inhibitor, only having about a quarter of the tower left. As Amunaj, you need to find a reset after that play, but another wave will be coming in very shortly, and that should be the second inhibitor with this Baron push.
I swear Rel took so much less damage in the game before. I'm not sure why. It might be the build. Sunfire into Divine. Wow, I can't remember the name of that.
Defiant. Yes, you are right. Defiant Sundra. There we go.
No,
it's Radiant Virtue.
Anyways, there's an engage and a flash out and disengage, and the fight's over. Nobody died, but we shook hands a little bit.
I said hi, made sure everything was okay, but most importantly, getting the inhibitor in the mid lane, opening up the inhibitor towards the top lane, has made it where when they want to go for this inhibitor, it's going to be a lot easier. The only benefit they do have on the side of the Basilisk is only one inhibitor is taken, so that's a lot of gold they can deal with in the mid lane. but still it's going to be a very big issue as the next dragon will be spawning in the next 50 seconds. This will be that Chemtech Soul that we talked so much about how incredible it would be for the team to pick up. And we talked about these fights are going to be very difficult. They're able to pick up the Soul. I think they're near on impossible. So we're going to have to see if the side of the Basilisk want to contest this. They are going to be in an okay position gold-wise, having 2 items on their Victor, having 2.5 onto their Zeris. There are plenty of opportunities for these carries to try and get their damage off.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like the side of Ollie and the Vam are going to be taking any unnecessary precautions. It doesn't look like they're going to be taking on any unnecessary risks for potentially losing this Chemtech Soul. They're moving all 5 members. They don't have a split push Syndra because she has TP. All 5 of them are here. They're all 5 here ready to contest. And they don't look like they want to give anywhere near an inch in this dragon fight.
Yeah, they can't. They need to make sure that they walk into their team. Aminaj needs to find an incredible engage.
Well, that's not it. Aminaj gets taken very low. The Ornn ultimate does end up coming out. The Braum shield wears out just in time. And it looks like a double kill will go towards the side of Ollie and the Vam. 3 members left alive for the Basilisk to make that 2. The Zeri is deleted. And Warlock and Singletracks are just going to have to go on the run. Singletracks a little bit cocky, honestly, moving in for that Q. He does end up finding his way out of that one because of the Empowered Blast Cone. But your team is dead. The Chemtech Soul is going towards the enemy team. It's dire straits for the Basilisks.
Completely. Even their base is falling apart, almost getting themselves a full tower for just the minions being just so powerful. And now the Chemtech Soul is in the back pockets of the side of Ollie and the Fam. This is their game to lose. If they don't make a mistake, they should be able to clean this out. The way they can do this is by grabbing this Baron, by pushing out their leads, and by just taking these fights as slow as possible. Because it just feels like the damage just isn't there. It's just nowhere close to the side of Basilisk. They need to get those 3 items. They need to get level 16 at least on single tracks before they can really look for a next fight.
It's so difficult, and this is a position that we've all been in League of Legends, right? You're telling your teammates, "Oh, guys, can win, Nexus not dead."
Me, by the way. I win every game.
Can win, Nexus not dead. But it is definitely dire straits. It's a rough situation to be in, and we've all been in it, so we're all aware of just how difficult this is. And we'll have to see, obviously, how they band together, how the Basilisks are able to control their mental, control their emotions, and potentially find their way back in. But it is just, they definitely have their work cut out for them, as they can't even move into their own jungle. And okay, Victor finding some damage onto Syndra. This might be where they start.
Yeah, going to be on the tower as well. Unlucky tower shot doesn't land.
Oh, fancy feet, the Gangplank ultimate. And it does look like they find something. I mean, they won't be able to pick up this Baron, but they get a kill, and that alleviates some pressure at least.
Yeah, even in towards this mid lane, have a wave so they could maybe be able to pick up a tower, but being too scared to re-engage the enemy team does mean they won't be able to. However, Syndra not being up for the next 30 seconds does give themselves an opportunity to try and farm up a little bit, try and get themselves just a little bit more back into this game. Still just so far behind, but every little helps.
It 100% does, and Aminaj, like you were saying, also trying to farm up a little bit, get back into the game as well. Every little bit helps, trying to maybe inch towards that Thornmail spike, but that's the reality of junglers in 5v5 competitive scene, especially when you're playing tank. 2 items is pretty much full build, unless you're a 9-2 Viego and actually going hyper carry. The reality is Rel probably won't finish that item. I think power spikes, we're looking towards Victor maybe finishing that Rabadon's death cap. Zeri's on a spike actually, so it's not a bad time to fight for the side of the Basilisks if you want to look at it that way. But Braum inching towards his second item as well. Maybe a little bit more time and then they can fight, but this is as strong as Zeri gets, this is as strong as Rel gets. If they don't want to fight now, it might just spell disaster.
Yeah, so they actually going for more healing of the Bloodthirst. It isn't going to be as strong in these team fights you truly want. It's just more there to try and keep yourself safe. And talking about keeping yourself safe, Olifan has completed that GA, so it's going to be so much more difficult to try and take him out, as he is going to be the main carry for the team. So they are going to be barreling down this mid lane. They do have the Baron in hand. Inhibitor has respawned from the red team, but I don't expect it to be staying up for much longer.
It probably won't, as 4 members of the side of Ollie and the Vam are in this mid lane, bearing down on that Nexus, knocking on it as well. Silverback doesn't take damage, so he's just buying a little bit of space for his team. The inhibitor actually doesn't fall, and a lot of pressure going on into the backline of Ollie and the Vam does mean that Silverback's left on his own, but Warlock ends up falling. It is a reset for this Viego, and it might just mean the death of all members. Viego finds a double kill, 3 members scurry off, and the inhibitor is picked up by Ollie and the Vam. They might be able to pressure the entire game, honestly, with a 5v3 situation. They have Baron, they have so much pressure, and are doing so much damage. Rel almost gets deleted instantly. And Orin isn't taking damage. A slight misstep, actually, from Silverback does mean that he has to back away a little bit, but so much healing from this Chemtech Soul and from this Karma. It's going to be hard to be able to defend your base if you are the Basilisks.
Yeah, both top lane and mid lane from the side of Onivan.
Oh. Viego actually loses a GA, and that's a huge win if Rel is able to make it out. She doesn't quite, and that might just spell the doom of the Basilisks. Their head has been cut off, and it doesn't look like they're regenerating anytime soon. Both Nexus turrets down, their backs to the wall, 5v4 in their own base, and they don't have any support coming in. Rel, 30 seconds on her death timer. It looks like Viego will not quite be able to pick up the kill on the Warlock, but Ornn will surely be able to pick that one up, and the Syndra as well as the Karma hitting that Nexus does mean that that's the second win being picked up by Ollie and the Vam. A 1-1, so like one win for Ollie and the Vam, 1 win for the Basilisks, and then another win for Ollie and the Vam does make it 2-1.
Good job. Well done. The match has been complete. You have been able to get yourself there. But great job from Oni and the Fan being able to pick up their second win of the series so far. Remember, only 1 win away from winning the grand finals for themselves. However, we're going to have to see if they are going to be able to get themselves another win, because there seems some very good things, especially Ollie Fam on this on this jungler of the Viego being able to get himself to 11-3 by the end of that. And I don't think you could give him that champion again.
Yeah, I don't think you can give him that champion again either. To be fair, it didn't work in game 1, so I understand maybe why you would be underestimating it, but it definitely did work in that game, so I wouldn't want to see him on that monster ever again. But it might have also been execution. There is the reality of these two teams have gone back and forth between kind of being asleep is one way to say it, and then being really wide awake. So I think it is a result of maybe these two teams fluctuating in between their times of being on top of their game and being not quite where they need to be in the upper echelon of the Division 2. So I think it does come down to execution at the end of the day, not necessarily always going to be the draft. And we've definitely seen that proven as the drafts have been entirely different for three games straight.
Yeah, the drafts being definitely a little bit different, but I still have to say that it feels like the meta has been really defined by both of these teams of having those enchanters in the bot lane, having that huge damage in the mid lane and top lane. But remember, there's only one game to go from the side of Oni and the Fan to take this. Well, there still needs to be 2 from the Basilisk. They need to make a big change now, or otherwise they're going to be going home at second place.
That's 100% true. It is all all cards are on the table. Everything is on the line, and one game decides it all. So it is definitely the tension very high. The stakes are as high as they get. Both teams are going to be playing a little bit nervous in this next game, I'd have to assume. And who knows, maybe we go to Silver Scrapes after one more game. But either way, I'm definitely excited to see how the games will develop. I'm excited to see how the drafts will change because of, like, obviously we said that we've seen very different drafts. The Amumu was banned away and the Rel was picked up. I'd like to see something spicier than a Rel in the jungle. Maybe we leave Viego up. Maybe we counter it with the Silas like I was talking about. Let Almanaj off the hook. Let him off the rails. Let him do something crazy. I think this guy has what it takes. He popped off on the Rel as well, but just not enough damage, honestly, coming out from the side of Basilisk in that game. And that might be what they need to turn towards.
Yeah, no, I definitely think they need to change something about this jungle, maybe. But I feel like it might just be that these side laners haven't been able to get too much done. Victor into Syndra, maybe have something different into that Syndra to get yourself maybe a little bit stronger. Maybe go for something that is a little bit more high damage, something that can go quite well into it. You don't expect too much. It's like a Fizz, which could give you that assassination, could give you that damage that I solely feel like the Basilisk are lacking.
You want to see Fizz? Is that what you're saying?
Of course. Who doesn't love a good assassin?
I swear I haven't seen a Fizz in like years. This champion is, well, he's a trickster, but like bro hasn't been tricking anybody. Like he hasn't been on the Rift in, I swear, like a millennia.
No, he's tricking all of us for so long now. We don't even remember he exists. So maybe he's just doing his job a bit too well.
Yeah, and to be fair, we can see Ghosty pull out something like the Vayne. He has it in his back pocket. He just hasn't shown it to us yet. And maybe some jacks for Silver back in that top side, get him off of that Ornn. I don't know. We'll have to see. The Ornn definitely worked, so maybe that's a completely fine pick. But as we go into a short break, I believe. Do you have any last notes, Zapdos, before we move towards Game 4?
Give me those silver scrapes, baby. I'm expecting Basilisk to win here because I want to go to all Game 5 for the CWL.
That's all I want as well. I can't wait to see how it plays out. Thank you all for tuning in so far, and we'll see you guys after just a short break. Single tracks just kind of walking in. There's coming out from either side. Carrie Wang not going to be able to find the root, but Viego is going to be able to find a little bit of damage. Fenriri flashes forward, does end up trading. Finally gets that kill onto Karma, but ends up sacrificing himself. Hyam Ghosty is nearly going to fall to Sense of Me. The auto attack will be enough. It's a 1-for-1, 2-for-2 in total double kill for the Viego. And why don't we look towards the mid lane as well? There's a scuffle there. There's a scuffle on the top side. A flash forward from Ornn will be enough. Silverback will get the kill on the Gangplank and in the lane. And just being a general nuisance, but Olivam does look like he might be able to get caught here. Aminaj can't quite find him. A good engage, a Heartstopper with an Ornn ultimate to boot. Does end up taking down the Gangplank. Olivam turns his sights towards Aminaj, and it looks like another kill will be going over to this Viego. A double kill for him and Oli and the Vam.
Yeah, great play coming out for them, and now it feels like Oli and the Vam are running away with this game 4-0.
End up falling. A kill goes on to Karma. And that's just karma for this mid laner as Aminaj is the next target. Olivam doing tons of damage over time. Olivam doing tons of damage onto Aminaj. Is he going to be able to find his way out of that one, though? Fenriri over the wall, finds the damage, finds the shutdown onto the Viego. Aminaj, Rel is left on his own in the river. The Sense of Me will have to find the sense to be able to get out of that river. Does end up getting towards his Zeri, and this game playing single tracks just getting deleted once more for good measure. 7-11 is the score line. Not a gas station in this game. And next dragon spawning in 2 minutes. You'd have to hope that the pressure will die down, but it won't, as just gets engaged upon by Aminaj. He's CC'd, then he's CC'd, then he's CC'd. He flashes away, but there's a flash forward to follow up by Warlock, and a kill will end up going towards this mad scientist in the bot lane.
This dragon will get contested. Chemtech Soul going to be Drake Point if the side of OnlyVan can get this.
Yeah, and they are in the area. It's a 4v5. It's a 5v5 actually, and engage from Ornn does end up getting not quite blocked by the Braum shield, and that means that every member of Basilisk will get deleted, or at least 2 of them for now. It looks like more to follow. Sense of Me is down. Viego ends up getting that kill. Ezreal picks up a Gangplank on the opposite side, and Fenriri.
Incredible engage.
Well, that's not it. Aminaj gets taken very low. The Ornn ultimate does end up coming out. The Braum shield wears out just in time, and it looks like a double kill will go towards the side of Oli and the Vam. 3 members left alive for the Basilisk to make that 2. The Zeri is deleted, and Warlock and Single Tracks are just gonna have to go on the run. Single Tracks a little bit cocky, honestly, moving in for that Q. He does end up finding his way out of that one because of the Empowered Blast Cone, but your team is potentially find their way back in, but it is just they definitely have their work cut out for them as they can't even move into their own jungle. And okay, Victor finding some damage onto Syndra. This might be where they start.
Yeah, going to be on the tower as well. Unlucky
Warlock.
tower shot doesn't land.
Oh, fancy feet, the Gangplank ultimate. And it does look like they find something. I mean, they won't be able to pick up this Baron, but they get a kill, and that alleviates some pressure, at least. And them are in this mid lane, bearing down on that Nexus, knocking on it as well. Silverback doesn't take damage, so he's just buying a little bit of space for his team. The inhibitor actually doesn't fall, and a lot of pressure going on to the backline of Oli and the Vam does mean the Silverback's left on his own, but Warlock ends up falling. It is a reset for this Viego, and it might just mean the death of all members. Viego finds a double kill, 3 members scurry off, and the inhibitor is picked up by Oli and the Vam. They might be able to pressure the entire game, honestly. She doesn't quite, and that might just spell the doom of the Basilisks. Their head has been cut off, and it doesn't look like they're regenerating anytime soon. Both Nexus turrets down, their backs to the wall. 5v4 in their own base, and they don't have any support coming in. Rel, 30 seconds on her death timer. It looks like Viego will not quite be able to pick up the kill on the Warlock, but Ornn will surely be able to pick that one up, and the Syndra as well as the Karma hitting that Nexus, going down. This is a huge tension point for both teams at the moment. Gangplank selflessly using his ultimate in that bottom side, by the way, while getting absolutely decimated in his lane for a bit.
But look at Viego.
Yeah, a lot of pressure in the spot side. Viego's here, all of them trying to find the damage. He won't quite be able to for now. Braum, one more auto attack should do it, and First Blood will go over to Olivam, and he'll be able to get out of that one. The Ornn falls in the top side. Single Track's just kind of walking in. There's coming out from either side. Carrie Wang not going to be able to find the root, but Viego is going to be able to find a little bit of damage. Fenrir. Oh, hi guys. We're actually talking into the void. I'm Drake. I'm joined by Zapdos. We're here for Game 4. We we were talking about this being Game 5 waiting room. We talked about Silver Scrapes. We talked about it being pretty hype, and we also talked about the fact that these two teams have shown us a lot of different things. Zapdos, you were talking about how Ollie and the Vam were very dominant in that last game. How Basilisk really weren't showing as much dominance as they showed in Game 2. So we need to see them kind of turn things back on, figure out what they did wrong, and come back as an entirely different team, or else we could see a very upsetting victory for Ollie and the Vam.
Upsetting victory. I don't think anyone's going to be upset with it because both teams, if either one won, I really feel like they've kind of deserved this. It's been so close between both of the teams. But remember, Ollie and the Van, it feels like their jungler, literally the team named after him, has really been carrying them in that last game, going 10-2 on the Viego, being able to get 4 items in only like 25 minutes, I do believe. Just showing how powerful he truly became, and it's all because of that early game threat that he's able to do. And the way I see Ollie and the Fan running away with this game is through that early game, compared to the side of the Basilisk, which feel like they've always been late game centered, especially with the Zeri pickup they love, where they do want to just scale it up as much as possible. But it just doesn't feel like it's working right now for them.
All right, so I have the last ditch effort. I have on my piece of paper what needs to be done.
Okay.
It's not necessarily turbo meta, right? But it's not Karma, Jinx. Jinx. That's the shout. That's what I'm calling right now. Both teams have played it and found a lot of success on it. So whichever team chooses Jinx, I think they win. I'm gonna be honest. I'm calling it.
Ooh. Be it Spicer coming out from you could be definitely a great opportunity. Mostly because when you pick up the Jinx, you are going to be playing a Raise the Puppy combo. When you have both great AD carries, such as the AD carry of Fenriri against the AD carry of, there we go, High Up
Ghosty, yeah.
some of the names of these players, you can't blame us for taking a second to find them.
And then they're all like out of order because for fun.
Okay,
but, yeah.
Can I quickly moan at these players? Because I know you guys watch this back. Do you see here, right? Am I doing wrong way? Do you see here? I'm looking here, right? And I have no idea where you are because you are not in order. We're talking about people who seem to know what order they want to pick stuff. Is the Basilisk. They are going to be picking up themselves the Syndra first pick. But please, guys, I beg you, just pick in order. Make our casting lives just easier.
But either way, Syndra does get picked up. Ari in response, and Rel shortly afterwards. This is pretty normal stuff. Ari's definitely a development. Zeri getting picked up as well. I would have to assume maybe accompanied by, okay, the Lulu. That's at least a slight development. Sense of me going back towards his Enchanter comforts. I think moving away from that Braum is really nice. But yeah, something we didn't touch on when we were talking about the draft before we got into this stage. Diego also getting picked up again. That's terrifying, but we'll get to that later. The Basilisks are actually finally on blue side.
Yeah. Actually opting to go for first pick instead, making sure they picked up that Syndra. So we saw whenever it had their matchup against Victor in the mid lane, it just consistently was able to find that burst damage and win out. You talked about the Jinx!
Okay!
We're here, baby, for the game!
What did I say?
Game 4, picking up the Jinx. I'm not sure how I actually feel with the pairing up, because Jinx loves to go against big tanks, trying to make sure to find those resets. I guess it pairs up well with the Viego, but going into something like a Malphite is going to be super difficult, as we have some very interesting picks coming out from both teams. But we're going to have to see if this AD carry of the Zeri or Jinx will be able to take over this game, because this game's going to be early game focused, I can tell you that.
They are just like, they're just making me happy. You know, they're just warming my heart.
You're enjoying yourself.
They're just warming my heart. We see a Poppy, that's for fun as well. But like, we were talking about the Jinx. I called the Jinx. I called the Silas. I was like, get that guy off of Amumu. It wasn't. It was banned, but like he picks the Silas. Like I'm just seeing everything I wanted. I can go to sleep happy. You know, it doesn't matter how this game plays out. Obviously, if my Jinx call is even more perfect, then we will be closing out the series. But hopefully that's not the case, and maybe I'm wrong on one of my things. You know, I am classic for caster cursing. But
it could be a caster gift instead.
A caster gift, okay.
Yeah, you gift them the Jinx.
If you listen to the caster, then you, yeah, I see what you mean.
Well, if they listen to me, it'll make our life easier.
That's 100% true. But either way, both teams adopting some definitely interesting picks. Poppy, we haven't seen just yet. I assume that's going towards the top side. And then we also see the Sylas in the jungle, the Jinx in the ADC role, some developments, but Ari going back towards something that has been pretty standard in the meta for the past few years, I'd say, or at least a year. And Syndra, what we've seen all day. So a couple of pretty standard stuff, but a couple of new things. And, you know, it spices up the mix a bit.
Yeah, heavy teamfight comps coming out from both teams. The Basilisk, we talked about ease of execution at this level of gameplay, and it feels like the Basilisk have that. Just have the Malphite go in and then play front to back as much as possible with your team. The only issue I do have is when you're going against a Viego and an Ari, which are so good at picking off people, I'm just sad that Syndra in this mid lane is going to be able to get picked off quite easily, or even in this late game can go for 4 different members on the Basilisk. They need to play this to perfection before the fight even starts. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for them to play.
Yeah, I mean, but there is a lot of follow-up for the side of Ollie and the Vam, right? Like, the CC chains are insane. You land a Poppy CC into a wall, you have an Ari charm to follow up. If that doesn't land for some reason, if you can't hit the charm on an immobile target, you have the Rel engaged to follow up. You have Viego W. Like, you have so many follow-up options for the side of Ollie and the Vam, as well as scaling into the team fight, right? Even if you're behind in one of these team fights, if Viego or Jinx get a reset, the fight is entirely flipped on its head. So there's a lot of factors for Ollie and the Vam, even if they do fall behind in a certain stage. I think that's something that Basilisks are going to have to be kind of wary of for a large portion of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for them to find this, but if the Basilisks are able to get to this late game, I still think they are massively favoured to win this, especially with the Zeri and Lulu. If the speed up starts to get there, how are you ever going to get onto them? Because it's great and all having a Poppy that is able to stop the dashing around, but it doesn't stop movement speed, where she can just be trying to do as much as possible, even with a Syndra on top of that. But still, Ollie and the Fan, we talked about how strong their early games are. This team comp is literally built for it, and it's all going to be about this mid and jungler having both the Viego and Ari that are just so incredible when they are paired together, especially with that charm, where if they are able to charge someone up, they should basically be able to find the easy reset for that Viego and take over these fights.
Yeah, and Sylas, another champion, when we're talking about taking over, a champion that likes to do that. He likes to take over in the early game. He likes to cause a lot of mayhem on the map, and not really a farming focused jungler. So we're definitely going to see some stuff coming out from Amunaj if he's playing it to the standard that we're hoping. And we might see just a 2v2 in the mid lane being quite the focus of this game, of this early game. But that's enough speculation for now. It's game 4. We have 2 wins towards the side of Ollie and the Vam, 1 win for Basilisks. And if Basilisks are able to even it out, then we will go to game 5. But otherwise, the series could end here. You guys don't go anywhere. We're going to shoot to a short break. Me and Zapdos will be right with you guys in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody. My name is Drake. I'm joined by Zapdos, and we're here for Game 4. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for the possibly final game of the CWL Grand Finals in Division 2. Zapdos, how are you feeling about this game?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see if the side of OLI and the fam are able to clutch it up and get themselves the big win over CWL Season 6, because it's been a long journey for both these teams to get here. Winning 2-1 against their own perspective. It took them 2 months of the regular split to show that they are the best two teams, going 6-2 in the regular split, really showing the amount of power both these teams do have. And it's been such a close journey for both of these teams, as each game has been so close. And even this one, even though there may be a team comp that's slightly better than the rest, I can never tell which team's going to win.
Yeah, we were talking about that off of camera as well, but it is one of those series. It is one of those divisions. It is one of those leagues, honestly, where you can't quite predict what's going on. And that happens every single game. So as we watch, we'll try and predict as much as we can. And first place to look is that Viego did start Raptors, so he should be pathing towards that top side, finishing his red buff, then his Krugs. And you see Silas getting leashed quite generously by this Malphite in the top side. And that might just be because of the case that Silas loses a lot of HP in the jungle at the moment. We'll have to see, obviously, how Aminosh pilots this. He plays it a lot, so you'd have to assume he's decent at it. But it is a hard champion to clear with.
Yeah, it's not going to be the best clear in the early game, and it also gets paired with an AP mid laner, so if you see OLI Fan going for those Merc treads, he's going to be able to find that 2v2 just a little bit easier. I'd say it's going to be a good trade towards down the bot lane, going to be able to push out this wave quite easily for this Jinx. It's mostly because of Rocket Form. There's just not much that you can really do up against it. Bot lane should be able to push this out easily. Could even go for the 3 stacked wave, but decided to actually go for the second one instead, as both junglers seem to be focusing around this bot side.
Yeah, Viego will be heading down there very shortly, finishing his red buff very soon. It does look like the side of Basilisk did spot him out, so they know exactly where he is, which is good. That tracking does mean that they can be aware of the presence of Viego, keep in mind where he's at and where he could possibly be, so he doesn't have any unneeded or undeserved pressure. But as we look towards this top side, a lot of poke coming down, both top laners down to 1/3 HP. And looks like Silas is looking for something in his bot side. Ghosty is ghosting out and does end up getting out of dodge for now. A really good ward being placed in that tri-brush does mean that they spot out that Silas. But so far, a lot of tension between these two teams, but not quite any punishment just yet.
Yeah, the biggest problem I see is with this Viego. His clear is just so much slower than the Silas. Even though Silas is able to skip one out, they still were able to find that ghost out of that Jinx, meaning the next gank is going to be even easier, as Warlock can be in a bit of danger.
Yeah, Olivem does get CC'd, but he doesn't find any more follow-up. He will be able to secure himself the scuttle for his troubles, however. And I keep looking at Rel and thinking that she's the jungler for some reason, because of my mind has been programmed the past 2 days. But it doesn't look like she's going to be the jungler at this point. And Silas moving towards that top side does mean that he'll be able to secure scuttle as well. A really weird pathing for Aminaj, if I might say so myself.
Well, he wanted to try and look for a gank in the bot lane, was able to find the ghost, but not anything more than that. And because Viego's been full camp clearing, actually got himself a much healthier clear path. He just can't actually contest with this Skull Crab, so instead focuses towards his top side, where it does have priority in both mid and top. This is the reason why the warden looks a little bit weird, but it's still...
Oh, flash in the mid lane. 2 flashes out, though, and the mid laner does survive, but Ahri with no flash does mean that Silas can threaten that a lot more in the future. And Viego looking for this invade, it might be a little bit of a scary situation, but Syndra moving down does mean that the Viego won't be able to cause any sort of mischief just yet. But a lot of tension, and like I said, a lot of posturing between these two teams for now. And so far, still no punishment just yet.
And talking about tension, take a look at this top lane. Both top laners have been this level of HP, 1 to 200, for just so long now. But them getting consistent shields has been able to keep them alive both. But yeah, both being tank meta.
Engaged in the bot lane. Carry Wang can't follow up any further. Sense of Me is doing quite a bit of damage with Fenriri. And does look like the jungler is here to aid them. No flash available for Silas, but an engage onto Carry Wang. He doesn't have the flash, and he will get taken down. First blood for the Zeri. And Fenriri showing out why Basilisk might be able to come out on top in game 4.
Yeah, great play coming out from Den. Silence realizing the bot lane is going to be a major factor on if they win this or not. And because of this, they should be able to push out this wave and get a significant lead, especially with the first kill going off to the Zeri, putting up Fenriri in a great opportunity to try and carry this game.
It's a hard position to fight from, though, because once we get towards the later stages, like the mid-game fights, Jinx outranges Zeri so much. But the DPS is a lot lower until she gets excited. So it's going to come down really to key moments to the way that these two teams play the team fights and maybe even how the junglers and supports are activating them.
You talk about activation. You have a thing called a Lulu. She presses WE on you. Next thing you know, you're running a Mach 20 when you have Ghost up and available. I think this Zeri might find a way to pilot around these few champions, I do believe, to get themselves a bit of a lead. If they had a Braum, different story. But when you have an enchanter as strong as Lulu, of course you could be able to do it. And talking about people that are strong, mid lane have both got themselves towards that level 6 mark. And this is the opportunity where Ahri can try and look for those flanks. You said about how Jinx could be a major carry for this team. They need to start getting her kill leads, and the way they can do this is through finding those flanks, and that's exactly what Ahri can do soon.
Yeah, super powerful flank champion. Poppy, not quite as powerful, but a good frontliner will be able to peel forward this Jinx, same with Rel. And the front to back isn't quite standard for the side of the OLI and the Vam, but it is definitely a strong one if they play it correctly. But dealing with Malphite engage, Sylas engage, Syndra engage, Zeri running over your team, it might be too much. As we see Ahri engaging in the mid lane, Syndra isn't quite falling. Attention in the top lane again, but an engage in the bot side does get a Dark Harvest proc for Aminaj onto that Jinx. And looking bot once more out, Poppy does get the kill on the Malphite, and flash out in the bot lane does mean that Lulu is able to make his way out of that one. Aminaj finds the engage onto Rel, and Rel is taken down once again without burning flash. And it looks like Zeri gets a double kill. Diego gets one back. Ghosty is low, but is he low enough? Sense of Me is here to support. And will it be enough? Jinx trying to 1v2. In the mid lane, we see Warlock finally using his ultimate onto Ahri. And there's just carnage all over the map. 4 for 2. Zeri's following up onto this Jinx. Surely there won't be any more deaths. Malphite in this top side. Nearly
You speak too soon.
And now everything should have died down. 4-2, a little bit of a gold lead. Fenriri, please back away, man. My breath. And the game is finally calming down.
And you talk about calming down. One person that will not be calming down if they get themselves back into the lane is going to be this area. Fenriri, as Jinx is able to find the kill on that. Oh no, Kari won. Don't go for this, man. Aminaj is nearby. Okay. They are staying safe from this, but Zeri still able to get himself a triple kill, still able to get himself quite a significant gold list. You can just take a look at the difference in the items between two of these players. However, Jinx still okay. Being able to find the shutdown on top of him has made it a lot easier. And because of all of this attention they've put towards the bot side, it does actually open up the top lane for OLI fam to be able to just farm up a little bit more, as it just doesn't feel like he's as strong as possible. As he was able to pick up the Rift Valve.
Yeah, huge. Olivem definitely making waves for his team. 4-3 is now the scoreline, and honestly, I would call that 4-4 because of the shutdown being 300 gold. So the gold-wise, the kills are even, and that's not to count the Rift Herald that's already gone over as well. They are still slightly behind because of the pressure that the Basilisks have been putting out, but I would say OLI and the Vem very chilled at the moment. Even though Basilisk did pick up that Infernal Dragon. But Aminaj is just going to keep getting punished for not being able to farm, and we'll have to see whether that is going to affect him later on, or if he'll be able to keep up with all of them and his farming ways.
Yeah, Scythe is one of those champions where you really do need to find that farm, as Aminaj could look for an engage.
Surely he can't. Okay, yeah. Just a little bit of comfortability coming out from Ghosty because he knows all of them. Olivem is in the area, and I mean, it's been a game of posturing. It's been a game of tension, and these two teams have not been letting up on either side.
Yeah, Olifan does have the Rift Herald, most likely going to get placed towards the bot lane in just a second. They weren't able to pick up the first dragon of the game, though, as the Infernal Soul did go over to the side of the Basilisks. However, this gold injection into Jinx is going to be super useful, and most importantly, it does actually stop Fenriri from getting this golden XP under the tower. As just take a look, Carry One just being the ward for his team. As, yeah, just Fenrir in a very bad situation, kind of losing the whole entire lead he gained from those 3 kills.
Yeah, loses, what was that, 2 full waves? Loses,
I think lose the whole tower.
Yeah, and I think he might, lose the entire turret. Not quite, but 4 plates and a half go over towards the side of Ollie and the Vam. And it's honestly just absolute disaster. Oh, Aminash. Not quite going to be able to get followed up upon any further. The turret doesn't quite fall. But yeah.
You can tell Ghosty is hunting for that tower as much as he can. But no, really well played from the side of Basilisk. I think that's actually the best play they've made over all of the games as Aminash finds it.
Carry has not burned flash yet. Please burn flash, man. Okay, he's still done. I don't know.
I mean, he did what you wanted. I mean, he found that flash, but no.
He burned, he burned it half a second too late. Bro just wanted to save it for next game, and turns out he just might as well have dies anyways. But finally burns his flash in that bot lane. 3 deaths now, a majority of his teams. But either way, Ollie and the Vam definitely have a commanding position in this game, despite being a little bit behind in the kill department. And that's just because of the CS lead. It's because of the Rift Herald. But we'll have to see. It's kind of like the Rift Herald versus Dragon method, you know? Because one dragon has been claimed by the Basilisk. They've been fighting, and they've adopted this type of playstyle where we'll just fight you, we'll get a kill lead, we'll get a dragon
lead. Do
lead.
not want this.
Oh, yeah, no, surely. Surely we walk away, but there's a TP in the mid lane, and Ollie Vam actually gets turned on. It does look like there will be enough damage to pick up this kill for Asbreak, but 1 for 1. As I was talking about one team going for all the kills, it looks like both teams have decided to. Oh no, Ghosty. Oh, Ghosty's just dead, no?
No, has to
make a Death Rocket goes slightly wide. Ghosty ghosts. He did end up getting the turret, and in the end, I guess that's all he wanted. But this game, I mean, oh no, Super Mega Death Rocket just to BM, just to stop that back. And I swear I can't look away for 1 second or else something else will happen.
Yeah, this game is absolute chaos. Everybody going for nail to foot, trying to get themselves anything they can. Talking about people getting stuff, 2 tower plates over towards the A, getting herself a little bit more gold into her pocket. And I'm quite curious to actually see the gold differential on both of these AD carries, because both of them have been getting just so much injected into their pockets. Yeah, take a look, 5.4k onto this area because of those extra tower plates, showing just how much sugar she has at 2.5 items.
No, surely Asbreak can't get this kill in the mid lane on his own with a Lulu there to help Warlock. Okay, he's walking it out. Sense of Me is kind of winning the 1v1.
Yeah, Lulu deals a little bit more damage. There's actually been a few people like me who like to go lethal tempo onto Lulu just because of how much damage your auto attacks do truly deal. But we do get ourselves pretty close to the next objective, which is going to be the dragon in the next 40 seconds. Most likely both teams will be contesting this. However, great priority coming out from the bot lane because of getting the full tower. I do believe it should be going over to the way of the Ollie and Fan.
And I think something surprising to take note of is the fact that the gold lead is really not that far apart. And I mean, even looking at lanes, like the Zeri has 3 extra kills over this Jinx, but because of the turret plating gold and because of just the assist gold as well, Jinx is sitting on a happy exact item. Like they are both on 1 item, completed boots, both of the ADCs. We look towards the mid lane, both mid laners are on completed item with like about 700 gold to spare. It's pretty even all across the board as Rel finds this engage onto the Lulu. The Sense of Me might be finding the sense of death, but it actually is Ollie Van that actually ends up finding his way into the grave. And it looks like a Poppy is in the middle of the fight, and so many members of the Basilisks are here actually to fight back. Carrie Wang ends up getting taken low. He ends up dropping. Poppy falls on the opposite side, and it will just be 4 instant kills going towards the side of the Basilisk for literally no deaths.
Yeah, not having the damage to kill out the Lulu. Viego falls down straight away, and then the re-engage from single tracks, having that big unstoppable force onto that Jinx just means the teamfight gets absolutely broken apart for them. They are able to pick themselves up the second dragon of the game, which will be that Mountain Drake, as we see an exact replay of what happens.
I mean, itemization be damned.
when you're rock solid, I have to say, with the Malphite re-engage. Because just take a look. We'll see the outplay barn getting used here, guys. Malphite walks in. Okay, he hits a Q. Ah! There we go. Able to get the, we'll say, one shot onto I'm Ghosty. This is why I don't play the AD carry role.
The AD carry role is well, it's been considered unfun for probably about like 4 years now. So
yeah, I stopped in season 5. Trust me.
It is beating a dead horse at this point to say anything other than that. But either way, the kills are finally blowing up in the lead for Basilisk. They're absolutely taking over. 2,000 gold ahead now. They have 2 dragons in the lead. They will be losing both Rift Heralds, it looks like, but obviously that hasn't affected them that much. And it is a clash of styles at this point. We're moving into the later stages of this game, of Game 4, and we'll have to see if Basilisk are going to be able to close it out with the lead that they've developed so far, or if OLI and the VAM will be able to stay tried and true to what they know and fight their way back into this one.
Yeah, remember that. It's actually really good pick potential on OLI and the fans. They could try and find things at Silverback.
Surely that should have hit the wall, but either way, just a little bit of a belly bump between the two in the enemy top jungle. Malphite is here for a crazy flank, by the way. Okay, he lands it onto Poppy and Jinx is just deleted. Poppy pops the W, but is it? No, it's nowhere near enough. OLI VAM has to run away, scamper away with his tail tucked between his legs. Ahri ends up falling. A double kill for the Malphite. Will the Rock pick up a third? No, that one will go to Silas. Double. And it looks like the Basilisks are, well, shoving my words down my throat.
Years of Execution is the aim of the game for the Basilisk, as Malphite is able to find an incredible ultimate onto both Jinx and the carry of Ahri, and on the back of that, able to get themselves a tower into the mid lane. But what a play coming out from them. I don't even think we have to have words to say for this. I feel like Malphite does it all for us.
I mean, yeah, Single Tracks was just on top of things here. He had such good vision.
God, just look at that.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. And even the Lulu ultimate to get the start up as well. Absolute pure class coming out from these players.
Yeah, and we say class, but it's not like it was a hard execution, like you said. It
still worked, thank you. I'm still very proud of these players.
No, it is cerebral, right? It was a very intelligent play, and it was well done. But obviously, the follow-up from the Lulu ultimate, like, it's not necessarily a skilled maneuver, but that's the beauty of League, is that very similar to chess, you don't have to have entirely skilled maneuvers all the time if you're just smarter than the opponent.
Yeah, exactly. You're completely correct about that. But, I mean, they kind of decided to make themselves a team comp, which is so easy to execute. So massive props to the coach on the side of the Basilisk to get themselves into a position as of Jacques. You need to get yourself out, but having ultimate, I don't think...
No. Okay, there is more follow-up. Warlock flashes forward, and it is enough damage for Silas to get the kill. Very large misstep from Ahri on that side.
Surely they don't tower dive this.
I mean, Malphite doesn't take damage.
200 HP there, I think, was the most amount they did. As a sense of me does need to be a little bit careful, because OLI fam, remember, this player has been so powerful in the last game, was 8 and 2 respectively. It just hasn't really been able to find those resets they truly need. So the side, if they're able to find those resets, they can really turn this game around, but it's getting even more difficult as there is a 5k gold lead for the side of the Basilisks.
And the gold is only ballooning for the Basilisks as the game progresses, as the game goes further on. You can see a full item up is this Zeri at this point. It is just an abysmally large gold differential between these two teams at this point. And focused where in the roles that matter, right? 1,600, 1,700 gold in the lead for this Zeri. 1,000, another 600 in the lead for the Syndra. And the Malphite doesn't take damage, even though he is 1,200 gold ahead. It's just... it's a very hard position to be in, and especially when we're talking about like both junglers playing off meta carry champions that aren't actually that ahead, so aren't able to do the carrying. When you look at these gold leads, it's honestly almost insurmountable.
Yeah, you talk about insurmountable. This rock is going to be insurmountable to get through, especially with having 2 full items to his name. Both actually going for the armor, thinking that the Ahri doesn't do enough damage. So this Jinx and Viego, I don't think they're really going to be doing much, but a smart call coming out from the side of OLI and the fam, realizing we can't contest this Drake at all. Let's go for this Baron instead, and this is exactly what they're doing, starting this up. And I don't think they're none the wiser on the side of the Basilisks.
But only 2 members are moving. There is the reality of this is obviously going to be sniffed out. They didn't commit to it, and it makes it very hard to fight for it. Syndra obviously does have that TP available, so maybe a 3v4 in that situation, and just not worth the risk. I understand the decision to move towards this top side. Maybe they're able to secure a turret instead, but there you go. You just forced a TP, and at the end of the day, this just feels really bad, I'd have to say.
Yeah, at least they were able to get a teleport out of it, so something was expended by them, but now there's only 3 members in the mid lane. No actual teleport for Warlock, so can't help to fight as well, but great disengage coming out from the blue team as well. Will actually keep them out to safety, as both these teams are playing tick for tack, trying to find ways to outmaneuver each other, but it feels like every single time the Basilisk, because of how far ahead they are going to be the ones with the lead.
Yeah, and at least it was very controlled play coming out from the side of OLI and the Vem. They knew that they couldn't try that Baron. They tried it at least, and they knew if somebody came that they just had to give up the position that they were in. And knowing that they can't overextend there, very, very
I think that's 50 damage.
Yeah, I don't think Single Trex is in any threat. Has Flash available, has Ultimate available. There's no way. If anything, Wang might actually end up getting caught here. Aminaj does have the Rel Ultimate available, and it does look like the support was left all on his lonesome, ends up getting deleted. And guess what's right next to your support that just died? A giant purple worm.
And it seems like the side of the giant purple worm will be going over to the Basilisk. I don't think there should be a major contest coming out. However, Oli and the Fan does have Flash available, does have Smite, so could go for this.
Oh, Poppy Ultimate. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. Okay! No, Silas got it. Anyways, so it turns out the Viego is dead, and the Poppy is dead, and the enemy team is dressed in purple, and well, this game has been blown absolutely wide open.
I think the Nexus is going to be dead pretty soon, as Azure Bike on this bot side is going to be able to get a tower to his name. Warlock getting nearby though, using the ultimate in the nick of time to get themselves out, so at least that's a little bit of gold towards there, but it's just going from bad to worse. Now it's ballooned up to a 6k gold lead, should be even more now, as both the tank and the support are going to be in this top lane, trying to slap down this tower as fast as possible.
Yeah, Infinity Edge completed for this Jinx as well as Kraken Slayer it's not going to be enough to deal with. Navori, Static, Zeal, nearly Zeal item completed, I think, after this reset from Zeri. Yeah, there you go. There's the Runins. So just it keeps going from bad to worse, honestly. And we were talking about how, okay, never mind. There's an engage in the top lane. Malphite. Will he take damage? Okay, Olivier lost all of his HP. I don't know. Guys, okay. Ghosty ghosted, and they walked away. Malphite
that
didn't even have to
Sunfire cape did so much, I have to say. Burning away the competition, as you just can't do anything against this Malphite. No armor pen on either the Viego or Jinx. Needing to get those 3 items before they get anywhere near to buying his Oliver.
Oh my!
Whoa!
Where did he go?
I think he just disappeared to the Ether Realm. I didn't know there was a Mordekaiser in this game. As we actually are going to be seeing a resale come out from Single Text. Has a teleport back in to get himself out to safety. And with Baron still on all 5 members of the team, they should be able to start battling down these towers.
We were talking about how the last game that we watched, Ollie and the Vam, were so dominant. We were talking about how they absolutely popped off. They looked like Basilisk couldn't even hold a candle to them, right? And that's just the reality of how that game played out. And now we're seeing an entirely different Basilisk and an entirely different Ollie and the Vam. Like, these teams, I swear, like, are swapping names every other game. Like, I don't understand what's going on. But either way, Basilisk absolutely taking over in this one. And this is the most dominant game we've seen so far. It would have to be a miracle for Ollie and the Vam if they're able to fight their way back in.
Yeah, one thing they could actually try to do is, with this Poppy, is trying to find these flanks like you're saying here.
But not anything to be found here, as the Jinx and the Viego are taken very low. Viego actually dying. Silverback has to flash away, and it looks like the Rel will get caught in the crossfire. Poppy falls as well. Ari falls afterwards. Silas and Zeri, you know what? Why not just flash forward and secure the kill onto Jinx? That's an ace. That's probably game 4, and that's Silver Scrapes for the CWL Division 2 Grand Finals.
A huge game coming out from the side of the Basilisk, getting themselves back from a 2v1 loss, getting themselves to the Silver Scrapes, only 1 win away from getting themselves the win, pretty simply.
Sorry.
You know when you mess up and you're like, how
Either
do we
way,
do this?
only one win away from what you were going to say is the CWL Division 2 winner's crown, right?
I was remembering what season we were, so then in my brain I was like, we're season 6, I got
Season
this.
6, yeah.
And then you're like, okay, cool, we messed up here.
Either way,
Long day.
we're finally done, you know, with that game. That was such a long one, you know, like a really grueling, just long game right there. 24 minutes. That's a long League of Legends game. We didn't FF at 15, you know, that one felt long, you know. But either way, well done from the Basilisk to be able to bring that one back. We were talking about how they weren't in a position to be able to win that one very convincingly, but they definitely showed us wrong. They showed us up, and they came for a little bit of a vengeance, or came with a vengeance, sorry, into that game 4. So we're moving on to game 5 now. It's been a roller coaster of games. I have no idea what to expect moving into game 5.
Oh, it's been definitely a few games, to say the least, to be honest. It's been very intense, all of them. Keeps going back and forth. One team wins one, the other one wins the other, but we're going to have to see who is going to be winning the next, because even in the regular split, 1-1 apiece. So we're going back to these regular season splits, and we're going to have to see who is going to be able to pick up the second game and be crowned CWL Season 6 champion.
Yeah, we'll be right back after a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. My name is Drake. I am joined once again by Zapdos. We're not muted this time for the intro, I believe. But we're here. We're here for Game 5, Silver Scrapes. I'm not singing it, even though a lot of the players want me to, and me and Zapdos too.
I could do it.
Okay.
Dun-dun-dun, 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 dun-dun-dun. There we go.
Okay.
We ready? Do you feel hyped?
That was fantastic. Thank you,
I tried to
Zapdos.
make it as bad as possible because I got told if I do it as bad as possible, we'll get plenty of solo bolos in the next game. So thank you guys. It's what
You
I'm
want
here for.
more solo bolos. You want more.
I genuinely
action.
don't think you can get more action.
we were watching solo bolo like town last game. I swear. Like,
Yeah,
I looked bot lane, there was a team fight. I looked mid, there was a kill, and then I looked top, and then there was another kill. And then we watched the replay, and then when we got back to live, top died. Like, that is exactly what happened in the last game. Like, I don't think we could physically get any more action. These games have been insane.
Yeah, whenever I play in any of these leagues or watch any of these leagues, I don't think there's anything more, like any leagues in this world that have more action than the CWL.
Yeah, there's, well, to be fair, China, I've heard things about certain games. And I've watched some crazy stuff.
Competes.
Yeah,
I'm not going to lie.
To be fair, it has been pretty crazy. But either way, these teams have fought so hard to be here. Like you said, 6-2 in the regular season, each of them. They have been so... I've used the word parallel too many times today. They are a mirror of each other, I swear. 2 wins, both of them in this series. In the last time that they faced off against each other, they each won 1 game, neither of them winning a third. So they are exactly even win rate against each other so far. It is just... I have no words. This game is a coin flip, 50-50% win chance. Whoever wins, they take it home, you know? And then they're the better team. And it's so weird to say, but none of the other games matter. This is the only one that matters, and the odds are exactly even.
Yeah, no, both teams are going to be a 50-50. If we had to ask everybody at home who to vote for, I think it would be a 50-50 split. But recently, I feel like the Basilisk have been coming up with some really good team comps, some really good ideas with what they want to come up with. So we're going to have to see if they are going to be able to take it away here. Because both of these teams are brand new to the CWL and brand new to this season. So it's interesting to see that some of the old folks, some of the people who've been here for so long have been completely taken out. So after this CWL split for these 2 teams, I'm wondering to see where they're going to go.
Yeah, I'm definitely very interested to find out, but we won't know until this game ends. And all we can think about really before this game is draft, right? All we can think about is how these 2 teams are going to develop for the final time, for the 5th time in this series. And if the trend continues, right? Because it has been one team wins, the other team wins. One team wins, the other team wins. If the trend continues, I believe that means that we will see a win for OLI and the VAM. I'm just saying. If the statistics are adding up and the statistics be adding, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, statistics seem to be adding up. However, I still have all belief that this should be a game up to both of these teams. I feel like they have their own fate in their hands. So we're going to have to see if any team does want to come out on top. Because it feels like both of these teams have really understood what type of champions they enjoy. For example, we know Oni and the Fan love to have that Viego in the jungle compared to the side of the Basilisk that loves to pick up stuff like that Zoe.
Yeah, and it's not only draft-wise, like when we're thinking about champions, but it's also draft-wise when we're thinking about which side they're going to be on. And Justin, OLI and the VAM will be on the blue side for the 4th time in this series. So flipping the script once more and making it back to normally. And we'll see them on the left side of our screens once more in the loading screen, and just their players, right? They'll be on the left side. Not the right side, as we were talking about earlier. But either way, that's going to change things as well. First pick going to be going towards them. Maybe that we'll see the Syndra priority like we were talking about once more. And it has been something that these 2 teams have very clearly defined as their meta. So a lot to look forward to and a lot to think about when we move into this draft and into the beginnings of Game 5. And this is the story. The rest of the story was everything is the same. Every day is exactly the same. Every game is exactly the same. We will lose, we will win, but everything's going to stay even. This game is the result that matters. So everything's on the line. I'm curious to see how they'll develop, because we've talked about all of the drafts that they've done. They've banned certain things that they've found really annoying. MF, Amumu. Other things come to mind. Hopefully, we'll maybe see a Viego ban going into this game. There's a lot of things to consider, but also Viego didn't work for 2 of the games. So it's just, there's so many things weighing on both of these teams' minds. I can't possibly predict or understand the pressure that they're going through, but I'm excited to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what adaptation they're going to be. If the MF is still going to be banned, say if the Amumu, or maybe even take away the Syndra, as we do know the either team that's on blue side absolutely loves picking up for the first time, as we do know that the side of the Basilisk will be on the blue team. So be very interested to see if they want to pick that up yet again, or if they want to make some changes and iterations, because when we saw the Silas in the jungle, it seemed very powerful, but maybe there's a counter against that. There's just so many different opportunities, especially in League of Legends, to make these adaptations.
Yeah, and it's so hard to analyze as well, because you can't even tell if it was the Silas that was the problem, or if it was just that you picked Jinx and maybe gave in to a little bit of a caster curse situation. No pointing fingers, but like there's so many things to consider, right? Because Silas might have not been the problem. It could have been just the sole Malphite. You know, you'll point the fingers. Okay, fair enough. But it could have been the Malphite, you know, it could have been anything. So there's just too many considerations to take into account to possibly predict what these 2 teams are going to do. I think a lot of focus should be back towards that bottom lane, but there's so many champions available. Zeri obviously did well, but didn't find her groove every single game. So there's just so many things. Lulu as well being kind of a focus because of enchanters and how much success we've seen both of these supports find on them. I don't even know where to go from this. Like, it's both these teams have shown me very different sides of themselves.
Yeah, and fatigue is probably going to set in for these players as much as it has set in for us, as this is going to be game 5, and the longer the games go on for, the more mistakes that will be happening from these players. So maybe playing a pick comp or playing something a little bit simpler could be the best option for you. So we saw last game from the side of the Basilisk, when they were able to find that comp that was really able to facilitate their style. Something like this Malphite top lane that was so easy to execute. Maybe that's their way forward. Maybe that's the way they can get themselves this CWL title.
I think that is going to be the focus. That's going to be the name of the game for both of these teams. I think ease of execution is so important when you're going into game 5, when you're going into pulling the trigger matters so much more. The nerves can't get in the way of the way that you're playing. None of this is allowed to impact this game, because this is the game that matters the most. I think that's definitely, like you said, going to be a large focus for both of these teams. It shouldn't just be the Basilisks. I think OLI and the VEM should lean back towards that as well. Maybe even comfort picks should be something that we see coming out. And obviously, only time will tell. There's a couple of client issues, so draft will be a little bit longer, guys. Sorry about that. You know, small indie company stuff. A couple of the drafts have closed halfway through. It's just normal. That's what you guys expect. But as we slowly move into this next game, I think Silver Scrapes, we've seen these 2 teams show up in entirely different ways, and I don't want to see Zeri, Ezreal, Jinx, or what was it, Kai'Sa ever again.
You're asking too much from AD carry players, because usually in the meta you have one champion and you stick to that. However, this is the CWL. They always have fancy picks to be coming out. Could maybe even have some Karthus ADC if anyone's feeling a little bit spicy today. But I think most likely we are going to be sticking to the normal picks, as we are going to be getting drafted in just a second of time. There we go. We have everything starting up and ready. Just have to show up in your screen in just a second. And I'm thinking about the first pick. Just a guess. Might be a Syndra.
Maybe? But first we have bans, so I think that's something that we consider first off. Maokai is going to be that first ban. Maybe a response will be the Rise. I'm not sure. Ooh. Nope, Volibear. Okay, Volibear first, then the Rise. It's such weird bans in these games because of weird, little small microcosm metas in the CWL, because these players all play their own stuff. Maybe we'll see a Vladimir come out in this game. That's something that I can be excited about, at least. But it does look like the Xayah is going to be banned as well. And then moving on to the other side, probably a Rise. It's surprising that they're going so slow for now. MF, okay.
And, yeah, seeming like every team is going to be happy with it. As finally, everybody at home, you can see what we are going to be seeing the picks, seeing the bans, as the Amumu is going to be the 3rd ban away from the side, as we are going to need a remake to make it actually work. Just a second, so we're going to have to see if the players are going to be doing that, but we'll talk you through as much as possible so you can be on the exact side as us. As the first pick will be coming through from the side of Ollie and the fam, and you talked about one of the AD carries, the Kai'Sa. It will get picked up for them.
Yeah, Kai'Sa gets picked up for Ghosty, and good to see him on a champion that doesn't need Ghost anymore.
Yeah, wait, Kai'Sa does use Ghost, no.
Oh no. And Zeri gets locked in, and then J4. Okay, we will need a remake, but we might be going through the entire draft first off, guys. So just bear with us at the moment. You guys will be able to see for now, but there has been a Jarvan picked up with a Zeri for the side of the Basilisks, and Ollie Vem is hovering Yuumi. How excited are you, Zapdos?
I feel like the Yuumi was just there to make sure that they did actually get a reset. The reason we are resetting is then the client actually works for you guys. You can see everything our beautiful eyes can see on the League of Legends client. And yeah, interesting comps coming out so far. Having the J4, having the Zeri on the same team really shows they want to play those front-to-back fights. But most importantly, it puts Warlock on a champion where he can find those snap engages. Or sorry, the jungler of Anujan that can find those big engages, can find those early game engages that we do know the Basilisks absolutely love, compared to the side of Olivan, which love to play for that late game. And with Kai'Sa, they can really do some backline diving if they want to.
Yeah, he's definitely shown us that he's able to activate stuff like Sylas, like a Mumu even in the early stages, and I think accelerating that even further by picking a J4, picking something that is like you've committed all of your chips towards the or all of your eggs in the early engage basket. I think that is definitely going to be rewarding for them if they can execute it correctly. But it is something that you have to keep in mind that now you picked an AD jungler, you might pick an AD top laner, then you have an AD support, ADC, obviously, and then you could be AD stacking really, really quickly, so you need to be able to pick something with a lot of damage in that mid lane. But that doesn't seem like it's been a problem for either of these two teams in the past few games.
Yeah, it seems like everybody has finally understood where they want to sit exactly in the meta. But I still feel like these teams really are coming down to these big team fights about who has the better engages. Because last game, that Malphite seemed so powerful. So we're going to have to see if that is going to be picked up yet again from both these teams, as we'll begin back into draft in just a second.
Yeah, it looks like we've finally gotten back into draft. And on our screens, we see a big old Yuumi hover. And it'll catch up very shortly, guys, but we're still watching the bans come through. But they're just rebanning at the moment and taking quite a bit of time, I would say, and that might be just a result of it being Game 5. It seems like some of the other games they banned rather quickly and knew exactly what was going on, so it is maybe a little bit of nervousness, a little bit of jitters, and really figuring out what exactly they want to be able to pick.
Yeah, it feels like adaptations coming out from both teams as we see the J4 and even the Kai'Sa, two champions that we haven't seen much from these teams. We haven't seen the J4 yet. There's a split for both of those teams as we are almost caught up with the teams. We're going to actually find out what this Yuumi is going to be, because I don't think I actually want to cast it if it's a Yuumi, if I'm honest.
That's fair enough. You do have your Yuumi gripes, and it looks like we're back on that Yuumi hover for now. It's actually Emilio hover now, so we might end up seeing Emilio picked.
Emilio could actually pair quite well with the
bro, they hear us. The Wukong?
They're trying to mess around with us, but it's looking like they're going for
Rise was let through!
And
Rise was let through!
Yeah, now Rise has actually been able to get picked up from Azrak, who is going to be a Rise main. So we're going to have to see how well he truly does. Remember, Rise, very short range, needs to get in front of the enemy team to really be able to hit high. And with a Veigar that's able to cage him up, there's some really good early ganks they can do. And really good lockdowns, because when we see the whole entire side of Ollie and the fam, it is dive, it is trying to get into that back line, but Veigar's a great way of disengaging that.
Yeah, and I mean, when you were talking about the eggs all being in the late game basket for the side of Ollie and the Vam, Rise is definitely one of those champions that commits towards that later stages of the game. Wukong as well likes to be on like 2 or 3 items, and Kai'Sa similarly very appreciative of having multiple items. I wouldn't be surprised if they just end up full committing towards that side, and we might see a clash of styles. There's no way Bard. Okay, it's the Lulu. And honestly, that's the first time we've seen Basilisk play their Zeri with Lulu, I think. So that's going to be exciting.
It really looked like a very late game team comp from the side of the Basilisk, which seemed to have worked for them before, but the issue is J4 should only be engaged. Veigar is good as a disengaged tool, but now having that set will help out a lot. But I'm still a major fan of the side of Oli and the Fan. You got the set into the Scion, set is going to be winning out that lane, but having that big beefy tank in that late game, going to be able to just tank so much of the side the Basilisk want to do. But I still think this game's going to go the distance. I think this game's going to probably go to at least 30 minutes.
So when we're looking at these two team comps and we're talking about what we talked about in the last few games, and I think that has shown itself to be one of the more important factors between these two teams, which team do you think has the easier execution but when it comes to just their team fights based on their champions alone?
Well, it's difficult to see both the teams, and I think it's issue of execution from the side of Basilisk, mostly because of the J4 having the Cataclysm, being able to lock up this Kai'Sa or this Rise whenever they really want. Then Veigar Cage to keep them protected makes it a lot easier, while on the opposite side they still have the engage from the Wukong, which does make it a little bit easier. Does have Kai'Sa jumping into the back line. The only concerns I have is when Kai'Sa jumps to that back line, Veigar just uses his ultimate and completely bursts it out before the fight even starts.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be... I definitely see it being easier for the Basilisk to be able to execute this one. I think Ollie and the Vem have a lot of skill expression on their side, obviously, with the Wukong, with the Rise, with the Kai'Sa, and Sion Emilio. Like, all of these champions are very high skill ceiling champions that if you're able to express your skill on them, you can absolutely pop off and do crazy things. But if you're not up to the bar with those skills, then it can really show. And obviously, as Break being a Rise one trick, I have to assume that he's probably decent. But I haven't seen the Silverback Scion. I haven't seen the Ollie Van Wukong, so we're gonna have to see how it plays out. And yeah, definitely the easier to execute comp on the right side of my screen.
But we're going to have to see, because remember, these are the players who've got themselves to the finals. They know how to pilot their champions probably a lot better than any of us at home can. But to be honest, remember, this is the last game, as I'm just trying to think what the jungler's going to be playing for, because bot lane's going to be hard to gank. I think it may be towards the mid or top, probably mid to bot still.
Yeah, it's still going to be bot, isn't it? Because you want your Zarya ahead or you want your Kai'Sa ahead, and I don't think there's as much of an impact getting your Rise ahead. Or at least, like, it's not as aggressive of an impact. Rise is kind of a split push champion, isn't he? So it's kind of a weird one. And he doesn't have an easy time kiting any of these champions. So it's going to be a little bit... It's going to be interesting to see what these two teams' takes are on that pathing and where they should be focusing. Because we've also seen Basilisks focus entirely towards that top side, and it just didn't pay off, right? When the Aatrox was on their team. And we've seen vice versa happen for the side of Ollie Vam. So... It's going to be an interesting one. We'll definitely have a little bit of a banger on our hands, and it's Silver Scrapes, and it's Game 5 of the Season 6 Division 2 Grand Finals. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a very short break. Hello, everybody. My name is Drake. I'm with Zapdos, and we're here for Game 5 Silver Scrapes of this Best of 5 series between the two Division 2 grand finalists, the OLI and VAM, and the IMT Basilisks. Zapdos, how you feeling about this game?
I'm feeling pretty excited as we have a little bit of a spicy play coming out from the side of OLI fam. Not going to be able to actually get single attacks, but I'm liking what I'm seeing. Having its confidence, especially coming to Game 5, is going to be really big. But a bit of poke coming out from Warlock as both mid laners have gone for actually quite unique picks. Going to have the Rise, which is something we haven't seen much, but we know that Asper actually absolutely loves playing. Into side like Warlock, which is going to be all about trying to farm up as well. So going to be a very heavy scaling comp from both teams.
It definitely will be, and I think all eyes are on this early game to see how that late game will develop, because obviously that's how the reality of League of Legends works. But essentially, whoever gets this lead in the early game could get out of control and to a point where the enemy team can't possibly scale as far and as quickly. So this game is one of those ones that can definitely get out of hand very quickly if one scaling champion gets ahead.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if any of the teams are really able to find the leads, because most likely both teams are going to be focusing around the spot side, especially this J4 who is so early game focused. Maybe a 3-camp clear into bot lane, but it's all about how that wave state is going to be. They need to make sure that Fenrir in the center meet allows it to push into them to make this possible. Otherwise, Amunaj will not be able to find this, as I would say top lane isn't going to be the major focus of this game, as whenever you see a Scion, you don't look at that lane.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Usually with a set, you look at that lane because he's so cute. But I do definitely agree. I do definitely agree that there is the reality of this game will just be a little bit slower than the others, and that's just because of the fact that these teams are dealing with so much pressure at the moment. And this game literally is the one that matters. I've said it a bajillion times now. I sound like a broken record, but it is just so much pressure on these players. They're going to be playing so safe, just taking it easy as much as they can, not going for unnecessary risks, because they know that the outcome of this game is so much more important than all the others.
Really good trade from the Sion in the top lane, being able to outmaneuver him. So good plays out from there. But yeah, it just feels like both these teams, it essentially comes down to a best of one now, instead of it being a best of 5. And remember, they went 1-1 respectively in the series, and both games it's been consistently just so close. There's been no team that's really been running away with it. We think it's going to be winning this game, as we do see both junglers have been clearing to opposite ways. As Jack does need to be careful, probably has to flash out of this.
Yeah, he does have to flash out of it, but he doesn't land the flash. He flashes into the cage, and it's a first blood for the J4. It's a first blood for the Basilisks, and Amunaj coming into this game with a bang.
Big mistake coming out for him. Flash not going to be up and available, meaning that regank is going to be even more potent, especially against a wall up from Warlock. He does have teleport to try and save this, but if Warlock sets up a freeze, there's a definitely big possibility to go for that regank. Luckily, he does actually push out this wave, so he is going to be safe as OLI fam. Looking towards bot.
Ooh, good flash away from the sense of me, and he does sense that one. I think it's so hard to gank early game as Wukong, and that's one of his weakest points, right? Is that before he hits level 6, he has no CC ability. He only has the ability to do damage. So honestly, a really good capitalization there to be able to get the flash out of an enemy support, even without having the threat of a CC ability in your kit. Oh, Silverback has to flash away, just as I was talking about that. But yeah, either way, I think it was a really good gank from Wukong, and a good way to start out that side, but no way he's going to be able to keep up with the J4 pressure.
Yeah, big props over to Amunaj, using his champion to the best of his ability. Already getting a flash out of the mid lane. Already almost getting a kill towards the top side. Even having to use the teleport in towards the top lane. Getting all of his lanes a lead except for bot lane. And this is exactly what they want. So it feels like it's going to be top versus bot as this game has been going on.
Oh, really good cancel coming out of single tracks in that top side to be able to not let Sion clear that wave as he would like. Yeah, really good stuff coming out from the side of Basilisk at the moment. Only an 800 gold lead for now, but I do think that obviously these early game leads are fluctuating so much that it's hard to really take them into account. I think what really matters is the pressure that you have on the map, and when we start moving towards those neutral objectives, like you can already see Wukong doing, and he does have quite a large item deficit between the J4 and the Wukong. J4 already having that Dirk as well as a longsword is, well, it doesn't look good when you see a Sheen on the side of your Wukong.
Yeah, interesting build coming out for him. Actually decided to go for that Dirk, most likely going to an Eclipse. So he's trying to assassinate some of the squishier targets on the side of OLI Fam instead of going for something like the Gore Drink for the more healing, as he is going to be looking towards the mid lane. However, the wave getting pushed in does mean that the Rise doesn't have to go anywhere near this. And with the support of OLI Fam, this could be a 2v2.
No way. Amunaj, you knew that he had vision there, but it is a really good cage coming out from Warlock. Oliven can't quite find the follow-up, but a flash forward from Carry Wang is enough to secure the kill. Warlock finds his way out, and it is a 1 kill going over towards the side of the Ollie and Bam. But Milio getting it, burning a flash, it's kind of, it doesn't feel as good as it could have.
Yeah, everybody except for Kai'Sa went for the roam up to here, so she is able to push out a big wave, and she's going to be very happy with that. As Fenrir, in the sense of me trying to look for Psyche in the mid lane, but not being able to make it work out is going to be super bad for them, especially if Dragon will be spawning in the next couple of seconds. They don't have priority for it.
Yeah, and so much damage going on to the sense of me. He's now under half HP. It will be a little bit difficult. J4 moving towards this bottom side, though, so a lot of pressure going to be coming out. We'll have to see if he ends up electing to opt towards that actual lane, or if he's just going to keep farming, because he is nearing that level 6, a very large power spike for J4.
Yeah,
Wukong in that top side. Oh, go on.
Yeah. No, all I was going to say is the Cataclysm is going to be such a crucial part, especially when Flash isn't up and available for any of the top side or even the support of Carry Wang. So plenty of opportunities for this. Kai'Sa's the only one who can escape it. As we can see, Kai'Sa is close to that level 6 as well, so his ultimate is going to be crucial. As Sintrax, you could just see in this top lane, absolutely bullying this Scion with a massive wave about to crash.
Yeah, and something else to note, especially in the position that we're in, Rise ultimate is going to be rather impactful towards this bottom side if it does end up being like we're about to see maybe a J4 gank towards that side. Rise obviously can't ult from there, but he is able to move and then ult and get there a lot sooner than Veigar might be able to. He's been shoving intentionally to be able to have that pressure on the map. So I'll have to see if Asbreak is able to make that kind of impact, or if he's not able to follow up just in time. And I mean, it's not only Rise. There's map-wide ultimates on both members of the solo lanes of the side of Ollie and Van. They also have that Scion ultimate, which can come down the river. So a lot of options for them when maybe they might seem outnumbered.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities for them to try and go for. As it, quite curiously, both teams haven't even decided to go for the Dragon, as it is already 8 minutes into the game. Seeming like both teams haven't really seen it as a major threat for them. Instead, decided the ganks are going to be more important, as the jungler of the Wukong will be trying to look towards his bot lane. But consistent warning coming out from both teams is going to be able to spoil him out, as he is going to be clean vision himself. It's been quite a silent early game for both of these teams, which is very surprising.
Yeah, we did see pressure, right? We saw the J4 gank, we saw the Milio flash forward, but it definitely very calm and tame compared to what we've seen in the previous games. And that is what we talked about with them just having to deal with nerves, having to deal with this game being a lot higher pressure. So they will just not be taking as many risks. But a huge engage from Fenrir. He does find quite a bit of damage onto the Kai'Sa, does find the ultimate as well. Olivan caught in the cage on his own lonesome. He will get deleted, and it looks like Milio found himself on the wrong side of the fight. Zeri gets the kill onto Kai'Sa as well. A triple kill in total for the side of the Basilisks, and absolutely taking over on this map.
Completely taken over on this map for sure, and it all comes down to Warlock and Amunaj roaming before Asbraj was anywhere near it, instantly bursting out the jungle of Olifam, making it 3v4, and then Hyam Ghostly just doesn't have the damage to complete it for Zeri Lulu. They're able to win that out, so a big win for them, gets itself a 2k gold lead, and a great chance for this game.
Really, really well played, yeah. Rise walking into the cage there. But yeah, Rise hasn't quite been able to keep it with Veigar, which is a little bit unfortunate when we're talking about the fact that he has his ultimate. He has the ability. Oh, has the ability to get knocked up in the mid lane. He has no flash either, so he won't be able to follow up onto Warlock. And he will end up falling. But so much pressure coming out from this Veigar, from Warlock in this game. And you'd think that Rise would be able to keep up with those roams, but just not able to do so even with his ultimate available.
Yeah, it feels like it's just going bad to worse from the side of Ollie and the fam. This early game just isn't the way they're going. Fortunately, their late game is going to be very strong. And more importantly, take away the kills have been allocated towards this J4. It does mean that his ganks are going to be a lot more potent. But the longer this game goes, J4 falls off a lot harder than anyone else on the team.
Yeah, he falls off almost one of the hardest ways in the game, I would say. Like, J4 is one of those champions that is notoriously known for falling off, maybe even more than Lee Sin. So it will be very interesting to see how he plays it out, especially considering that he has gotten all of those kills. And if he's able to donate some in the future and make something happen with that gold.
He actually hasn't got himself a reset just yet. He still has 2,500 gold in his pocket. So he needs to find that reset as fast as possible, and we can see it come out just here. And just take a look. Eclipse already complete. Very close to getting his boots, but not having enough gold for it. Maybe waiting in base for it, actually, as it does seem like Wukong,
there we go,
maybe looking towards his bot side, is going to get spotted on a ward. They do know he's here.
It's a hard flank to go for.
Yeah, it's hard to do. But no, we can just see how far ahead J4 is. And wherever J4 is, it feels like you just can't compete.
Yeah, 100% Wukong cannot keep up with this J4, and Wukong gets really strong once he finishes that Divine Sunderer, so he might be able to keep up once he finally gets a reset in for that full item, but he's much further off of it than J4 is, as J4 already has his first full item completed, as well as his Ninja Tabbies. It looks like a huge engage coming out from Olivem, however, and a TP is forced out from the set. No more proxying going to be going on there, but J4 still in the area towards that top side means that the Rift Herald will be taken down very shortly. And 2 neutral objectives now going towards the side of the Basilisks, as well as J4 picking up that wave. It's really not that big of a deal that Single Tracks had to TP towards the bot lane.
It would have been so good if they weren't able to pick up the Rift Herald and Simon was able to get more towards that top lane. However, just great play from Aminaj, understanding that he is still able to do it. He is able to cover his top lane, meaning that overall it still is a big lead for the Basilisk, and a great shielding coming out from the sense of me does allow his AD carry Fenrir to find that reset. Already got themselves that static shift, and now the tides of this bot lane are going to start changing because of static shift helping you push that wave. It gives them an opportunity to get that priority they desperately need.
Yeah, it definitely is very important for them to be able to secure, and it's something that we've seen Ghosty do so often. Get that priority, get just pressure in the bot lane. We've seen him aptly do that very often. Fenrir absolutely popping off in his own right in certain positions, but definitely seen some dominance from Ghosty in these lanes. And it's been interesting to see that Fenrir has been kind of letting himself go into the backseat in this bot side this game, and let Aminaj absolutely activate himself on the map and be the driving factor for these fights and for these leads, rather than making himself, I would say, the star of the show like he had in maybe previous games.
Yeah, definitely in the regular split, I can agree with you there that Fenrir was a big part of why this team actually got here. But the longer this game goes on, the more he seems as a supportive AD carry that will be your big leader the later on the game goes. A little bit like Reckless on Fnatic back in 2015. But Aminaj in this bot lane, looking towards this Dragoner, should be spawning in the next 30 seconds to a minute, as he does have the Rift Herald still up and available. Could even place it towards bot or mid. It's set.
Ooh,
be careful.
Good set ultimate, but he might be in quite a bit of danger. Really good sidestep as well. Really nice plays coming out from Single Tracks there. Good micro positioning as well as just fancy feet. Gets him out of that one, and I honestly thought he was dead.
Yeah, same here, but really fancy feet, like you said before, does get him into a good position. And talking about good positions, just take a look at this J4 in the bot lane, trying to go for this gank. Has the Rift Herald up and available, but I think it's going to be a 3v3. Olifam in that area as well, and they need to win this on the side of Olifam if they want to get back into this game.
Ooh! Oh, Aminaj pulled the trigger a little bit early, blew his load, and doesn't have anything to follow up upon. A huge flash engage from the Wukong does mean that there is quite a bit of follow-up onto the sense of me. He is deleted, but who will fall afterwards? Ghosty is very low, but Fenrir with the flash forward doesn't have enough damage, and it will be a kill going towards Kaisa, a double kill for the ADC of Oli and Vem.
This is huge from the side of Ollie and Fam, getting themselves the Dragon on the back of this and getting themselves straight back into this game. 2 kills onto this guy is going to absolutely change the tide to this bot lane. As even in the mid lane, see, as Bashar showing how comfortable he is on this champion, just having perma engages into the mid lane and perma having him under the tower. But the only bad thing I have to say about this team is probably this top lane of Sion just getting constantly bullied by this set. And it's just going to get worse and worse the longer this game goes on.
Yeah, and it's itemization as well. Really good of set to be able to pick up that Blade of the Rune King. It puts him in a position where he does so much damage to this Sion. A really late Rift Herald drop. I think that might have been the second one, though. So it doesn't end up getting any plates, but a lot of damage onto that bot lane turret. And overall, not as much value as you'd hope from Rift Herald. You'd hope it maybe got placed in the middle lane, did a little bit of damage towards that, towards just opening up the map for the team. But either way, there's a little bit of pressure down on that bottom turret now. And I think both teams are relatively even after what looked like a really dominant Basilisk early game.
Yeah, and it all comes down to this bot lane. We talked about how they needed to win that fight, and because they did, Uftel wasn't placed before the tower plates go down, so that's already 600 gold they're losing out on. 2 players who, of course, get down, so that's 1,200 gold they're able to accumulate with just one fight, just showing how important it truly was for them to get back. And as well, it going over towards that Kai'Sa, who has gone for a little bit of a unique build, going for that Rage Blade instead for that second item. So it's going to be so easy to get through these big tanks off the set, and even the J4 the later this game goes.
And I think the Riot devs might have heard us when we said it was a best of 5, when we said it was a Silver Scrapes Game 5 situation, because we got an absolutely spicy Dragon Soul on our screens at the moment, as the first tier 1, is actually taken by Ollie and Vem. Really good of them to be able to open up the map, like I was talking about earlier. But this Infernal Dragon Soul means so much for either team. Both teams going to be very happy to get their hands on it. And we'll have to see, obviously, which team is able to secure it, because I think that it will almost instantly start affecting fights. Oh, as we do see an engage coming in from the Wukong. Rise just gets the kill onto the J4. Aminaj is dead, but Warlock is really low as well, and Set makes his way down, does end up finding the pound onto the Wukong, but he will get knocked into the ground very shortly afterwards, as he does end up falling, and Veigar on the run does mean he will be able to secure his safety, but 2 kills go towards the side of Ollie and Vamp.
This is huge for Ollie and the Fam to be winning that fight. I thought they were biting off a little bit more than they can chew. But apparently, I don't know this champion named Rise. So we never see it in the meta. And coming up clutch, getting a double kill towards their name. Should be able to finish off their second item now. And Ollie and the Fam, from a dire situation, have got themselves with 100 gold lead. Got themselves to almost even in this game. And just take a look at those items on that Rise. Beautiful. A Serap's Embrace and a Rod of Ages. He's going to be so useful for this team. The later this game goes, the stronger he's getting, and he's already getting there in only 18 minutes.
Yeah, this guy's a monster, and 2 minutes from now will be the Dragon, which is, like you said, nearly Roa completion. So this Rise is definitely going to be very impactful when it comes to these team fights, especially considering the amount of damage output we just saw him do. I never would have expected that much from a champion that isn't picked that frequently in the meta. But Asbreak making him look good. So good looks for sure, and maybe a little bit of a final game miscalculation coming out from the side of Basilisks.
Yeah, just shine the comfortability he has on this, and all the gold is still just on Aminaj, and he hasn't been able to find that lead we so desperately said he needed to do, because he needed to find a way to put this onto Fenriri or even onto Warlock or practically anyone else that isn't him or the support, and maybe he can find it.
Ghosty is a ghost.
I think he just disappeared off our map.
He misstepped, I guess. To be fair, he didn't know J4 was there. He thought he could bully Sense of Me, but Sense of Me definitely had senses about him. But it looks like an engage will be coming on in this top side. Single Tracks does finally get the kill onto Sion underneath the turret and make sure that there won't be any sort of assist coming out from the Warlock. But Warlock is on the wrong side of the map at the moment. He doesn't have Cage available. He doesn't have Flash. He is dead.
Yeah, he did have his ult up and available, but there was no way he was going to be able to get him anywhere near the amount of damage you need to get there with Primordial Burst. And on the back of this, OLI Fam will be able to pick up top lane tower using the Rift Herald to get himself there. However, Dragon spawn in the next minute or so does mean that he can't get that second tower, instead opting to try and fight for this. And the way that I'm seeing OLI Fam to be playing, I think they're in a great position to go for it.
And Ryze is about to be massive. Ryze is about to hit his Roa 10th stack, which gives him a free level. He's going to be level 14. I'm pretty sure Veigar was level 13, but he might have been level 12. And even a 1-level lead at this stage in the game is so impactful. He was level 13, so it will be giving Ryze a full level lead in this next dragon fight. Something that you can't possibly scoff at. There it is. And,
yeah, the EQs are going to be a lot more powerful, but it does need to be careful. You can't use them if you just get bursted out. That's why the Aminage is going to be super strong out. Both teams actually piling up towards each other. Single Tracks has the teleport, but it's going to be all about who can find the right engage. Can Aminage find it? Or is it all down to OLI Fam being able to stop it here? Teleport comes through.
Teleport does come through, and Silverback is playing the front line for his team. Aminage trying to find something, trying to find his way back into this fight, but a huge Wukong engage does find a triple knockup, but there was no follow-up. J4 finds the Cataclysm onto the Wukong, as well as Milio, but Milio doesn't quite manage to save his monkey. Wukong dies, Kaisa falls, Ryze falls as well, while picking up a kill onto the set, and it looks like Basilisk come out with 4 members on top, while 2 members are left standing for the side of OLI and Fam, and maybe the Dragon will end up getting secured.
Only the tank and the support up and available, so they don't have the damage to try and contest this. And it looked like a great engage coming out from Wukong, but the problem is you're a disengage tool for your team. Because he went so far in, they were able to re-engage on the Ryze, re-engage on the Kai'Sa, and there was just nothing they could do up against it. So a small miscalculation from them, as we can see exactly what happened in this replay.
Yeah, it definitely did start when this Wukong went in a little bit prematurely.
Yeah, well, it's just it just felt like they weren't able to find themselves the right engage. They weren't able to finish this out. Because take a look, Ryze, even in the middle of everything, able to find a big shield, able to find a lot of damage, but the Primordial Burst shutting down any ideas of trying to turn this game around. And then it's just Sion and Milio all on their own. You probably can't kill them, but they definitely can't kill you.
Yeah, and the reality is Veigar doesn't need to be super ahead to be able to one-shot one of your carries. And you only have 2 carries. I didn't even think about this when we were talking about the draft or the game earlier on, but Ryze and Kaisa are pretty much your only 2 damage dealers. Wukong will be doing some stuff, right? Sion will probably be doing nearly as much as the Wukong when it comes to damage in these mid to late game team fights. But Kaisa and Ryze are the 2 main damage dealers, and if one of them gets blown up, or if both of them get blown up, then the team fight is kind of flipped entirely on its head.
Look at this, Baron actually getting started. They know the Ryze doesn't have teleport, so the best they can do is try and find a 4v5 so they can just steal this away. Yeah, OLI Fam has 0 ideas of this.
No.
Great play from the Basilisk, sneaking it under their noses.
Super well played, like really heads up macro in this position. Obviously, like you said, literally everything you said word for word. They knew that the enemy team, they knew that OLI and Vem didn't have any vision. They knew that they had different objectives that they were fighting for, right? Because OLI and Vem clearly had their sights set on those turrets, and they were able to secure a free Baron.
Yeah, but they need to be careful here. They need to get out, and Minaj can find an engage.
Okay, Warlock is just here in the backline. It looks like Sion is stuck in the Cataclysm, and Aminage is doing quite a bit of damage. A really large J4 with that Lulu ultimate. OLI Vem trying to find some sort of re-engage, but J4 is just walking his way out of that one. He's very low, but another kill goes down towards Zeri. A triple kill for Fenriri, and it looks like one more will be picked up by the set. A quadra kill for Fenriri in this game.
And you know that Ryze is your main damage source, and he was nowhere to be seen as he went for that reset. He went for those side lanes, and the reason he was bot lane was allowing them to get this. And the reason he wasn't there was the reason that they were able to win that fight. And now that they are Baron, now they have Fenriri being so far ahead, they could just barrel down this mid lane, just using these cages to give them as much space as possible.
Oh, the turret did finally fall. Fenriri is able to walk away for now. There's so much damage coming out of this Ryze, and Fenriri just had to respect it. As Break actually using a good ultimate to try and kite towards that Zeri, but doesn't quite get in range. And picking up that kill on a Warlock is obviously good, but that Zeri still has a massive shutdown on her head.
Yeah, massive replay to go. As we are going to be quickly taking a look at a replay to see exactly what happened in that last team fight. Just take a look. Just Rise. Just in base, just nothing he could do up against this, and they just don't have the damage. Wukong thinking that with his team, maybe can find the engage, having the damage on Kaiser, but just pumping everything into the carry of the J4. There's just nothing that they can do, leaving the Zeri all alone to get that quadra kill.
Super well played from every member of the Basilisk, and Fenrir just allowed to free hit that entire team fight. So much peel on his team with the J4 Cataclysm, with his EQ, with the Vagar Cage, with Set just doing Set things, and with the Lulu letting you just kite literally every single person on the map. It's absolutely insane. It's a dream comp for Fenrir, and he's definitely making his dream alive.
I think that's the best analyst I've ever seen you as a color caster do. He did Set things.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, he did, so I can't disagree with you there, man. As doing the Set things have been working out, as he had a lot of priority in the top lane this early game. Baron's still up on every single member of the Basilisk, but it's not looking like they're going to be doing much more with it. But something they might want to do something with is going to be the next dragon, which is going to be that Infernal. So that spicy pickup that you said before. And now that Rise has completed himself to Rabban and Death Camps, now he's got himself to really where his Idol Sparks are, even got himself towards that level 16. There's a great possibility for him to carry these fights. It's just all about, can his team be that front line? Can he stay alive enough to find these fights? Or otherwise, Zeri's going to be the one to take over these fights.
And I think it's hard, right? Because you drafted Sion, you drafted Rise, you drafted these champions that are really good at side lane, and that's something that is obviously more executable when you're ahead. So, as Wukong finds an engage on the Warlock, Warlock is taken very low, but he's able to get his way out of that one. For now, Olivem is taken low on the opposite end. Zeri gets one kill, Set gets another, Zeri gets a double kill, Fenrir looking for another, he finally gets the triple, and will he look for another quadra in game 4, or sorry, in game 5, 2 quadras for 1. Silverback is going to try and find his way out of that one. They might just end up giving it over to Fenrir, but I doubt it. It is taken by the J4, and an ace for the side of the Basilisks.
Yeah, 20 seconds on every member on the side of OnlyFam, which maybe give them a possibility to find this end. But because they went for the Sion, does mean that they'll only be able to pick up this inhibitor. They at least will get the dragon as well. But what a fight coming out for Fenrir. Just pumping out huge amount of damage. Even the Aminage engage, even the engage coming out from Sensimir was just so huge for their fight. As now they got themselves a 9k gold lead. And it's hard to say. What can you really do if you are on the side of OnlyFam now?
It's just impossible. I mean, we saw this fight. It just looked like utter decimation. Sion was in the back line, but it just didn't matter. Zeri already deleted his entire team. It's just over.
Yeah, and maybe this game isn't over just yet, but it's definitely seeming like it, as the Basilisks are in a dominating position, to say the least. Reset will be coming out from the set, going to be joining up with the team, as it's going to be do or die from their side. Mid lane inhibitor already taken down, only 2 more inhibitors to go on the side of OnlyFam to hide us. You do have a strong Rise, but when you're against the Zeri that's doing half items, already got themselves the item of Hex Drinker to allow themselves to fight the Rise damage a little bit more. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie and Vam are going to have to put their pedals to the metal. The reality is they've been in this position before against Basilisk today. They did it in game 1. Basilisks were entirely ahead. They were in a position where they could have just won the game, but they fumbled the bag. And the reality is that only came along because the reality of Basilisk fumbling the bag existed. So I'm not sure what Ollie and Vam can do if Basilisks just don't make any more mistakes, but obviously this isn't perfect League of Legends, so they'll exist. It's really on whether Ollie and Vim can capitalize on them, and capitalize on them very well enough to shift the focus of the game.
Well, the Purple Worm has finally spawned up, so this is going to be the next major objective. Maybe they'll make a mistake around here, as Hyam Ghosty is in a bit of danger, does have the Ghost available, but Aminage as well, yeah, just going to have to get expended from there. But it's really going to come down to if Rise is able to make a change up for the team. As well, OnlyFam constantly using his ultimate, constantly using his Cyclone to try and find those engages, but he needs to start using them to keep his team safe, as this Baron has started up.
And I don't think that Ollie and Vem can win a straight up 5v5, but they're going to take it. They don't want to give away the Purple Worm for free. They're TPing in towards that top side. Sion going to try and maybe ultimate through the river, but
yeah,
it wasn't quite there in time. It's just free.
Yeah, completely free to the side of the Basilisk. They are in a commanded position, barreling down towards this mid lane. However, they need to try and get these auto inhibitors. They have any chance of winning this game on Ivan. Get him ran away from his mid lane. And the reason they're pushing out this mid lane so thoughtfully is because they can now start warding the enemy jungle. They can start choking out the enemy team. You talk about mistakes from the enemy team. If you start warding up everywhere, you'll understand what they are, as they actually haven't spotted out where Sion is. Just he just ulted the safety. He's doing a drive-by.
He went on a little train journey, you know? He got an Uber. He took it towards the bot lane, and that's where he went. But I really want to turn focus towards this Veigar. If we look at him right now on the directed camera, I believe that he has, like, what is his AP now? It's something ridiculous.
I think he has like 200 stacks.
276 stacks, and so his AP is 988.
And he's
Veigar.
1 and 2.
Yeah, this Veigar is disgusting. This Veigar champion is not okay. Right.
So do we switch our whole entire analyst check on Rise and just go over to this Veigar?
Well, I'm just saying that this is a reality that we're living in, and Rise is trying to keep up with this guy, this little Yordle guy.
And I feel like that's it's just a great example to talk about this man and how he's been so essential to how his team's really been around this Warlock. Because whenever he's picked up Syndra, whenever he's picked up this Victor, he's constantly found those one-on-ones. And now in these team fights, we talk about how Asbjork, they need to take him out. Just use your ult, just press R on the man, and he's most likely at least going to get chunked down to half HP. As they are going to be looking for mid lane. Hyam Ghosty doesn't have flash.
Yeah, he doesn't, and he's going to have to try and find his way out of this one. Silverback as well. But Silverback, the ultimate's already up, so he's able to find his way out for now, but he does find his way into a set, and that puts Hyam Ghosty in quite a bit of danger. OLI has to flash forward to try and buy some sort of space for his ADC, but it looks like Kai'Sa will end up dropping on the other side of the fight anyways. Silverback and Wukong just going to fall shortly afterwards. This might just be the game, and it might just be the series.
I think it might just be, as Abhishek is the only member of his team, Kerry Wong, about to get taken out himself. But look at the damage!
Rise able to find one, and he's actually clearing the wave rather quickly. But a flash forward from Warlock should seal the deal. The ultimate was just overkill, and it will be Division 2 Grand Finals, Game 5, going the way of the Basilisks. Wait, the
inhib has been taken up again. 8 seconds time Ghosty.
But it's over. It's over. It's over.
It's just over.
It's over.
Yeah. What a series coming out from both of these teams. And what a win coming out from the Basilisk. Clearly deserved. But on another day, easily, Ollie and the fan would have been able to take it. But a massive game coming out for Fenrir at the end there. Being able to go 9-1 on this series, and this team is able to pick up the win, able to pick up CWL Season 6 champions, and what a way to do it.
Yeah, that was an absolute banger. I couldn't have asked for much more in this best of 5 series. It was absolutely insane. So really well played. Yeah, really well played from the Basilisks, and so much development between these two teams throughout all 5 games. I mean, I couldn't have possibly predicted which team was going to win in Game 1. But much less having the feeling of the exact same feeling of not knowing who's going to win by Game 2, 3, 4, even this one. It definitely made for a very fun and entertaining series to watch.
Yeah, completely. But remember, the Basilisk, we have to say a big props for them to win. And of course, a big props to Ollie and the fam for making it to the grand finals, being 6-2 both on their first series. So we should be super proud of them yet again. And remember, even if you lose here today, you always have next year. Not even next year. Only a month or 2 away, I believe, until the new CWL series. So they could come back for an even better win.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely insane series. I've enjoyed all of it, and yeah, every single member did so well. And I mean, props to both sides, right? Obviously, it wasn't just Basilisk that performed. We saw so much from the side of Ollie and Vam throughout the series as well. But like we said, one game, one coin flip. It doesn't matter what happened in the other games. Basilisk come out on top, and they won CWL Season 6.
I'm also going to quickly find out if we have a cast up and available for you guys. Maybe if somebody from the winning team wants to hop in here, give us a little insight in how you were doing because what a game, to say the least, from both of these teams. What a series. I don't think I've casted a closer best of 5 ever, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think I have either. I've casted some where it was 2 wins and into 3 losses, or vice versa for a certain team.
Not back to back.
No, I don't think I've ever seen win loss win loss win loss. Like in the form that we did today, it was absolutely insane. I definitely enjoyed all my time being here, and I hope that the viewers were enjoying. I don't have chat open, I'll admit, but I really do hope that they were enjoying that journey. That was honestly definitely the craziest series I've ever seen, and the craziest CWL series maybe ever. Logic?
Yeah. Logic is the best man to say. So, Logic, is this the most insane CWL finals you've seen just yet?
He said no.
He said yes. Huh?
Either way, it has been crazy, and thank you, Logic, obviously, for letting us be able to just cast over this game, to be able to join these guys on their journey, and to be able to just tell their story, because they've done so well. And I mean, it's the culmination of an entire season, usually multiple months, for a team practicing day in, day out. They've put so much blood, sweat, and tears into this, so really well done by them to be able to secure this win in Division 2.
Yeah, as we do actually hear out that we are going to begin an interview with, looks like there's 3 people in the backstage, so we might have an absolute shenanigans at the end here. But I feel like, because we've been talking so much, we should bring those members in, let them say their pieces, say what they really want to say about this game. If Logic, we could bring them all in here. Come on, get them in there.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome, guys. Congratulations on the win. How are you guys feeling?
Oh, it's pretty good actually. Yeah, we were hyped.
Great. Really great to finish on a high.
Good.
Yeah, you guys did fantastic. Well done. How long have you guys been playing in the season so far? You said I think this is your first season, right?
Yeah, it was our first tournament in general as a team.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys absolutely popped off. What the heck?
Yeah, it was actually pretty good. Yeah.
We're a very good team, actually. Pretty good, some modest of you.
Yeah, guys, I did want to actually ask you, because of course this series was super close. What do you think was the difference to get you guys the final win in the last game?
I think actually, like in the final, I think we figured out, like for the last 2 games at least, how we can win. Like we picked some early game playmaking jungler, and then our ADC just popped off, our mid popped off. So I guess it was the way we wanted to figure out how to play, like from game 4 and game 5. So like we were pretty confident going into game 5 that we have the way to win. Yeah.
Play for bot and mid.
Yeah. Basically, we play for bot mid because top was, even when he's on the peak side, he's playing going even or even winning, even 1v2 ganks, like you could see in second game. So we were pretty confident that if he just play for bot and mid, we will win the game. Yeah.
I mean, it worked. So it definitely worked. And Flex, we've been calling you Warlock all day. I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, we have scuffed up some of your names so much. Your team and the other teams, we're sorry. Some of those names are so hard.
But you absolutely popped off as well, man. Props to you. I mean, I hate Veigar, I'll admit.
Yeah. I kind of do as well. I just like playing him because, yeah.
But so if that was your guys' first series, as a for your first season as a team and your first like competitive tournament, I was curious, is this your guys' first time playing like 5 games in a row in a competitive standing as well?
Yeah.
Oh, so it was like, were the nerves and like, was it getting tired near the end?
Honestly,
I have played before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Personally, I didn't really feel any difference from game 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
This match is felt different.
Addiction at its finest. I see. Okay.
I think like game 4, when you win game 4, it's pretty like you get some adrenaline rush, so you don't feel that tired for game 5. Like I was feeling more tired after game 3 than game 4.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess
it happens with us casters as well, trust me. Game 5, you start getting hyper. Game 3, you're kind of chilling around. But most importantly, guys, this is a stage CWL that we allow everyone to speak their mind. So is there anyone you guys want to shout out? Anything you want to say before we end off this series?
Thank you for watching.
Yeah.
I think our ADC did very well this this series especially. So I think he needs like a lot of props.
I've been holding his hand.
Yeah. Usually
that's the support I like.
Yes.
Usually it's top lane that like pops off a lot, but he really pulled his weight this series.
Yeah,
so I
think
think
he definitely popped off. Yeah.
Yeah, I think like in the name of the whole team, I would like to say we played pretty good series, and I'm pretty satisfied how our first tournament went. So yeah, it's pretty good for the first tournament, I would say.
Yeah, I mean you're setting a precedent, that's for sure. Now you gotta win them all, yeah.
Yeah. Now imagine if you lose the second or third. Like, it can go only downhill from here. So, yeah.
Yeah, so live in the moment. Yeah, you guys did fantastic. Really well done. And
yeah, really well done, guys.
Yeah. Thanks for the casting. It was pretty good. We were listening in between the games a bit.
Just pretty good. Ouch, guys. I wanted a bit more than that, but I guess we'll take what we can get.
A lot of action in the chat.
You guys ran half of it. I'm not gonna lie. Jesus.
you guys are welcome for making them mind-controlled pick Jinx and then lose. You're welcome.
Yep.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I heard that you said who pick Jinx will win, but I guess it was a bad. You cursed them, I guess.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Curse.
For real. But yeah, you guys did so well. Is Aminaj, you're in here, bro. Your champion pool is whack, by the way. Like,
yeah, it's built different. It's actually built different.
What is this shit? Like
just
making Silas on stage as well? Like, just okay. Fair enough.
Actually, I've been like practicing Silas for the last 2-3 weeks. I've been playing it before, but yeah, like I've been spamming in the last 2-3 weeks. So like it was game 4. If we lose, we are going out. So I said like, why not? Let's bring out Silas.
And seemed to work out.
Yeah.
But guys, I think we may have to call it here. Drake, do you want to do the final farewells for this season 6 of CWL?
Well, I'll say thank you guys once again for just playing. It was fantastic to be able to watch you guys, and I had a great time. You guys did so well. And then moving on from that, everybody who's watching in the CWL, thank you all so much for tuning in. I had a great time. I've been Drake, this has been Zapdos, and we were joined by, obviously we didn't say because the voices were there, but we were joined by Aminaj Flexed, which is who we were calling Warlock, and the Sense of Me. So thank you guys all for watching, thank you guys for playing, and we'll see you guys for the next series or games of the CWL.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.